Richard had his arm wrapped around Perry as they walked into the private room. Perry looked a little uneasy and pulled his arm off. "What are you doing? We're not that close." Richard pulled out a chair for her and helped her sit down. "Come on. Your body already belongs to me. We're definitely close. Maybe tonight we can take it a bit further." Perry felt a shiver run down her spine. "Keep your hands to yourself." "Relax, I'm just messing with you," Richard said with a grin as he sat beside her. He casually placed a hand on her belly. "I bet the baby wants to say hi to Dad too." "He's still tiny. He doesn't even know who you are. Stop touching." She moved his hand away. She wasn't exactly disgusted, just nervous and not used to the contact. Richard scooted his chair closer, practically leaning on her, draping an arm around the back of hers. Getting this close to her wasn't easy. He couldn't help inching forward. Can't a guy touch his own kid, huh? Perry was starting to get flustered by his tone. "Richard, if you keep this up, I'm leaving." Okay, I won't touch you. Maybe later at the hotel." He stopped short, not wanting to push his luck. But inside, he felt strangely excited. She wasn't pushing him away anymore. She came out to eat with him. This was progress. Sooner or later, she'd be his. The seafood here was really good, and Perry dove in happily. Richard peeled shrimp for her. "How about we go have dinner at the Bloodmoon Pack sometime? I'll have Chef Ye cook something special for you." Perry was too busy munching to bother with him. Not going. "Why not?" Richard wiped a bit of sauce from the corner of her lips. She turned to him, holding a big chunk of shrimp, eyebrow raised. "Are you saying I'm an ugly mate? Do I look ugly to you?" Richard took off his glove and playfully pinched her cheek. "You? Ugly? Not a chance. You're gorgeous, which is exactly why meeting my dad shouldn't be a big deal. My mom passed a few years ago, so it's just him, and he already likes you. You know that." Perry was ready to roast him, but something about the way he mentioned his mom made her pause. That trace of sadness in his voice softened her a bit. "You've still got it better than me. My mom died when I was a kid." Compared to him, Perry had it rough. Richard's expression turned soft. "Perry, I'll take care of you from now on. I'll make sure you're safe, okay?" Perry didn't respond right away. She wasn't ready to let him into that role yet, but she no longer resisted him outright. "Let's talk about it later. I'm eating." "Sure." Richard kept peeling shrimp for her. Watching her eat made him feel oddly satisfied. "Stop hovering and eat something yourself." "I am eating," he replied, but truth be told, he enjoyed watching her more. "You're eating for two now. Gotta keep both of you well fed." Perry glanced at him and said, "Might be a girl." "I'd be happy either way," Richard said, his grin not fading. "We're still young. Who says we can't have more down the line?" Surprisingly, Perry didn't sass him back this time. If he really meant what he said and treated them well, she wouldn't mind having more kids. "What, you think I'm some kind of baby-making machine?" "Of course not. My mate is the most precious she-wolf in the world." He ladled her a bowl of soup. "Enough with the food. Have some soup too." Perry tried a spoonful. "Not bad. You drink some too." Richard felt on top of the world. Turns out, eating with the girl you like felt pretty damn good. "Got any plans for later? Want to catch a movie or something?" Perry knew perfectly well he never went to the movies. "Nah, let's just eat and call it a night. I'm kind of tired." "If you really want to go, I can come with you. Watching a movie sometimes isn't bad, right?" "I'll just book the tickets," Richard said. Mostly just trying to seize a chance to be near her, to spend some extra time together. Perry wasn't having it. "No need. If you want to watch it, ask someone else. I honestly don't feel like it today, just want to crash early." "All right, let's save it for another day," Richard replied and reached out to serve her more food. Perry had pretty much finished eating. She opened up a web page and scrolled through. Though the post had sunk down the feed, it was still there. "How the hell did I suddenly become Henry's girlfriend?" Richard let out a small sigh of relief. "So you don't actually want to be his girlfriend, right?" "Obviously." Perry rolled her eyes. "I don't want to be anyone's girlfriend." Richard groaned inwardly. He really had been trying to be patient, yet no matter what he said, she'd always find a way to shut him down. "Don't say stuff like that. I told you. I'll be there for you from now on. You full?" "Yeah, let's go," Perry said, standing. Richard took her hand as they walked out of the private room. Henry was still lingering in the lobby downstairs, watching from afar but didn't come over. At that moment, he probably realized Perry wasn't someone he could win over, not when all he had in mind was to keep her like some side deal. Perry shot a sideways glance at where Henry was standing. Yeah, let him see. She wasn't the kind of girl who would fall for just any werewolf. She boldly linked her arm through Richard's and walked straight out of the Bloodmoon Pack's territory. Richard knew she was putting on a show for Henry, and that was fine by him. He brought her here tonight for that exact reason, to make it clear to Henry that Perry was his mate. Back at the Crown Regent Hotel, Richard reached out for her hand again, but this time Perry pulled away. The lobby staff were all familiar faces. She didn't want anyone catching her holding hands with a werewolf, even if it was Richard, an alpha at that. He respected that and let go, walking with her to her room, but then followed her in, casually closing the door behind him. Gina hadn't returned yet. It was just the two of them inside. Perry felt her heart rate spike. His scent surrounded her, and each breath he took was getting heavier. She turned to him, tense. "Richard, I want to get some sleep now. Please leave." Richard took a few steps closer, gently wrapping her in his arms. "Just let me stay a little longer, Perry. Stop pushing me away, please. I really do love you." Her heart skipped. Hearing him say love wasn't something she expected. "Let me go." But he didn't. He embraced her tighter, dipping his head to kiss her. It started soft but quickly deepened. Perry quickly snapped back, trying to push him off, but he was too strong. His kiss grew more intense, invading her mouth as if her refusal meant nothing. Breathless, she struggled but couldn't get free. Richard's eyes were bloodshot, his breath ragged and burning hot. His hands started wandering, sliding under her clothes without hesitation. Perry panicked and shoved him hard. "What the hell are you doing?" Still caught up in the moment, he murmured, "You're my mate. Let me show you how much I love you." She stepped back fast, voice shaking. "Don't come any closer. I'm not your she-wolf, Richard. That night didn't mean anything. It was a mistake. You dragged me into that room. I didn't agree to it. If you try to force me again, I swear I won't let it go." Breathing heavily, Richard touched his lips. The look in his eyes was dangerously charming, the kind that messed with your head. "Come to my room, just for a bit, okay?" He moved in to hold her again. Perry felt herself slipping. No, she couldn't let him win this time. She just couldn't. "Come on, let's go to my room." Richard was barely holding back anymore. The second he had her in his arms, all he could think about was that night in the presidential suite. Gina was staying here too. She might walk in any second. He had to get Perry out of here. "No way." Perry shook free from him. "Richard, what do you think I am?" They weren't even engaged. Why would she just go with him like that? Richard's eyes were burning red, his gaze intense enough to scorch her. He stepped forward and grabbed her hand. "What do you think? You're my mate. What else would I see you as? Let's go." Perry flung his hand off and rushed to the door, pulling it open. "Leave. Don't touch me again." His werewolf blood was running too hot. Even his face was flushed. He stormed to the door, yanked her into his arms again, and slammed the door shut. "You're coming with me." He grabbed her tight and dragged her toward the elevator. Perry struggled the whole time. "Richard, you jerk! Let me go!" Richard spun and kissed her hard. He was burning up. She'd stirred him completely, and he couldn't hold it back. He kissed her face, whispered low by her ear, "You're mine. I want you tonight." Perry was shaking. A part of her actually liked being held like this, liked how his kiss set her heart racing. But it scared her, and it hurt too. Just then, Gina showed up, saw them wrapped up together, and awkwardly backed away to the elevator. Seeing Perry finally let down her guard felt like a win, and Gina was honestly happy for her. But Perry snapped out of it, shoved Richard back, and started crying. "You always push me like this. You dragged me to your room and did that to me without asking. Then I got pregnant. And while that's happening, you're still unclear with Mara, and now there's Alicia too. What am I supposed to be?" Seeing her cry made Richard ache inside. He gently wiped away her tears. "I'm sorry. I was wrong. I meant it when I said I'd take responsibility. I'll look after you and the baby." "I don't need you to take responsibility." Perry hated those words. He'd said the same to Mara. What she wanted was a real "I love you," not some cold promise of duty. Richard was clearly lost. Women were just hard to read. I have to be responsible. No, you don't. Perry pushed him aside and walked toward the elevator. She needed space. Gina was right there, grinning playfully. You okay? Richard followed, but with Gina around, he didn't dare do anything crazy. That fire inside him was finally cooling off. Gina, stay with her. I'm heading out. If she didn't want him around, he'd leave. He hit the elevator and rode it down, wanting to find Byron for a drink. As the elevator doors shut, Perry suddenly felt this emptiness inside. Her voice was barely a whisper. Some great love that was. I pushed a little and he walked off. Ha, good riddance. What was that? Gina didn't catch it all. Why'd you send him away, though? Don't you like him? I so do not like him, Perry insisted, though clearly flustered. Come on, midnight snacks on me. She stepped into the elevator. Gina followed her in. Seriously, though, what's going on with you two? Did he even propose? That's what was missing. Yeah, a proposal. Richard hadn't even brought that up. Why should she accept anything from him? She had her own career, made her own money. She didn't need a werewolf complicating her life. Not happening. I'm never getting with him. Girl, stop being so stubborn. Fine. Maybe Richard just needs to try harder. Gina shrugged as they walked out of the hotel together. There was a late-night food stall just nearby, so the two of them grabbed a table. Gina ordered a bunch of stuff, including a whole bowl of crayfish. Sure, it was past peak season, but that didn't make it any less tempting. Perry asked the alpha to bring over some beers and poured out 2 glasses. Gina freaked out a bit. What the heck? You can't drink. Perry chuckled. Relax, I'm not drinking. I just want to have it in front of me to look at and maybe sniff a bit. Crayfish without beer just feels wrong, you know. You seriously better not drink. Gina took a sip, cracking open a crayfish. This place's crayfish keep getting better. I could eat this all day. Not long after, Richard and Byron showed up. They'd planned to eat somewhere else, but spotted the girls and came over. The second Richard saw the beer near Perry, he snatched it up. Are you seriously thinking about drinking? Perry reached for it like he was challenging him. Mind your own business. They were fine just a bit ago. What's up with her mood swing? Richard sighed inwardly. This woman was a handful. Gina tried to smooth things over. Don't stress. She's not going to drink it for real. Just let it be. Sit down. Perry pouted but didn't stop them from joining. Richard ordered a pot of seafood porridge, added some beer on the side, and started drinking with Byron. Perry slipped on gloves and kept peeling crayfish. Richard frowned. Should you be eating so much of that? Not exactly pregnancy-friendly. I like it, she shot back. He said not to eat, then she would. Even so, don't overdo it. He spooned her a bowl of porridge. Eat this. It's good for your stomach. Barbecue and spicy stuff. Try to cut back, okay? Perry had already had enough. She knew her limits. After all, she was pregnant. She wouldn't take risks. So, what brings you two here? We were out for late-night snacks. Ran into you by chance, Richard replied. Perry felt a little let down, so it wasn't on purpose. After everything earlier that night, she thought maybe he'd come to make it up to her. This kind of place doesn't really suit a big shot like you, huh? Richard gave a relaxed smile. Why not? The food's good and the vibe's great. Besides, what big shot? Look at you, the miracle doctor, and you're here too. Being called a miracle doctor by Richard made her secretly happy. But she tried to play humble. Miracle doctor? Hardly. I've just picked up a few things since I was a kid. Gina laughed. Now that's some humble bragging right there. Hey, staying low-key is important, Perry said, lifting the beer like she was going to take a sip, really just craving a tiny taste. Before the glass touched her lips, Richard swiped it away again and poured her water instead. No drinking, seriously. Remember that. Gina jumped in. You know pregnant women get weird cravings, right? If you stop her from eating what she wants, it'll only make her miserable. Richard had clearly never dealt with pregnancy before. Really? Then, maybe something else? What do you want to eat? I'll go get it. Gina raised an eyebrow at Perry, giving her a cheeky look. Wasn't this the perfect moment to test how far Richard would go for her? The harder the task, the more his sincerity would show. Perry was honestly a bit bored. Testing a werewolf's sincerity with a stunt like this felt kind of childish, but right now, she really was curious. Would Richard actually go out of his way for her? Didn't he claim he liked her? Kept saying she was his she-wolf and all. Richard asked again, "Got a craving for anything?" Perry leaned her chin on one hand. "Forget it. What I want's way too far." Byron chimed in. "That's okay. We can have it delivered." But Perry was fishing to see if Richard would go himself. Wouldn't help. The place probably isn't even open anymore. Richard looked at her with a soft smile. "No worries. If it's something you want, I'll find a way to get it. There's nothing Richard Scott can't buy." Perry tossed him a curveball with a smug look. "I'm craving shrimp ravioli from Grayson Holloway. Think you can pull that off?" The place had probably closed for the night. Grayson Holloway was a legendary spot. Been around forever, always packed, and their shrimp ravioli were this limited, pre-order-only delicacy. Best in New York, hands down. "No problem. I'll go get them." Richard grabbed his car keys and left without another word. Byron caught up to him. "Alpha, I've got this. You stay with Perry." Richard chuckled. "Come on, can't you see she's testing me? If I let you go instead, that's basically failing the test." "Nah, I've got it. Stay here." Byron stood there, stunned. Was this still the same Richard Scott? The big boss actually out here trying to earn points with a she-wolf? Well, whatever. Not his business. He turned back and sat down. "Why didn't you go with him?" Perry poured him some beer. If he had gone, she might have thought Richard wasn't serious enough. Byron gave a small laugh. Women were seriously an enigma sometimes. He said he wanted to go on his own, told me not to tag along. Gina asked, "You think he'll actually manage to get them?" Byron grinned. "Didn't the Alpha say it himself? If Perry wants it, he'll make it happen." Perry upped the stakes. "What if I said I want the stars?" Byron nodded, all serious. "Thing is, real stars, even if he snagged one for you, no way you could carry it. That thing's massive, way bigger than Earth." Perry cracked up. "Good point. Hey Byron, how many girlfriends has your Alpha had?" Byron blinked. "Girlfriends?" Should he say yes? No? Perry gave him a look. "Don't want to say? That means quite a few, huh?" Byron caught on and quickly switched tracks. "Actually none. You know how picky he is. Tons of she-wolves chased him, but he never gave any of them a chance." "What about Alicia?" Byron chose his words carefully. "Alicia did like the Alpha first, and yeah, he had some feelings for her, at least at the start, but they never dated. Later, Alicia started feeling like he was ignoring her and deliberately went to get close to the second son. He already liked her, so of course he went for it. You know how that ended." Perry latched on, brows raised. "So, Richard and Alicia were kind of a thing?" Byron looked nervous. "No, just mutual interest, that's it. No actual dating, no physical stuff, I swear." Gina jumped in. "So you're saying it was a spiritual connection?" "Huh?" Byron was confused. "That's what spiritual connection means?" Since Richard wasn't here to clarify, Byron figured it was better to just shut up than risk saying the wrong thing. He silently scrolled through his phone, munching on grilled skewers and sipping beer. Perry didn't push it any further. She just kept chatting away with Gina, random topics here and there. She even started listing things she couldn't stand about certain werewolves, those with X's hanging around, ones who kept things murky with other she-wolves, or the kind who looked like they hadn't smiled in years. Byron stayed quiet, but couldn't help sighing inwardly. Thank goodness he didn't have a girlfriend who could handle that level of pickiness. Wasn't this just Perry throwing shade at Richard left and right? 50 minutes later, Richard finally came back, carrying a box of dumplings. Just made, still warm, fresh out of the kitchen. Perry popped the lid, 12 shrimp ravioli neatly lined up inside. Just the smell told her they were from Grayson Holloway, no doubt about it. "Go ahead, give 'em a try," Richard said gently. He'd called right after getting in the car. By the time he reached Grayson Holloway, the Alpha and the chef had just arrived too. They'd spent 30 minutes making these dumplings just for her. Perry ate one. Richard watched her closely. "So? Good?" She gave a quiet, and that was all he needed. Relief washed over his face like he'd finally finished a tough mission. "Only 12? That's kinda stingy," Perry mumbled. The dumplings weren't even that big. Richard looked torn. "They're for one person. 12 should be enough, right?" And she'd already had oatmeal and skewers. Was her stomach bottomless? Perry decided to leave it at that. "I guess I'm half full. Never mind, not like I expect you to make another run." But Richard stood up, ready to go again. "It's fine. If you're still hungry, I'll go." Perry had pretty much had enough. Sit down, it's late. No point in running around more. For real? You're sure? Only after she nodded did Richard finally sit back down. He didn't mind another trip. If it made her happy, so be it. Once they were full and satisfied, Perry and Gina went back to the hotel. Richard and Byron stayed behind, nursing beers and lighting up a few cigarettes. Byron shook his head. Man, she's a handful. You better brace yourself, Alpha. This is just the beginning. But Richard didn't see it that way. If she's asking me to get stuff for her, it means she's not keeping me at arm's length anymore. That's progress. She's softening up. Byron blinked. Wait, what? Running errands counts as a win now? Was Richard secretly into emotional masochism? That really doesn't sound like you. Richard took a slow sip. Depends who it's for. She-wolves, you know. Gotta spoil them a bit. Besides, I owe Perry. I hurt her before. She didn't lash out, didn't make a scene, just carried on, pregnant and all, like it was nothing. And hey, she's got her stuff together. I guess I've just fallen right into her trap. Back in the room, Gina glanced over. Since when do you like shrimp ravioli? I thought you hated seafood and dumplings. Perry thought for a second. She hadn't really had a craving, just blurted it out because Grayson Holloway's shrimp ravioli weren't easy to get, especially at night, and had to be made fresh to taste good. Honestly, I just realized they're actually kinda great. I think I'll be eating more of them now. As she replayed the image of Richard going out just to buy those dumplings, Perry couldn't help but smile. Maybe that werewolf wasn't so bad. There were definitely worse sides to him than this. When Perry walked back into the hotel, Joel was already grinning ear to ear as he came toward her, his eyes briefly flicking to her belly. Perry, how about we sit over there for a bit? Mr. Scott, what brings you here? Perry walked with him toward the cafe. Joel's expression was practically glowing. Richard told me the news. You're having his baby. Honestly, I'm thrilled. I've always said you and Richard were meant to be. And now with the baby on the way, we'll make sure the Bloodmoon Pack treats you right. Look, why don't you two just have the mate ceremony soon? What do you think? Richard had mentioned that things between Perry and Francis weren't too great. She was caught off guard. Did even the elder know now? Mr. Scott, I haven't really decided yet. I'm not ready for marriage. When Richard came home last night, Joel kept drilling him about Perry, saying he's not getting any younger and it's time to settle down, that the pack needed the next alpha and all that. Richard finally let it slip that Perry was pregnant. Joel was over the moon. Grandkid on the way? Big win. That's all right, Joel said gently. Take your time. But you know, your belly's not going to stay small for long. Might get tricky later. Perry gave a soft laugh. I get it, Mr. Scott. I just need some time to think about it. Richard and we aren't really there yet. Honestly, the whole thing sort of just happened. I wasn't expecting to be thinking about marriage at all. Joel had already heard bits of that from Richard too. Richard owes you, Perry. Heck, it's the entire Bloodmoon Pack's fault. But don't worry, you and the baby will be cared for properly. Perry nodded. I know. Thank you, Mr. Scott. I'm just a bit tired. I'll head back to my room and rest for a while. She really just didn't want to keep going with the conversation. What would she even say? Of course. Go rest, Joel said, clearly not as persistent as his son. Take care of yourself. Will do. Perry stood up and headed to the elevators. Joel was beaming as he hummed and strolled back to the Bloodmoon Pack grounds. He gave Richard another round of fatherly pep talk, telling him to be gentler, to find ways to earn Perry's trust. She's a girl, son. You've got to win her over. Richard, however, knew that Perry wasn't someone who'd just fall for sweet words. Dad, I'll deal with it, okay? Can you not hover like this? It's freaking me out. He wanted to marry her more than anyone, but convincing someone with Perry's fire wasn't going to be done with a few nice words. Give me some time, I'll talk things through with her. Joel wasn't about to force it either. Fine, but I'm telling you, if you don't win her over, don't expect me to treat you like my kid anymore. He wasn't joking either. That's how much he adored Perry. Richard did too. Dad, I've got work to finish, but I promise, once I'm off, I'm heading straight to her. Joel, still whistling, went off to make his rounds. With Perry carrying the next generation of the Bloodmoon Pack and being smart as she was, Joel felt like a burden had been lifted from his shoulders. That evening, Richard stood up from his desk, done for the day. Byron approached with the evening's agenda. Pack elites are having dinner tonight. I booked it at the Crown Regent Hotel. He picked that venue on purpose. Perry was staying there. Richard adjusted the button on his suit jacket. What do you think? Does this suit look all right? It was a new tailor job, just delivered yesterday. Byron couldn't help but chuckle. Richard usually carried himself with such confidence, but now he was checking his outfit like a teen before a date. Alpha, you could wear a garbage bag and still look great, for real. Really? Richard stepped into the lounge area and gave himself a once-over in the mirror. Not bad. He had the kind of body that made anything look like designer wear. Back in his office, he said to Byron, "You handle tonight's dinner. I've got other plans." Another date with Perry? Richard chuckled. He wouldn't call it a date, not just yet, but he had to see her. My kid, Bloodmoon's future alpha, is growing in her belly. I've got to sort that out first. Byron grinned. Yeah, that's top priority. Don't worry, I've got dinner covered. Richard clapped him on the shoulder. Toss me your car keys. Oh, and get me a bouquet of red roses, fresh ones. Tonight, he was determined to win her over. He made a detour to pick up a massive bouquet of crimson roses and headed straight to the Crown Regent Hotel. On the way, he messaged Gina. She said Perry was up in her room and made him promise not to mention she tipped him off. Apparently, she was rooting for them now. Perry was feeling a bit hungry. She pulled open the door, ready to head downstairs for a bite, and bam, got hit in the face with a wall of fresh floral scent. The roses were vibrant, almost too perfect. She'd gotten used to werewolves bringing her flowers since college, so she wasn't too fazed. But when she saw Richard's face behind the bouquet, she froze for a second. When had he ever given flowers to a she-wolf? Aren't you going to invite me in? Richard didn't wait for an answer and walked right in, handing her the bouquet. Just bought them. Like them? Perry didn't take them. Richard, I think you're confused. We're not exactly at the flower-sending stage, are we? Here we go again. Richard placed the bouquet on the table, eyes darkening as he stared at her. I've already said everything I needed to. We belong together. Stop fighting it. Any other socialite would throw herself at him with half this effort. But this girl, she couldn't care less. The room was too quiet. Standing this close to a burning hot alpha was making Perry feel short of breath. I'm hungry. I'm going to grab something to eat. I'll come with you. Richard reached out and gently touched her shoulder. When his hand grazed the skin on her neck, he instinctively pulled her into a hug. Perry shivered slightly, her heart kicking up a notch. She tried to push him off, but the second their eyes met, he wrapped his arms around her and then kissed her. Eyes wide with surprise, she quickly turned her head, but he pinned her gently. One firm hand cradled the back of her head while his tongue forced its way into her mouth, hot and aggressive. His kiss practically took away her breath. Her cheeks flushed bright red. She wanted to push him away, but part of her didn't want to. Deep inside, she knew she liked him. Somewhere between all the arguing and avoiding, she'd fallen for him. And now, with his child in her belly, they were already tied together in ways that went beyond words. Gradually, her resistance faded. She closed her eyes, letting him take the lead. His kisses trailed down to her neck and shoulders, leaving heat wherever he touched. His hands slid beneath her shirt almost on their own. The door had been left slightly open. Footsteps from outside broke the moment. Richard, stop it. Let me go, Perry whispered sharply, the urgency in her voice mixing with something else. That only spurred him on as he pulled her down onto the big sofa, his body pressing over hers. Reality hit Perry like a bucket of ice water. She couldn't let him just have his way like this. He hadn't said a word about commitment. Why should he get this close? Richard, what the hell are you doing? She shoved him off with everything she had and scrambled to her feet, backing up to the window. Pulling her clothes back into shape, she stared at him with shock written all over her face. Richard was panting, his eyes burning as he slowly closed the distance between them. What's wrong? You didn't seem so shy just now. Perry hugged herself tightly, backing away. Don't come any closer. You're mine to begin with. It's not like we haven't done this before. Still acting all bashful? His arms braced against the wall, trapping her in between. Perry knew she couldn't stay in that room any longer, or she'd end up surrendering again. Seizing a moment, she ducked under his arm and bolted into the hallway. Richard followed, but forced himself to cool down, rubbing her head tenderly. "Sorry, I got carried away. Come on, let's go grab something good to eat." Tears trailed down Perry's cheeks. She didn't even know why. She just felt so overwhelmed. Richard leaned in, gently wiping her tears. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I promise I'll treat you better, okay?" Perry's mind was a mess. She didn't want to forgive him that easily, but her heart was hard to rein in, especially after how sincerely Joel had pleaded with her earlier to join the Bloodmoon Pack. "Richard, please don't rush me. I just need a little time to figure things out." "Figure what out? What's left to even think about?" "I don't know. I just know I'm not ready to say yes to you." She paused, then added, "But I guess I'm not pushing you away anymore either." "That's something at least, right?" A smirk played on Richard's lips as he stroked her hair and kissed her cheek. "Now, can we finally go eat?" Perry let out a deep breath. "All right." She turned and shut the door behind her. Richard slipped an arm around her waist as they headed to the elevator. Perry pulled away. "I'm kinda hot. Don't cling to me." "Then at least let me hold your hand." He caught her fingers and intertwined them with his, firmly refusing to let go. Even after the elevator opened, Richard kept a firm grip on her hand. As they walked through the lobby, several girls nearby started whispering while throwing her glances full of envy and curiosity. "That's the Bloodmoon Pack's alpha, right? Who's the girl? Does he already have a mate?" Seriously, what kind of charm does she have to catch a guy like Richard Scott? Honestly, other than being pretty, she looks pretty normal. Is she a daughter of some alpha? Never seen her before. Maybe she's from the sticks? Though they weren't loud, Perry heard every word. At first, she wanted to yank her hand away, but now she leaned closer to Richard instead, very much on purpose. Richard picked up on her mood and wrapped his arm around her again, effortlessly putting their affection on display. Just then, Byron walked in with several high-ranking pack members. They'd planned a dinner there that evening. Everyone turned toward Richard and Perry with surprised faces that quickly shifted into knowing smiles and respectful greetings. "Alpha Richard heading out?" Richard paused without letting go of Perry. "Yeah, you guys eat without me tonight. I'll treat you some other time." One of the elders chuckled. "No worries, Alpha Richard. Go take care of what you need to." Perry's face turned bright red under all the attention. It was nerve-wracking, and she instinctively tried to pull away, but Richard held her tightly, leaning down to whisper, "Behave, don't move." Her blush deepened, and she gave the others an awkward smile. Richard's custom Maybach was parked right at the front. He opened the passenger side and carefully helped Perry inside, drawing more envious stares from behind. Mara sat in the cafe, had been there for a while now. She'd watched Richard walk into the hotel carrying flowers, and not long ago, watched him walk out again, with Perry. She'd seen it all, and already reported every detail to Alicia. The way she saw it, the enemy of her enemy was her friend. She knew there was no way she and Richard could ever be together. But that didn't mean she'd just sit by and let Perry have him. Please. That wild country girl? She didn't deserve him, not one bit. She even drove behind them on purpose, updating Alicia on their every move. Richard gripped the wheel, lips curled into a smile he couldn't hide. Every so often, he'd glance over at Perry in the passenger seat. Just being near her made him feel better. The more time he spent with her, the more hooked he got. "Where are you taking me exactly?" Perry leaned on the car door, voice casual, though his suggestive looks made her heart jitter a bit. Richard shot her a mysterious grin, letting one hand reach over to ruffle her hair. "What? You worried I'm going to sell you off or something?" The warmth from his palm sent a noticeable tremble through her chest. "You try it and see what happens." "It's not that I wouldn't, just that I couldn't." His mood was damn near euphoric. Sitting beside his favorite she-wolf, there were no words for it. All he wanted was for time to freeze, just so they could stay like this, in their own little world. Perry gave him a half smile. "You just don't want to lose the baby I'm carrying." Seeing her smile cracked some of his tension. "I couldn't bear to lose either of you. You and the baby, you're both mine." Perry inhaled deeply. "Richard, you're an alpha. Guys like you don't usually stick with just one she-wolf. If you've got others out there, maybe don't come chasing me at all." Richard grabbed her hand and held it tight. "There's no one else, only you." Perry didn't buy that for a second. Everyone said you couldn't trust a werewolf's sweet talk before they got what they wanted. Not that it was just Richard. Francis straight up cheated on his wife with Irene, and Gina's dad had his own mess going on too. She shrugged. "Whatever. We're not exactly together, so there's no point talking like we are." Not together? That had Richard slamming the brakes a bit too hard. He nearly ran a red light. Then what counts as together to you? Perry didn't have a clear answer. She just didn't think they were quite at that level yet. "Focus on the road, you're going to get us killed. Hard to focus when you keep messing with my head." "Messing with you? How exactly?" Perry frowned, confused. "You're literally a top alpha. You can have any she-wolf you want, but if I fall for you and it goes wrong, I'll be stuck with the fallout for life. So yeah, I gotta think it through carefully." "You think too much," he muttered. "Out of everyone, I still choose you." Perry didn't answer. No point pressing it. Werewolf sweet talk was nice and all, but best taken with a grain of salt. Richard drove the car into a resort. He had a private suite here, the best spot the place had to offer. The decor was luxe, the location top tier. Just outside the window ran the river, with boats drifting along. There were even dancers out there sometimes. With the breeze blowing in, it felt seriously chill. Perry got out first and waited at the restaurant entrance for Richard. Henry happened to be having dinner with some friends nearby. Spotting Perry, he made his way over. "Miss Lake, fancy running into you here." Perry didn't even bother hiding her annoyance. She stepped back a little, obviously not keen on talking to him. "Who are you here with?" Henry had tried to make her his before, but once she got involved with Richard, he backed off. Still, every time he saw her, something inside him itched. "What's going on between you and Alpha Richard Scott?" Perry's tone was frosty. "How's that any of your business?" Henry gave a small smile. "You're my type, and I just don't want to see you get hurt. Someone like Richard, with his background, there's no way he's serious about you. Let's be real, you're gorgeous, no medicine, speak a few languages. No wonder he takes you out. You make him look good, but don't fall for it too hard." Perry's eyes blazed. "That's none of your concern. I'm just giving you a heads up. Female wolves lining up for a shot with Richard go around the block and back. Why would he settle on you? And don't forget, the Bloodmoon Pack's the most prestigious. You think he'll actually make you his mate?" His words were hard to hear, and worse, kinda made sense. Perry suddenly felt unsure. She had always been confident, never thought she lacked anything compared to others. Maybe she really liked Richard, which was why the idea of losing him scared her. "That's between us. You don't get to butt in, and all this talk. What are you really after?" Henry shrugged. "What could I possibly want? You're already with him. Not like I can steal you away. I'm just saying, get what you can out of him. A few good years, a comfy life, not a bad deal." Perry laughed, seething. "Seriously, Alpha Henry? You're the alpha of Thornborn, and this is how you think? You really see me as someone who gets with a man for money? You're telling me you're actually in it for real? You think that's going to work out?" Perry clenched her fists, furious. "Listen up, it's not about what he wants, it's about what I want. I'm the one calling the shots, so stop looking down on me." Henry let out a cold chuckle. "Don't believe me? Just wait and you'll see if I'm wrong." The truth was, he had plenty of resentment tied to Perry. She had turned him down and then flaunted her thing with Richard right in front of him on his own turf. It stung. But deep down, it was because he liked her. Really, really liked her. And being rejected only made that burn worse. "What's going on here?" Richard appeared out of nowhere, wrapping an arm tightly around Perry. There was a sharp chill in his gaze. Without hesitation, Perry said, "Alpha Henry was just saying you're only messing with me and that I shouldn't expect anything serious from you." "Oh?" Richard's voice was colder than ice. "Looks like Alpha Henry enjoys stirring the pot." The flicker of danger in Richard's eyes was unmistakable, and Henry clearly felt it. He stiffened. "Come on, Alpha Richard, don't get mad. I didn't mean anything by it. Honestly, if Perry's caught your eye, that's impressive. She's lucky. I hope she appreciates it." Richard didn't raise his voice, but his tone had weight. Sounds like Alpha Henry's been a little too idle lately, poking into our business. Maybe I ought to help you stay busy. Henry got the message loud and clear. Richard was basically telling him to go mind his own damn business and stop messing with the Bloodmoon Pack, or trouble would come knocking. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, Henry quickly said, "I'm sorry, Alpha Richard. I really didn't mean anything by it." "Perry's my mate. Stay away from her," Richard said coldly, wrapping an arm around Perry and leading her upstairs to a private booth. Perry pulled his hand off. Henry's words weren't exactly trustworthy, but they did make her pause. Would someone like Richard really be serious about someone like her? The moment she realized her feelings for him were real, her self-esteem started shrinking. He's not entirely wrong. Richard caught on immediately. Henry had put doubts in her head. "What exactly did he say to you?" Perry repeated Henry's words. Richard chuckled, disbelief written all over his face. "You actually believe that crap? You're Vinnie Ritchie's star student, the one they call the miracle healer. Since when did you start doubting yourself?" Perry ran a hand over her stomach. "It's not about confidence. I don't want to be tricked or used. So what you're really saying is, you've fallen for me." Richard smirked while flipping through the menu. "I never said that." Perry snapped back, more rattled now after hearing Henry's nonsense. She clammed up, not daring to admit anything. "I don't love you, and I never will." Richard's brow ticked in irritation. "Wow, Henry really got in your head, huh?" He just pointed out the obvious. Richard's patience snapped. "Fine, tomorrow the Bloodmoon Pack disappears. Anyone who messes with you pays the price." A chill ran down Perry's spine. That was the Richard from the rumors, ruthless and icy. "Forget it. Henry just talked to me, that's all. You don't need to go after him." "Oh, but those words of his were enough to make you doubt me. That's reason enough." Perry's heart skipped uneasily. If the whole Bloodmoon Pack went down because of a few comments, she couldn't carry that guilt. "Don't go after him. I believe you, okay? No matter what others say." "You believe me? How exactly do you believe me?" Richard dragged his chair closer. He'd been in a great mood tonight, but Henry had pretty much ruined that. Perry's cheeks turned crimson. She averted her gaze and mumbled shyly, "I mean, whatever I say now probably won't matter to you anyway." Richard's lips curled into a wicked smile. He leaned in and murmured near her ear, "Then spend the night with me." Her heart nearly jumped out of her chest, a jolt going straight through her. "Just to stay with you, nothing else." Looking at her flushed cheeks and that cautious little voice, Richard actually felt a bit guilty teasing her. "Fine, just keep me company. I won't ask for anything more." "You sure you'll keep your hands to yourself?" "We've stayed in the same room before. Did I touch you then?" "Yeah, but back then, he thought the baby might not even be his." Things were different now. She could feel that change in the way he looked at her, as if she truly belonged to him. Her heart started racing. She wanted to be with him, to feel safe in his presence. But the worry still lingered. "As long as you don't try anything, I'm good with it. Promise." She finally relaxed a little. Outside the restaurant, Alicia and Mara caught up with Henry. "Alpha Henry, did you just piss off Richard?" Henry wasn't in a great mood. His feelings for Perry were all over the place. Love, hate, frustration. Seeing Alicia, he gave a half smile. After all, the enemy of your enemy is a friend. "Miss Arnold's dining here too? What a coincidence. Don't tell me you followed Alpha Richard." Everyone in their circle kind of knew Alicia had once dated Benjamin just to spite Richard. Turned out to be one of the dumbest choices in her life. Hurting Benjamin on a whim only made Richard hate her even more. "It's nothing like that. I just happened to be here," Alicia replied, voice a little stiff. Henry, sensing an opportunity, stoked the fire. "Perry and Richard seem to be getting along nicely. Looks like Miss Arnold's out of the running." "Sounds more like you're the one out," Alicia muttered with a scowl. "She's just some farm girl. Richard's not really into her." Henry smirked. "Guess we're both in the same boat." With that, he turned and headed for the private room across the way. Alicia glanced over at Richard's exclusive suite. She had been there once with him, but those days were long gone. "We'll go to that one." "My brother already booked it," Mara said, leading Alicia to a more private room tucked in a corner, smaller and more discreet for just the two of them. Mara kept ranting. The whole Bloodmoon Pack's revolving around Perry right now. Joel even went to see her in person, all because she's carrying Richard's child. Once that baby's born, it'll be the next alpha. Let's face it, Alicia, we both lost to her. Alicia cast her a disdainful look. Speak for yourself. Fine, maybe just me. Mara's voice was tight with resentment. She didn't care that Perry had once saved her life. Her family paid a steep medical bill, so in her mind, they were square. But unless you end up pregnant with Richard's kid too, you're not even in the game. No baby, no clout. That's all she's got. Mara didn't say it directly, but the implication was clear. If Perry were to lose the baby, would Richard still be hung up on her? Alicia, sharp as ever, read between the lines. But she wasn't stupid enough to act on her own. They were both trying to manipulate each other into doing the dirty work, knowing full well the risk wasn't worth it. Mara added, lowering her voice, unless something unfortunate happens and Perry has a miscarriage. Of course, Alicia had thought about it too. The real issue was who would actually do it. If anyone found out, the consequences would be brutal. Mara spoke again casually. Ever heard of the Shadowborn Pack? They only care about the money, never snitch on their clients. If I had the funds, I'd have hired them already. After dinner, Richard didn't leave. He stayed at the villa, booking a business suite upstairs, specifically so Perry wouldn't feel uncomfortable. 2 separate rooms, no pressure. Right at the door, Perry hesitated. Are we really staying here? Second thoughts? Richard wrapped an arm around her, his tone teasing but soft. You promised to keep me company. I. Her heart raced. Honestly, she didn't even know why she agreed to come in the first place. I've got hospital stuff early tomorrow. I don't want to be late. I'll drive you in the morning, Richard said as he opened the door with the room card, gently tugging her inside and closing the door behind them. Just stay tonight. They'll bring over clothes in a bit so you can change. She really thought of everything. I'm going back to the room, Perry blurted, nerves all over her face. Richard followed close behind and wrapped his arms around her from behind. Now that they were in the same room, did she really think she could escape? What are you doing? Perry quickly pulled away, face flushed red. You promised just company. Now you're getting handsy. Richard stared at her helpless little expression and felt his heart tighten. You don't like it when I hug you, huh? It's not that. Perry fumbled for words. A quick hug was fine, but the way he touched her made her lose it. I just want to sleep. Richard stepped closer, gently running his fingers through her hair and choosing not to hold her this time. Okay, I get it. Take your time getting used to me. I promise, just some company, nothing more. Sound fair? As long as he behaved himself. I'll go shower first. I didn't bring my pajamas. Just as she finished, the doorbell rang. Someone dropped off a set of sleepwear and a dress. Richard never liked outside stores' clothes, so his stuff was just sent for dry cleaning at the hotel. He handed her a set of loose silk pajamas, soft and comfy. Perry took it and went straight into the bathroom. Standing outside the bathroom, Richard could barely make out her figure behind the frosted glass. He stepped outside for a smoke, and by the time he got back, the bathroom door had opened. Perry stood there in her pajamas, steam and clean scent rolling into the room. Under the warm light, things felt almost intimate. Showered? Richard's voice came out a touch husky, his Adam's apple bobbing as he looked at her. Perry tugged up her collar, awkwardly. Why are you still here? You don't want me here? It's not that, but... Perry averted her gaze. Just don't push it. Richard chuckled lightly. I'll take a shower. You go chill on the bed. Don't you have your own room? Why shower in mine? I like it here, he said, walking into the bathroom. Perry leaned against the headboard, wrapping herself tightly in the covers. The sound of running water made her heart thump faster. She was trying to figure out how to deal with him, and honestly, wasn't sure how she even ended up agreeing to all this. Now that she was here, she couldn't bring herself to walk away. But what would he think if she bailed now? She didn't want to upset Richard, but she also didn't want trouble. The bathroom door opened. Richard stepped out in just a towel, his damp hair dripping down his chest. The water slid past defined abs, like model-level toned. His gaze held a teasing edge, low and heated as it landed on her. Perry's hands tightened the blanket around her. Go to your room and put some clothes on. Richard casually dried his hair with a towel, tossing it aside after. Weren't you here to keep me company? Not like that. You're practically naked. All right, I'll go change. He handed his clothes to the staff outside and returned in a hotel robe, back in her room again. Better? Perry was stunned. You're planning to sleep in my bed? The alpha climbed into the bed like it was the most normal thing ever. You said you'd stay with me. Not like this. Perry scooted towards the edge. We're not even anything yet. How can you just get in my bed? If you're gonna be like this, I'm gonna switch rooms. The werewolf shifted closer, wrapping her in his arms. I told you I wouldn't do anything. Relax, I'll give you time. I just want to hold you while we sleep. Perry was still half awake and totally not buying it. She wriggled free. Nope, I'm sleeping in the other room. Not wanting to scare her, Richard gently took her hand. Okay, I won't stay here. Let's just chat a bit and then I'll head back. Deal? Wasn't this just him taking baby steps? Perry settled back into his arms. You serious? Of course. We'll talk for a while, then I'll go. Richard leaned against the headboard, gently tracing circles on the back of her pale hand with his long fingers. You remember that night? I thought Byron had sent you. Bet you hated me for that. Shifting to rest more comfortably against his chest, Perry replied, I didn't even know it was you. Didn't have time to think. Just wanted to find that bastard one day and repay the favor. I didn't know it was you either. Thought it was Mara. That's where everything went off track. If I'd known it was you from the start, I wouldn't have gone through with it. Richard kept his eyes on her. But I remember your scent that night. There was something different about it. She grinned smugly. I hid my scent on purpose. Pretty clever, huh? Couldn't smell me at all, right? Richard narrowed his eyes. So you did that on purpose? Just to get out of the bond with me? You dislike me that much? I never even met you. Nothing personal. I just didn't want Francis to use me like that. He exhaled, clearly feeling something. I bet your childhood wasn't easy. Perry shook her head. Actually, it wasn't that bad. Grandpa treated me well, my teachers liked me, and my senior brothers always looked out for me. Francis never bothered with me growing up. The guy even slandered my mom. No way I was going to let him win. Richard turned to face her, his gaze searching. Aren't you scared you're missing out on a good bond? Perry laughed. How would I know if you're a good bond or a disaster? We barely know each other. He chuckled too. Fair point. Not everyone chases after status. You're getting sleepy, right? Go ahead and rest. Once you're out, I'll head back. But Perry found herself not wanting to let go just yet. If you stick to just cuddling and not pulling any moves, you can stay. Yeah? Richard smiled, pleased. All right, I'll just hold you. Hands off, promise. You sure you can hold back? Perry knew a lot about werewolves and wasn't naive about their needs. What she was doing now felt risky, but she couldn't bring herself to send him away. And whatever happened, happened. After all, she already belonged to him in a way. I'll manage. I meant what I said. I'll give you time. Trust me, okay? Richard pulled her closer. Just sleep easy. Feeling reassured, Perry leaned into his embrace and slowly drifted off. Richard laid down gently, careful not to wake her, shifting to spoon her from behind. He was exhausted too, and soon fell asleep. The night passed quietly. Perry slept soundly, and when morning came, she found herself still curled up in his arms. True to his word, Richard had done nothing all night, just held her. You awake? He whispered softly into her ear. Perry didn't really want to move, but she had to get up soon to treat Klaus. She pulled away and leaned against the headboard. I need to change. Go wash up, would you? Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, Richard teased. You're my mate. Still shy around me? Perry blushed. Are you going or not? Fine, I'll go. Richard got up from bed and headed to the bathroom, worried she'd really get pissed off. Smiling like sunshine, Perry slipped into her clothes. This dress really worked on her. She had picked the loose-fit one on purpose, comfy and flattering. After breakfast, Richard drove her to the hospital. He helped her out of the car, then gently pushed a strand of hair behind her ear. Once you're done with the treatment, I'll send someone to pick you up. Perry waved him off. Don't bother. I can get myself back. Just chill. Okay, but be careful. If anything comes up, call me. Richard pulled her in for a light hug, then kissed her on the lips. Let's have dinner tonight. Sure. As Perry walked toward the entrance, she turned and glanced back at him. He waved as she walked into the building, only leaving once she was out of sight. One of Perry's recent patients was Klaus Carlos, a Bloodmoon Pack werewolf, and their alpha. Terry had asked her for a favor. After thinking it over, Perry decided to take the case, figured it might help her get closer to the truth. Lately, she had been working non-stop either treating Klaus or other patients. His headaches had eased a lot. "How about I pay you half the medical fee first? I feel kind of bad otherwise." "Don't worry about it. I'll collect once you're fully healed. I don't charge cheap. Dylan probably mentioned that, right?" "Yeah, he did. But if you really cure me, I'll pay you double." Sitting beside him, Perry calmly held his wrist to check his pulse. "No need to double it. Just tell me who hired you guys to take me to that mountain." Klaus stayed quiet for a second. "You should know how our pack works. Revealing our client's identity isn't something we do. We've survived this long because we don't break those rules. Money's one thing, selling our clients out, no way. The whole grabbing Perry part was Terry's responsibility. Stuff like that was pretty routine. Klaus usually didn't get involved. But since Perry was his healer, Terry had filled him in, and he knew who ordered it. Perry said, "Fine, you don't have to name names. I'll ask, and if I'm wrong, shake your head. If I hit the mark, just stay silent." Klaus laughed. "That's a trick question. Sounds like you already know who it is." Perry shook her head. "I don't have a clue." "Then how can you ask?" She took a deep breath. "Is the person from this area?" Klaus didn't answer, so that was a yes. "Is it a guy?" But after that, she didn't know where to go next. She really didn't have a lead. No faces, no clear motive. She had no idea why someone would want her kidnapped. Seeing her hesitate, Klaus added, "With how good-looking you are, probably jealousy drama or something." "Jealousy?" A chill ran through Perry's chest. Who'd get jealous of her? Mara? Or Alicia Arnold? She could only think of those two she-wolves. Logically, Alicia had way more resources and tricks up her sleeve, and Mara had Belen, plus she was clearly on the same side as Irene. "Morgan?" Klaus shut his eyes and let out a heavy sigh. "Miss Lake, you saved my life. Just this once, I'll play the bad guy for your sake. I can't say more. You figure out the rest." "So it was Belen, wasn't it?" Klaus stayed silent. Perry had suspected Belen for a while but couldn't accuse him without solid proof. He was Mara's brother and Irene's nephew. Kidnapping her and leaving her stranded in the mountains, just so Mara could get close to Richard, and Richard wouldn't find out he actually slept with her that night. Chich, I saved Mara's life, and they turn around and want mine. Klaus didn't approve of Belen's actions either, but in their world, there were rules, and he couldn't just blab everything. People are unpredictable, Miss Lake. Watch your back. Back from the hospital, Perry sat quietly in a cafe, her mind all over the place. She really wanted to go find Richard, tell him everything, how Belen hired assassins from the Shadowborn Pack to kidnap her and dump her in the wild. And then he had the audacity to ask her to treat Mara like nothing had ever happened. That pair of siblings was selfish and disgusting. Gina showed up, setting down a warm glass of milk. "What's going on? You've been like this since you got back from Klaus." Perry filled her in. Gina was one of the few people she fully trusted. Gina's eyes went wide. "Belen! Perry, you need to tell Richard right now. Let him deal with it, or I'll tell him for you." Perry shook her head. "No, this time I'm handling it myself." "By yourself? How are you going to take him on?" Gina looked a bit anxious. "I get it, you're smart, but Belen is sly as hell and plays dirty. You're outmatched, whether up front or behind the scenes. Why not let Richard step in?" Perry had spent her life helping others, saving lives, healing people. What gave Belen the right to treat her like crap? Then Gina added, "So Belen's doing this all for Mara. I get it now. Maybe he figured out from the start that it was you in that penthouse suite that night, but since you kept quiet, he took his chances and had his sister swap places. But wait, how would he know? Could it be Riley?" Perry frowned. "I doubt it. Riley's a Delta from the Orion Pack. He's worked at the hotel for years." Gina responded, "Still, you never know. Belen's capable of anything. Think about it. Richard got the wrong idea about who he was with that night, and Belen, feeling shady, probably checked the security footage. That's when he decided to target you. But just checking the security footage doesn't mean Riley was involved. Gina kept going. Not just anyone can access hotel surveillance, especially in the penthouse. Unless Bellin bribed Riley. Both times we went to check the footage, Riley was working. Maybe they've been teamed up from the start. I'll get him in and ask him straight up. Perry stopped her. Don't. If he's really tied to Bellin, he'll rat us out. I want to do this my way, slowly and carefully. How exactly are you planning to do that? Gina asked, clearly intrigued. Perry hadn't figured out the details yet, but she'd get there. Gina offered, just make Richard force Bellin to pay back the money. That alone's enough to scare the life out of him. That'd be too easy on him, Perry replied, unlocking her phone and pulling up the stock market app. She searched for Silverfang Pack's shares. It was just about time for the afternoon session to open. You're gonna buy Silverfang's stock? Gina leaned in curiously. She knew Perry dabbled in stocks and made some decent profits, though she had no clue how much Perry had actually made. Perry grabbed a pen and started scribbling notes on a piece of paper. No rush. I need to break down their numbers first. The candlestick chart looked wild. Big swings up and down. The uptick happened when their team-up with Richard was announced, but the recent slump, totally from Byron pulling out of the deal. Ever since then, Silverfang's shares had been tumbling, even hitting the price floor. Gina nodded. It's dropping this hard? Perfect time to buy in. Not just yet, Perry said casually. I think there's another dip coming. Let's stir up some rumors first. Like Richard already pulled his investment, and the money Bellin used was just a loan that could be recalled anytime. Smart. Wait for it to crash, then swoop in. Gina tilted her head. But Silverfang's a big player. Even if you buy in, how much difference can you make? Perry smiled, not answering. Gina clearly had no idea how big she'd grown. I'll handle it. You don't need to stick around. Go do your thing. All right, then. Holler if you need anything. With that, Gina headed back to the front desk. Perry quietly dumped some Bloodmoon Pack shares, then right before closing time, made a few big buys of Silverfang stock, just below the day's lowest price. Meanwhile, over at Bloodmoon Pack's office, Richard stared at the candlestick chart on his screen, eyes narrowed but lips curled faintly, pretty satisfied with the gains. Byron stood respectfully in front of the desk. Perry made two big moves, sold off a chunk of Bloodmoon stock. Richard's brows pulled together. What's she thinking? Today's prices aren't ideal for selling Bloodmoon shares. Byron chuckled. Maybe she's just thinking, well, she'll end up marrying you anyway, so no point hoarding your stock. That line hit all the right notes for Richard. If only she really thought like that. Yeah, they'd spent the night curled up together, but she was a tricky one. He honestly didn't know when she'd flip on him again. In truth, Perry was cashing out, so she'd have enough liquidity to go in on Silverfang stock. Over the past couple of years, she'd accumulated a serious number of shares in Bloodmoon, all of it profitable. She only sold off a piece today. She'd also liquidated holdings in several other packs. Next step, hit Silverfang where it hurt. Bellin had bribed folks in the Shadowborn Pack to kidnap her. Damn near got her killed. Perry wasn't one to let things slide. She always paid back kindness and vengeance in full. Bellin noticed the sudden big buys on Silverfang stock pushing the price up a bit. To him, it looked like the fallout from Richard pulling out was fading. Maybe prices would start climbing again tomorrow. It was early evening when Richard finished work and called Perry from his car. Where are you? Let me come pick you up for dinner. I'm at the hotel, Perry replied, her voice weak. Don't really feel like going out. Let's just eat here. You okay? Not feeling well? Not really. Just tired. Truth was, Perry's mood had everything to do with Bellin, and indirectly, it looped back to Richard. All this chaos probably started because Bellin was hell-bent on pushing Mara onto him. Richard stepped on the gas, heading straight for the hotel. He found her in the cafe and instinctively crouched beside her, gently pressing a hand to her forehead. You sure you're all right? She gave a light shake of her head. Yeah, just a bit worn out. You probably need food. Let's eat here then, he said, standing up and tugging her up by the arm. They headed to the second-floor restaurant. Perry followed, still distracted, mind clearly in another world. Richard ordered all her favorite dishes, then poured her a glass of warm water. He reached across the table and gently took her hand. Talk to me, okay? What's going on? Is it because of me? Perry hesitated. It wasn't really his fault, but it wasn't exactly unrelated either. No. Then what? You look pale and I'm seriously worried about you. Meeting his eyes, she could see how much he cared. Honestly, she didn't have it in her to blame him, even if some of this was connected to him. She'd already made up her mind to handle things on her own. I'm fine. Just walked around a bit too much today. A bit tired, that's all. Don't overthink it. Really? Yeah. Richard finally eased up a little. Promise me, if anything comes up, you'll tell me, all right? Okay. Perry took a sip of water. The plan for revenge was already taking shape in her mind. Thankfully, she'd made it out of that last mess safely. She didn't want to ruin Bellin, just teach him a lesson he'd remember. How's Klaus doing? Still needs more treatment? It took Perry a second to catch up. This is his second round. One more after this, then it's just meds. A full recovery is going to take at least a month or two, maybe longer. If it's wearing you out, maybe let someone else take over? She shook her head. No way. Once I take on a case, I finish it. I've never left anything half done. People don't come to me unless they're out of options. Curing someone always gave her a sense of purpose. Feeling more comfortable with Richard lately, Perry decided to trust him a bit further. Richard, you've got a lot of connections. There's someone I need help finding, Damian Morrison. Who's that? Richard asked. Perry filled him in. Francis and Irene were spreading rumors that my mom cheated with Damian. I want to track him down and get the truth. There was more. Francis and Irene had even implied that she might be Damian's daughter. She didn't believe it, but if they dared to say something like that, it meant Damian and Helena's relationship must have been complicated. Perry needed answers. Richard nodded. Say no more. No matter where he is, I'll find him for you. Looking into his sincere eyes, Perry felt a sense of calm settle over her. She wasn't alone anymore. She had someone she could lean on. Thank you, Richard. Without thinking, Richard got up and gently pulled her into a hug, running his hand through her hair. Silly girl, why are you thanking me? They were still in the hotel restaurant, and quite a few other guests were around. Perry's cheeks turned a little pink. Go sit down. People are staring at us. Let them stare. Who cares? I'm sitting with my mate, and no one's brave enough to say a word. Richard plopped down right next to her. It was a 4-seat table anyway, and he preferred being close, shoulder to shoulder with her. Perry leaned lightly on his shoulder. I'm not your mate yet. You sure about that? He teased, pulling her closer with a grin full of affection. Perry could feel herself getting pulled in deeper and deeper, falling for his tenderness, his embrace. She wasn't sure if that was good or bad, but as long as he was near, she just wanted to stay close. Let him hold her. All these years she'd been alone. Even though her grandfather had been kind, he was still a grandfather. Her teachers cared, but they were strict. Her senior classmates always looked out for her, but it still felt like there was a distance. Even with Gina, like a sister to her, she couldn't always open up completely. But with Richard, she could be herself. No filters, no walls. She wanted to tell him everything like they were truly one. She gently pulled away from his arms. We're in public, and you're already eye-catching enough. Hugging me like that's just going to make people say I'm out of your league. Richard turned, eyes soft as he looked at her. Aren't you the one turning heads? If anything, I'm the one lucky to have you. Stop teasing me, she grumbled. Even though in her heart she knew how extraordinary someone like Richard was. He was an alpha of the Bloodmoon Pack, for God's sake. I'm serious, he said softly. Stop avoiding me from now on, okay? Perry let out a slow breath. As long as you don't piss me off again, I won't. The food arrived. Richard focused entirely on filling her plate, his every move full of care. The guests around them couldn't help but give them side eyes of combined admiration and envy. This was the same high-ranking alpha everyone looked up to. Who knew he had such a sweet side? Perry slowly got used to the looks. Maybe it wasn't so bad being doted on like this. After dinner, Richard took her for a walk by the river, always holding her hand. You should come stay at my place tonight. Brant's out of town anyway, come on. Perry nearly jolted like she'd touched electricity, her nerves suddenly on edge. Again? You want me to sleep with you again? Richard gathered her into his arms. Who else are you going to sleep with if not me? Her heart raced. She was scared, but she didn't really want to leave him either. She realized it now. Once you fall in, there's no getting out. Richard had everything. Charm, looks that should be illegal, and a body straight out of a magazine. What female wolf wouldn't fall for that? Then same as last night, no funny business. Sensing her hesitation, Richard wrapped his arms around her carefully, his tone gentle. Of course, I promise. Can I trust that promise? He flashed a lopsided, cheeky smile. Relax. I told you, I'll wait till you're ready. We'll only take that step when you're sure. I don't want to force you. But can you even hold back? Even if I can't take it, I still have to? The werewolf leaned close, whispering by her ear. But if you really care about me, don't make me hold it back. Perry turned crimson, her ears burning. Then maybe I should head back to my own room. Richard panicked, waving his hands. I was just messing with you. Don't take it seriously. Relax, I can handle it. In a daze, Perry followed him back to the presidential suite. They curled up together again that night. Richard, true to his word, didn't cross any lines, just held her quietly. It was Perry who started feeling awkward. She was already carrying his baby, and yet here she was, still acting all shy. If Richard had sweet-talked her a bit more, or slowly made a move, maybe things would have been different. But nope, the guy meant what he said, shared a bed and didn't try anything, not even once. Richard, this can't be easy for you, huh? Perry looked at him with slight concern. This kind of restraint was no joke for a werewolf. Richard smiled and gently patted her head, eyes full of affection. For you? I'd do anything. A little self-control's nothing. But if you really want to make it up to me... He trailed off. Any more talking and he was afraid he really wouldn't be able to stop himself. She was right there in his arms, and that alone was already testing his limits. Perry nestled closer, wrapping her arms around him. Once I'm ready, I'll give you everything, but not now. Richard exhaled sharply, trying to calm the rising heat within. If she kept clinging to him like this, he might just lose control. Okay, I told you I'd wait. Now go freshen up, let's get some breakfast. Still holding on to him tight, Perry murmured, just want to stay like this a bit longer. Richard was practically burning up, hormones going crazy, but he couldn't bring himself to push her away. You do get that this might lead somewhere, right? Startled, Perry quickly let go and darted into the bathroom. Watching her flee, Richard chuckled. This girl, too cute for her own good. Breakfast for the presidential suite was delivered straight to the room. After they washed up and ate, Richard drove Perry to see Klaus. Once her treatment ended, Perry stepped closer and spoke softly. Alpha Klaus, could you help me dig into the Silverfang Pack's records? I'm trying to find something, any weak link. Klaus caught on. Richard could help with that too. Why come to me? I can't rely on Richard for everything, she said. Think of it as repaying me. I won't take payment for today. Klaus chuckled. Perry, do I really look like someone who'd haggle over this? Sure, I'll get you what you need on the Silverfangs, but you're still getting your consultation fee. You saved my life, and I owe you that. Thanks, Alpha Klaus. I really appreciate it. As Perry was leaving, Terry offered to walk her out. Miss Lake, did you and Alpha Francis finish the paternity test yet? Perry shook her head. Not yet. I haven't done it. I couldn't get a sample of Francis's hair. Terry gave her a reassuring look. I'll handle that. You deserve the truth. With the results in hand, there'll be no more guessing. You're right, Perry nodded. But this is serious, Terry. Please don't do anything reckless. I mean it when I say I owe you my life, he said firmly. I'll take care of it. Seeing that he meant it, Perry handed him a small bag holding a sample of her hair. Terry told her to come collect the results in 2 days. After dropping Perry back at the hotel, Terry met Belen Morgan for lunch. She's done the paternity test, he said. You talked her into it? Didn't you say? Terry cut him off. Relax, I've got my ways. She'll admit it when the time comes. You planning to mess with the results? Terry poured 2 glasses of wine. Don't worry about the details. You paid me to get it done. I'll get it done. Belen looked at him, trying to sound casual. You're hoping she's not Francis's daughter too, aren't you? Why? Terry paused for a beat, his tone vague. All right, since you're asking, you know I usually don't have time for this kind of petty work. Took it to tie up another loose end. Belen raised a brow. He got the hint. Terry was just doing Perry a favor. And if she finds out you faked it, what then? Terry took a slow sip. Which is why she can't find out. It all has to look real. I square up what I owe her, get paid by you, and you keep her under pressure with the whole Francis thing. Bellin chuckled jokingly. Didn't expect you Shadowborn guys to dip into fraud. Terry grinned. Just this once, and you'd better keep this between us. Terry's logic was pretty solid. Even though Bellin wasn't totally convinced, they had the same goal. He raised his glass. Fair enough. Cheers. Perry technically felt better after asking Terry for help with the test, but instead, she was all kinds of anxious. Instead of heading back to the hotel, she went straight to the Bloodmoon Pack's main building. But the security there wasn't exactly friendly to visitors. The moment she walked in, a receptionist stopped her. Who are you here for? Richard, Perry answered without thinking. The werewolf at the desk froze. Did this girl seriously just call the Alpha by name? She didn't even look like she belonged to any Alpha's family. You want to see our Alpha? Did you make an appointment? I don't need one, Perry replied, calm but firm. The receptionist gave her a once-over, nose in the air. Nobody gets in without an appointment, unless you're Alpha Richard's family. What's your relation to him? Perry's patience was slipping. Just call Byron. Tell him Perry's here. Julie, the receptionist, who was apparently a Gamma's niece, didn't budge. Perry? Never heard of you. You calling or not? With an annoying sense of superiority, Julie sniffed. Listen, this is how we do things here. If you want to see Alpha Richard, book 3 days ahead. You're not on the list, so please leave. Otherwise, I'll have our Delta escort you out. Sure, she wasn't wrong, but the way she said it made Perry's blood boil. Is this how you treat visitors? Perry snapped. The Pack's front desk is the face of the whole group, and this is who they've got sitting here? Julie crossed her arms. I'm perfectly polite to real guests, but you're not one. And someone like you? You think you deserve to see Alpha Richard? Perry was done arguing. She pulled out her phone and called Richard. I'm downstairs. The receptionist won't let me up. She's saying I need some 3-day notice, even threatened to send a Delta to drag me out. You're at the Pack? Richard sounded thrilled. Come on up, don't listen to them. And just like that, Perry started walking inside. Julie followed quickly. Hey, I didn't say you could go in. Perry pulled her arm away, keeping her voice low. I just talked to Richard. He told me to come up. You called Alpha Richard? You think he just picks up random calls? Julie snapped, clearly not planning to back down. Delta, come here and throw her out. As the Delta started heading over, another front desk girl rushed in and tugged Julie's arm. Stop shouting. Byron just called. Alpha Richard told him to let her in. He also said that from now on, no one is allowed to stop this lady. Julie was stunned. Wait, what? This girl wasn't anything special except for being pretty. How on earth did she get on Alpha Richard's radar? Ignoring the drama behind her, Perry marched straight into the elevator and rode it up to the Alpha's office. Richard stepped away from his desk the moment she appeared, taking her hand. What brings you here? Missed me already? Perry let out a soft sigh. No, I was just feeling off and didn't know where else to go. Hope I'm not interrupting anything. Richard guided her gently to the couch. Not at all. I just wrapped stuff up. Want to talk about what's bothering you? She leaned back. Yeah. Byron walked in with a mug of warm milk. Oh, by the way, I just got a call. We've got Francis Lake's number. We can do the DNA test tomorrow. Perry shook her head. No need. I already did it. Richard looked confused. Then why the long face? You don't want him to be your father? Perry gave a small chuckle. It's not that. I get that blood relations aren't something we choose. It just feels off, like it's all too sudden. I don't even know how to feel about it yet. You really need time to adjust. Richard squeezed her hand. It's good news. We should celebrate. She took a deep breath. He was right. The results were solid. Her mom's name was cleared. There was nothing fake about it. She should be happy. You're right. We should celebrate. Richard held onto her hand. How about dinner tonight? Talking about food perked her right up. After work, Richard led her out of his office, still holding her hand. A few Deltas walking by caught sight of their entwined fingers. One of them asked boldly, Is she Alpha Richard's mate? Richard, beaming with pride, replied, Yep. For real? Congrats. So when's the party, Alpha Richard? Perry blushed and quickly looked down. Soon, Richard answered, still grinning. You'll hear about it when it's time. He brought her into his personal elevator, their hands still laced. When they crossed the Bloodmoon Pack lobby, Julie and two other receptionists practically popped their eyes out. Was this girl really walking hand in hand with Alpha Richard like that? Was she going to be the future Luna? Perry threw Julie a meaningful glance on purpose. Serves her right for being so snobby earlier. Humph. Julie muttered through gritted teeth, green with envy. Who is she? Alpha Richard just waltzed through holding her hand. If they're holding hands like that, they've got to be mates. Just then, Benjamin showed up and caught up to the couple. Seeing how close they were, he could feel a pinch in his chest, but still offered congratulations to his brother. He leaned over and murmured, "You better hold on tight." "That's Perry." Richard chuckled. "Yeah, no worries, I got it." Byron drove the car over. Richard carefully helped Perry into the back seat and settled in next to her. Benjamin took the passenger seat up front. Plenty of wolves from the Bloodmoon Pack were watching. Richard wasn't hiding anything. This was a clear public confirmation of his relationship. The pack buzzed with whispers about the future Luna. No one could figure out what exactly this girl had that made Alpha Richard so attentive. Everyone knew he was distant and cold, seemed totally uninterested in women. Until now. Richard slid an arm around Perry, relishing the comfort of having his mate by his side. Honestly, moments like this just felt right. Perry kept her voice low. They were probably gossiping again. Bet a bunch of them think I'm not good enough for you. Richard gently rubbed her hand, his tone calm. I've never cared what others think. You shouldn't either. We know our truth. No one else needs to. She actually preferred hearing him say he was the lucky one. Richard had mentioned that once before. Werewolves weren't the type to sweet-talk too much, so just hearing it once already meant a lot to her. Then Benjamin chuckled from the side. Come on, Perry isn't reaching up. He's the one marrying down. He always had a lot of respect for Perry. Sure, he had feelings for her once, but when he found out about her and his brother, he stepped back without drama. He'd had his fair share of heartbreak, which made him a lot more rational. Richard laughed. Yeah, I'm the one trading up here. Perry rolled her eyes with a smile. Who says I'm marrying you? He raised a brow, teasing, if not me, then who? Huh? They kept bantering like that, flirting without a care. Byron, trailing behind them, was nearly twitching from second-hand embarrassment, wishing he could just raise the divider between them and tune them out. Benjamin didn't seem bothered, though. Honestly, seeing Perry and Richard getting along made him happy. Tonight, the sheep ranch felt livelier than usual. There was a bonfire party going on, complete with a dance troupe. You could spot multiple fires glowing on the square from a distance, and the smell of whole roast lamb filled the air. The place was tucked halfway up a hill, out in the suburbs, a good stretch from the city. But their lamb? Absolutely top-notch. The great food and scenic, rustic vibes made it a go-to for werewolves with taste. Richard held Perry's hand as they walked toward the gathering. Not far off, Mara was with Sarah and Irene. Behind them trailed Belen and Francis. Mara frowned, voice sour. When did they get so close? Sarah scoffed. Beats me. Perry must have used something weird to reel him in. Honestly, what's up with Richard's taste? He could have had you but ended up with her? Mara and Richard had never really been close. It was all based on a silly misunderstanding, just a couple words exchanged. But she clung to the idea that he was supposed to be her mate. She probably tricked him with that bastard in her belly. Got herself knocked up and won't even be ashamed of it. While Perry headed to the restroom, Irene trailed up behind her. Wow, what a coincidence. We keep bumping into each other. Perry's eyes narrowed. Yeah, not a coincidence I enjoy. Irene gave her a sharp look. I helped you uncover the truth, and you've yet to thank me. You messed everything up back then. Don't think I've forgotten, Perry snapped. Irene looked annoyed. Don't make wild accusations if you've got no proof. Still, I did help you in a roundabout way, especially with what happened at Tom's. Now, why don't you help me back? Maybe suggest to Richard that Bloodmoon keep working with Silverfang? And if I don't? Her gaze turned cold with a hint of threat. You know what I mean. It's only fair, right? Perry let out a cold laugh. You just reminded me. I do owe you something. I already told you I had nothing to do with it. Don't go throwing dirt at me. Irene shot back angrily. If you know what's good for you, you'd better cut the attitude when I'm around. Just then, Richard appeared. He'd noticed Perry had been gone for a while and got worried. When he saw Irene there, anger flared in his eyes. He wrapped an arm protectively around Perry, voice tight. What's going on? Irene tensed at the sharp edge in his tone. That look in his eyes? It sent a clear message. She needed to back off. Richard's gaze darkened, a chill creeping in. Tell me, what did she do to you? Irene looked a little nervous. I didn't do anything to her. I helped her, and now she's accusing me? Alpha Richard, don't listen to her nonsense. Richard's tone was icy. I'll find out exactly what you did back then. But hear me clearly. Stay away from Perry. If you even think about laying a finger on her, I won't let it slide. I wouldn't dare hurt her. She's the one picking on me, Irene muttered under her breath as she hurried off. Richard pulled Perry into his arms. Are you okay? Seriously, don't just wander off on your own, even if it's for the restroom. Next time I'll go with you. Perry felt a wave of warmth in her chest. You don't have to baby me like that, just for going to the bathroom. I'm not made of glass. I know you're tough, but sometimes you act a little too brave for your own good. Especially when it comes to those petty wolves. Just steer clear of them, all right? Let me deal with it if anything happens. Fine. Perry walked back to the square with him. A few long tables were set up around the bonfire, only available with a reservation. Skewers of lamb sizzled over the flames, sending delicious smells wafting through the air. Perry eyed the food longingly. Still not ready yet? Richard chuckled. Hungry already? It'll be here in a sec. Not far off, Mara and her crew were seated. Irene, still shaken by Richard's warning, was fuming inside. That Perry really knows how to play men. Got Richard following her around like a puppy. Jealousy flickered in Mara's eyes. It's only 'cause she's pregnant with his kid. She always sounded especially bitter when that baby came up. Belen, can you get someone from the Shadowborn Pack to fix Perry again? As long as we get rid of that thing she's carrying, we're good. Belen clearly had the same idea. You think it's that easy? Shadowborn folks know she's carrying Richard's baby. No one's daring to touch her. Irene hissed. There's got to be people out there who don't know. Just get someone naive to do the job. Seriously, drop something in her food, guaranteed results. Francis kept sipping his broth like none of it concerned him. He'd always thought Perry was Damien's daughter and had zero fondness for her. He was just using her for his own gain. Leave her alone. This kind of stuff is too risky. Richard won't let it go if he starts digging. You want both Silverfang and Ashen Packs wiped out? Irene muttered, That's why we need to be smart about it. Mara smirked. Uncle Francis, isn't that your future grandkid in her belly? Don't you feel a little parental? Irene shot her a look. We don't know that for sure. Don't say things you can't back up. Mara stuck out her tongue. Too bad, though. Back when Richard wasn't with Perry, we should have made a move. Now it's game over. Meanwhile, Perry was seated comfortably at the table, digging into the roasted leg of lamb like she hadn't eaten in days. Pregnancy came with a big appetite, and Richard had already cut her several hefty pieces. He ladled a bowl of soup and set it in front of her. Drink some soup, too. Don't just stuff yourself with meat. Gina was staring at her belly. Even though Perry was wearing something loose, there was still a little bump showing. Over 3 months now, huh? Your belly's starting to show. Give it a bit more time, and you'll be full-on prego. And look at you. You've filled out all over. Perry kept munching while replying, I weighed myself at the last checkup, up about 8 pounds. She was tall, around 5'7", and used to hover around 100 pounds, on the skinny side. Now, she looked just right. Richard gently ran his fingers through her hair, eyes full of affection. Doesn't matter. You could turn into a marshmallow and I'd still love you. Eat whatever you feel like, babe. Perry raised her brows, clearly not buying it. Don't say that too early. Wait till I'm actually huge. You'll definitely change your tune. Richard cracked a grin. You could be 400 pounds and I'm still keeping you. No refunds. You're the one who needs a refund. Perry gave him a playful punch. However I look, it's your kid's fault. And if you ever dare bully me, I'll... Her threat trailed off. She couldn't bring herself to really finish it. Richard, when did I even say I agreed to be with you? We're not mates yet, remember? Richard casually sliced off another piece of lamb for her. If you're not my mate, then what are you? Benjamin and Byron silently chewed their food, pretending they weren't witnessing this sappy display. Byron especially felt like he was getting hit with secondhand embarrassment. He couldn't believe this was the same Richard, his tough-as-nails, no-nonsense alpha, acting all soft and whipped. Benjamin's eyes flicked past them and darkened slightly. He'd spotted Alicia. Earlier, Mara had texted Alicia as soon as she saw Richard and Perry show up at the ranch. Alicia had been heading out for dinner with her brother, Ted Arnold, but after the message, she diverted their plans and came straight here. Watching Richard dote on Perry was like a punch to the gut. Alicia's expression tightened. Ted, who always got along all right with Richard, came over with a glass of wine to say hi. Richard, Benjamin, what a coincidence running into you two here. Richard didn't have any beef with him, but he definitely wasn't thrilled to see Alicia. He gave a brief nod and clinked glasses. Ted glanced over at Perry. And who's this? Richard reached for Perry's hand and pulled her close. My mate? Oh, really? Ted gave Perry a longer look. She really was pretty, just a different kind from his sister. Alicia was everything a New York socialite was supposed to be, glamorous, elegant, always polished. But Perry had this effortless, fresh out of a fairy tale sort of look, pure and untouched. Ted knew about his sister's feelings for Richard, knew their history. Honestly, he'd hoped they'd end up tied by marriage, combining forces with the Bloodmoon Pack. But from what he was seeing now, his sister didn't stand a chance. And that's a shame, he thought. Benjamin really liked Alicia, if only that match had worked out instead. Too bad both ships had sailed. Just then, Alicia walked up. Since her brother already made an appearance, she joined in without waiting for an invite. The table was big, and there were still seats open, so she dragged Ted along and plopped down. We're all old friends, right? Mind if we sit together? Then she turned to Perry with a half smile. Miss Lake, you don't mind, do you? Alicia tossed the ball straight at Perry. Perry never liked being bossed around. She was always blunt. Doesn't really matter how I feel. As long as Richard's cool with it, that's enough. Before Richard could say anything, Alicia butted in. Of course Richard's fine with it, right? Our families go way back. Miss Lake probably doesn't know much since she just moved in from the sticks. The implication was obvious. Perry was some bumpkin, clueless about the social rules of the upper class. Perry didn't hold back either. Richard never hides anything from me. If he thought it mattered, he'd have told me. Since he didn't, I guess it just doesn't. Richard could barely stop himself from chuckling. This girl really knew how to clap back. Alicia was briefly stunned into silence, but Richard just smirked, clearly amused. Then Alicia drawled sarcastically, Your fiancé sure has a sharp tongue, but people might say she's unrefined and lacks class. Miss Lake, maybe sign up for a manners class or something. Wouldn't want people thinking Richard has poor taste. Gina looked like she wanted to explode, but with Richard and Ted nearby, she held it in. She let out a cold snort and muttered under her breath, Look who's talking about sharp tongues. Perry calmly chewed and swallowed a piece of lamb. Funny, Miss Arnold's got etiquette down to a T, full-on fishtail gown and stilettos just to have dinner. Full face of makeup, too. Doesn't that exhaust you? Even as she moved, Alicia clung to her elegance like armor. It's basic decorum, something you probably don't get, being what you are. A female wolf should be graceful wherever she goes. That's what it means to be noble. Perry laughed lightly. Oh, you definitely look the part. Straight up socialite. Too bad your nobility and etiquette are all surface level. Strip that away, and I wonder if you can even support yourself. Alicia scoffed. Support myself? You think everyone needs to work for their keep like you? Some people are born into lives most couldn't dream of, Miss Lake. Guess it comes down to luck. I'm just curious, how much do you even make a month? Perry didn't bother arguing. She linked her arm with Richard's and smiled. I have him. Whatever I want, I get. That hit Alicia like a knife to the gut. Because, yes, that was the real blow. Perry had what she never could. Richard pulled Perry into his arms without a care for the people around them. He didn't say a word, but his actions screamed what everyone was thinking. He'd give Perry the world if she asked for it. Alicia's chest tightened. She'd never imagined she'd lose to someone like Perry, a girl from nowhere. It stung more than she'd expected. So basically, you're relying on someone else to feed you? Could you even survive without him? Perry could tell exactly what was hurting her, and honestly, she hadn't planned on rubbing it in. But Alicia just wouldn't quit with her sarcastic digs. So she raised an eyebrow and shot back. Miss Arnold has her pedigree to lean on, while I've only got my mate to rely on for a better life. Doesn't really matter how I get there, as long as I do. Right now we're on the same level. Whatever you have, I've got it too, and I've even got what you don't. Richard, totally unbothered, affectionately ruffled her hair like she'd just said something brilliant, fully backing her without even glancing at Alicia. Alicia opened her mouth, clearly ready to fire back, but Ted stepped in before she could. All right, Alicia, can we not turn every dinner into a battle? Richard likes who he likes. Let it be. It wasn't subtle. His tone basically said Richard had trash taste if he'd pick someone like her. As Perry took a hefty bite of meat, Alicia snarked again. Miss Lake, I doubt you're used to meals like this, but you might want to ease up. Gotta think about your figure. Perry just kept chewing and chased it with a mouthful of soup. I've got a big appetite. When I want to eat, I eat. Food's meant to be enjoyed, and even if I did get a little chunky, Richard would still be into me. Right, babe? Richard reached over and gently wiped the corner of her mouth. Of course. Alicia always watched her diet like a hawk, mostly because her metabolism betrayed her. She gained weight super easily, so she always stuck to low-fat, minimal portions, rarely touched meat, and pretty much treated every meal like a science project. Even just one more bite of lamb already had her anxious. When you really do get fat, we'll see if you're still saying that, she muttered. Meanwhile, Perry and Gina were just focused on eating like nobody else existed. Alicia chewed every teeny bite slowly, trying to act elegant, but she honestly just looked stressed. Later, people started dancing around the bonfire. Gina went to join Byron and Benjamin, but Perry couldn't dance, so Richard walked with her instead, the two of them holding hands, completely wrapped up in their own little bubble. Alicia and Ted stayed at the table. She was totally off. No appetite, no patience. I seriously can't believe Richard's standards are this low. Perry's basically a rejected nobody from the Ashen Pack, has nothing going for her. She only got pregnant with Richard's kid by accident. Honestly, I bet she planned that night on purpose. Ted seemed thoughtful. He's already made his choice. Maybe it's time to stop fixating. You kind of wrecked things with him yourself. Alicia wiped away a tear. How was that my fault? I was just trying to test him, and he backed off. I got mad and played around with Benjamin because of that. Ted said calmly, maybe Richard never really liked you in the first place. Don't sell yourself short like this. You're a Loon Blue Alpha's daughter. You don't need to beg anyone for love. He did like me. I know he did. I just messed up. But I want to fix it. I came back specifically to win him back. I'm not giving up. Ted let out a long sigh. Maybe put that energy into fixing things with Benjamin. I don't even like him. Why would I? The only reason I got close to him was because I knew he liked me, she said flatly. Don't worry. I've got this. I'll handle it myself. Ted added one last thing. Just don't lose yourself in all this, all right? Perry and Richard strolled down to the creek. There weren't any streetlights here, but luckily the full moon overhead was bright enough. Nothing beats enjoying a moonlit night with the person you love. Alicia's still into you. She hasn't let go yet, Perry said softly. Richard squeezed her hand a little. A lot of people like me, but you're the only one I care about. That little nickname you just used? Loved it. Say it again. She leaned against him. What nickname? I always just call you Richard. Nope, not that one. Think again. Perry knew exactly what he meant. That word had slipped out earlier when she was trying to get under Alicia's skin. Now, with just the two of them here, she couldn't bring herself to say it again. I can't remember. Richard turned to face her and gently grabbed her shoulders. Then think harder. We're not leaving until you do. Perry looked down, avoiding his intense gaze. Seriously, I forgot. That's all right. We've got time. The moon's beautiful. We'll just stay here until it comes back to you, he said as he pulled her into a hug. Perry felt a little flustered. Can we just head back to the hotel? I'm getting kind of tired. Richard wasn't letting this go. Not until you remember what you said. They'd been sharing a bed for the past few nights, and he'd always been respectful. That only made Perry feel even shyer now. Richard, let's go back. I'm okay with us being together at the hotel. I'm used to it now. Richard raised a brow. Used to what exactly? Perry's face went red, like tomato red. She was ready to give herself fully to him, but that one little word just wouldn't come out. If you didn't catch my drift, then never mind. Oh, I didn't catch it? Then explain it to me. Or better yet, just call me that name again. Perry buried her face into his chest. I'm okay with us spending the night together again. You can do whatever you want. His heart skipped a beat. She said it so directly, it was hard to hold back. You're sure? I told you, I'll never push you. You don't want to anymore? Then forget it. Of course I want to. Let's go. Richard took her hand and headed toward the parking lot. No more waiting. He helped her into the car and they drove off. Seriously, it was easier for her to offer herself than to say that one nickname. But hey, he wasn't exactly complaining. Back at the hotel, Perry was already nervous the second she lay down. Her whole body was tense, and she stared at him with wide eyes. The werewolf leaned over her, carefully peeling away their clothes. Relax, I'll be gentle. Her heart was pounding like crazy. She remembered the last time he dragged her into the room. I'm still kind of scared. Maybe give me 2 more days? But at this point, he couldn't hold back. He leaned in and kissed her lightly. I promise I'll be gentle. If you feel uncomfortable, just say something, okay? Trust me and relax. She couldn't relax, but she didn't resist either. Closing her eyes, Perry decided there was no point playing coy anymore. She was his, and it felt right. Slowly, her body began to ease up. Richard, she whispered in his ear. It was like a reminder, or maybe just a subconscious murmur. Richard, she had to admit, she'd totally fallen for him now. Deep. She didn't just give herself to him again. She was giving him everything. Lying beside her afterward, Richard held her tight with satisfaction. In that moment, he made a silent promise. He'd never disappoint her. He'd give her the best life and make sure she was the happiest she-wolf alive. Perry, how about we do the mate ceremony right now? Perry was starting to feel drowsy. No rush. Let's take our time. I'm not quite ready yet. Richard raised an eyebrow. You need prep for this? Of course I do. It's a big deal. All right then. This weekend, let's head to the countryside, see your grandpa. Richard whispered soft words next to her ear until she drifted off. When she woke up, he was still holding her close. Perry came downstairs with a bright glow on her face. Gina looked up and grinned. Someone looks different today, fresh and glowing like you just walked out of a perfume ad. Perry couldn't hide the happiness on her face. Really, I didn't notice. Gina leaned in teasingly. You and Richard finally did it? Perry's cheeks flushed. She'd told Gina before that they'd shared a bed but hadn't gone further, and honestly, only someone like Gina, who'd never been in love, would believe that. Sort of, she muttered. When's the ceremony then? No rush, we'll get to that. I gotta go, heading to see Richard. Bye. Perry hopped into the car waiting out front. Richard had already brought it around. Saturday early afternoon after lunch, Richard drove Perry out to the countryside himself. He carried a few boxes of gifts as they entered the yard. Bryce had just finished checking on a few patients and writing prescriptions. Knowing they were coming, he'd prepared a spread that morning. After sharing their reason for visiting, Richard held Perry's hand and bowed deeply to Bryce. The old man beamed. Come on, take a seat, both of you. Everyone knew Perry and Richard had a bond contract, and that she had rejected Francis to keep him from getting funding. No one expected her and Richard would really end up together. Dean came trotting up as he overheard the excitement. Told ya! Those two were made for each other. Just look at them. Such a match! Neighbors began to gather out of curiosity. Word had spread that Perry brought her mate back, and everyone wanted to see what kind of wolf he was. Perry's cousin Aunt walked in, eyeing Richard head to toe. Good-looking guy, that your car parked out front? It's from my pack, Richard answered frankly. Not yours personally. Her smile faltered a bit as she went on. Do you have a house? Richard nodded. Yeah, I do. Someone nearby chimed in. Is it in the suburbs or downtown? It's in the suburbs, Richard replied politely. A neighbor gave an unimpressed snort. Suburbs, huh? So you drive into the city for work? Richard shook his head. Not really, I don't drive much. An older woman cut in. Didn't he just say the car belongs to his pack? So clearly it's not his. If he doesn't own a car and lives in the suburbs, what's he really got going for him besides his looks? Exactly. Honestly, even Dylan seems like a better catch. At least he's a certified healer at the hospital. Her cousin aunt added, How much do you make a month? Yeah, what's your monthly salary? Richard paused, then decided to keep it low-key. Around 10 grand or so. 10 grand? The crowd began to exchange disappointed looks. Dylan earns more than that once his probation ends. Even Perry's grandpa pulls in more per month. Look, young man, no offense, but you're really just mediocre for someone going after Perry. Dean opened his mouth to reveal Richard's background, but Richard shot him a quick look and cut in playfully. Yeah, I know. I'm definitely punching above my weight. One woman looked him up and down. Nice clothes for someone who doesn't earn much. Maybe spend a little less on outfits and save up to buy a car. That way you wouldn't need to use the packs. Unless you're just their driver? Richard couldn't help but chuckle. These folks really knew how to shoot straight with their questions, but somehow it didn't come off as rude. He was in a good mood and answered with a smile, more or less. A driver for one of the major packs, someone asked. Richard gave a light hum of confirmation. Perry's grandaunt spoke up. Being a driver isn't exactly a promising career, young man. You should aim a little higher, you hear? Don't drag Perry down with you. Richard responded sincerely. I understand, Auntie. I'll do my best to give her a good life. Auntie followed with, What's your name again? Richard, he answered. The aunties and neighbors repeated it a couple of times before they finally got the hang of it. It didn't roll off the tongue like Perry or Dylan. What do your parents do? My mom passed away a few years ago. It's just my dad and younger brother at home. You've got a younger brother too? One of the neighbors furrowed their brow. That means you've got some extra responsibilities. What's your brother doing now? Richard answered honestly. He's already working with the pack. He won't be a burden to us. Well, that's something. No mother-in-law is kind of a bonus, isn't it? At least you're saved from the typical in-law drama. Father-in-laws are usually easier to get along with. True, but what about when you have kids? Dads usually don't help with babies. Richard explained, We plan to go to a postpartum care center when the time comes. No need to trouble the elders. You know how expensive that is, right? You're just a driver. Can you even afford something like that? Richard kept that easy smile on his face. I can manage. I'm careful with my spending. Whatever it is, just don't let Perry suffer because of you. Then the group gradually drifted over to Bryce. The boy's handsome, sure, but his income's just so-so. No car, house is out in the sticks, and he's a driver too. Bryce, what do you think? Bryce knew the truth about Richard's background and wasn't worried. It's fine. Perry likes him, and that's enough for me. Auntie didn't look convinced. What does Perry know? Young people only look at the face. You have to keep an eye out for her. The worst is when someone looks good but has nothing to offer inside. Bryce beamed. Don't worry, Richard's not just good-looking, he's solid where it counts. Auntie still seemed skeptical. How much can a driver really achieve? Bryce chuckled. Who told you he was just a driver? The neighbors chimed in. He said so himself. He admitted it. We're just concerned is all. Don't want Perry to end up struggling. Dean piped up with a laugh. Oh, stop worrying so much. Richard's no simple driver. He's got more going for him than you think. Now everyone was even more curious. So what does he really do? Bryce smiled and said, Thanks for caring, everyone. I know this kid well, and I've got full faith in him. Trust me, Perry's in good hands. Still, the neighbors couldn't help staring at Richard. He didn't try to explain or avoid their gaze. Instead, he stood calmly, his faint smile never wavering. Gone was his usual aloof attitude. He came here to meet Perry's family, and he knew he had to earn their approval. Perry started feeling a bit awkward under all those eyes. Aunties, you really don't have to worry. The wolf I picked can't be that bad, right? Sure, he doesn't have a car now, but we'll work for it together. He's going to switch jobs soon anyway. Auntie perked up. Really? What kind of job? Perry stammered, unsure how to answer. He's going to. What job? Everyone looked at her, all interested. Head pounding, Perry blurted out, "He's going to be the beta to an alpha." Someone muttered, "That sounds fishy. Come on, how could a driver end up a beta?" "Perry, when did you start making stuff up?" Perry felt exhausted. The mood in the room had already been built up this much. If she dropped Richard's real identity now, it'd be way too jarring. There was a good chance it'd freak out all these overly concerned aunts and neighbors. Whatever. Let them think she brought home a not-so-successful but nice-looking werewolf. At least the looks checked out. Richard didn't bother to explain much either. "I'm happy to learn. I'll get the hang of it." The cousin aunt and the neighbors, having snooped enough, figured that if someone as amazing as Perry only brought back a driver, there was no need for the other village girls to feel pressured or insecure anymore. It actually made everyone feel oddly reassured. Bryce chuckled. "Well, if no one's got anything else going on, stay for dinner. Perry, go help in the kitchen." The cousin aunt offered. "Perry came back from far away. Let us handle dinner this time." One of the older ladies looked over at Richard. "Richard, right? Do you know how to cook?" Richard smiled politely. "A bit, yeah?" "Then come help us in the kitchen." Without hesitation, Richard took off his suit jacket and followed the group of she-wolves into the kitchen. The countryside house was spacious, and the kitchen was no exception. The counter was piled with prepped chicken, lamb, fish, and fresh veggies. Clearly, they planned a feast. As they worked, the cousin aunt asked, "What dishes do you know how to make?" Richard glanced at the meats. "What kind of food do you all feel like eating?" The women started chiming in all at once. "Let's make soup. Good nourishment for Perry." One of them leaned in and whispered, "Hey, be real with me. Perry's actually pregnant, isn't she? I can tell." Richard nodded. "Yeah, she is." The women went wide-eyed. "Wait, for real? And you're only showing up now? Wow, that's totally before marriage." Perry's always been smart and put together from the start. Never gave anyone trouble. How'd she end up in this situation? Richard said softly, "I'm really sorry. It was my fault something came up. But I will take good care of her, I promise." The cousin aunt chopped up the chicken into small chunks and dropped them into a clay pot, tossing in a few slices of ginger. "All right then, as long as you treat her right, we won't say more. Come on, help me move this pot to the stove and turn on the burner." "Got it, cousin aunt." Richard followed instructions, placed the pot on the stove, and turned on the flame. "Do I add a bit of salt now?" "Yeah, just don't overdo it." With his handsome looks and nimble hands, Richard soon won over the group. The women enjoyed chatting with him, occasionally teasing him, and he always responded with a smile. Since they all assumed he was just a driver, Richard played right along, washing veggies, stir-frying, totally blending in. Dinner was lively. Everyone gathered around the table. The cousin aunt said with a smile, "Even if Richard's job doesn't sound all that glamorous, he's a good guy. Nice face, can cook, got a good temper too. Richard, you passed our little test. Take good care of Perry from now on." Richard responded sincerely, "Of course, cousin aunt. I will, I promise. Perry, have some more." Her cousin aunt reached over with a chicken drumstick. "You're eating for two now. Gotta keep up your strength." Grandpa Bryce had already noticed something but hadn't said a word yet. "Perry, you're really pregnant?" Perry nodded. "Yeah, it's been over 3 months." Her cousin aunt beamed. "Isn't that great? Cousin, you're gonna be a great-grandpa before long." Bryce's expression was a bit complicated, worry flickering in his eyes. He'd always feared Perry would end up like Helena. But all the same, he was glad she came home. "I'm happy. Perry, Richard, you both should eat more." "Richard's from one of the big clans, right?" "Here we go again." Richard nodded politely. "Yes, I am. Your place is outside the city, isn't it? Don't tell me it's the family's old estate." Still chewing, Richard replied calmly, "It is the old estate." He didn't elaborate. Bloodmoon Pack's ancestral home had been in the family for centuries. "Well then, you better save up for a proper house. As a driver, how much do you even make a month?" Richard answered evenly, "Not a lot." "So when are you ever going to afford it? Also, how much are you planning to give Perry?" Neighbors weren't being mean, just sizing him up a little, seeing if he meant business. Richard thought for a moment. "Whatever the proper amount is." Bryce laughed. "As long as you treat Perry well, that's enough. No dowry needed here." "But you raised her. Doesn't feel right not to accept anything." Bryce had never intended to ask for anything. In fact, he'd already prepared a nice dowry for Perry. He wanted his granddaughter to marry with pride. I said I won't take anything, and I mean it. Perry is priceless to me. She's worth more than any money. Her cousin aunt chimed in. Well, you're saving the money then. Richard, better stash up some savings and get her that house soon. Dean couldn't help but cut in. You all worry too much. Richard's not exactly short on property. Perry quickly added, We'll both work hard, buy a house soon. The room buzzed with chatter, everyone throwing in their 2 cents, all eyes on Richard. He sat there smiling, drinking with Grandpa Bryce and Dean, fielding the non-stop questions from the women. After dinner, Richard helped clean up, clearing the dishes, washing up, even mopping a bit, leaving everyone impressed. He came off as humble and dependable. Sure, his job wasn't glamorous and the pay wasn't great, but he seemed like someone you could count on. As folks started heading out, and Dean said his goodbyes too, Bryce and Richard sat down in the living room for a quiet chat. You know, I raised Perry myself, Bryce said after a while, voice low. What I fear the most is, I just don't want her to end up like her mom. Richard nodded, his tone steady and full of conviction. Grandfather, I promise, I'll never let her down. You and Perry had that bond from the start. It's like fate, really, the way things have come full circle. Joel had arranged lunch at the Crown Regent Hotel to talk about the kids' wedding. Richard drove the car over. Joel was already waiting in the private dining room. As soon as they walked in, he stood up with a big grin. Bryce, so good to see you. Come on, sit over here. He pulled out a chair himself, making sure Bryce was comfortably seated. Bryce politely said, Come on, have a seat. Even though there was a generation gap between them, Bryce was only about 10 years older than Joel. Joel chuckled. Honestly, from the moment I first met Perry, I've really taken a liking to her. She's not only beautiful, but incredibly skilled in medicine too. She even cured our Benjamin's illness. I'm really impressed with her. Bryce nodded, clearly fond of Richard as well. Perry and Richard make a great pair, no doubt. I truly approve. It's just, Joel handed him a cup of tea. If you've got any concerns, feel free to speak your mind. Taking a sip, Bryce sighed. You know how things went between Perry's mom and Francis. I just don't want Perry to repeat that kind of heartbreak. Joel reassured him. You don't have to worry about that. Richard's the loyal type. He wouldn't let Perry down. Right, Richard? Richard had already promised this before. Yes, Grandpa. I'll take care of Perry no matter what. Bryce glanced over at Perry, his gaze soft. As long as Perry's happy, that's what matters most. Joel added, The Bloodmoon Pack won't treat her badly. We'll handle all the proper traditions. I'll have someone draft the gift list for you to review. But Bryce waved it off. There's really no need for a gift list. I'm just an old man who lives out in the countryside. I don't care about all that. What matters is that you treat Perry well. Perry chimed in, Since I'm already pregnant, let's not delay the ceremony too long. Richard gently brushed her hair, But I want to make it special for you, under the goddess of the moon. Perry smiled faintly. I'm not too into all that. I just want our family to be happy. That's the best gift. Seeing how firm she was, they didn't push her further. Richard held her hand in his. At the very least, let's take wedding photos first, okay? Perry raised an eyebrow, hesitant. Seriously? With this baby bump? Richard didn't want her to miss the magic of it. Every girl dreams of walking down the aisle in a wedding dress, with rings and all. Honestly, it'll look even more meaningful. And besides, your belly's not really showing yet. Get a looser dress, and it'll be fine. Perry wasn't really into all the formal stuff, but since he insisted, she gave in. After all, it was with the man she loved most. All right. Meanwhile, Joel and Bryce continued discussing the details of joining the two families. After lunch, Joel specially invited Bryce to stay a few days with the Bloodmoon Pack. As for Perry and Richard, they headed out to a well-known bridal store to look at dresses. Coincidentally, Mara and her friend Sarah were also out shopping. As they passed by the bridal shop, Mara paused, staring at the dress on the mannequin in the window. Her thoughts tiptoed back to Richard. He had once offered her a dream, and she'd held on to that dream a bit too long. Sarah let out a soft wow. That dress is gorgeous. Mara imagined herself in that gown, standing in front of Richard. She thought if he saw her like that, he'd fall for her all over again. Wait, isn't that Richard? Sarah pointed inside. Mara froze. It really was him. What on earth was he doing here? Perry stepped out of the fitting room in her wedding dress, and under the warm lighting, her fair skin seemed to glow. The strapless gown hugged her curves perfectly, almost like it was tailor-made just for her. Even with a slight baby bump, she looked absolutely stunning, graceful and radiant in every way. Richard was floored. His eyes locked on her, and at that moment, everything else faded away. All he could think of was being with her forever, never letting go. The shop assistant chuckled. She looks amazing. Look at him. He can't even blink. Perry glanced at Richard, cheeks slightly flushed. Does it look good? He stepped closer, gently took her hand. You're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen, my girl. His words made Perry's nerves fade a bit, and she smiled. As long as you like it, I'm happy. You're breathtaking, Richard said, placing a hand on her shoulder. Makes me wonder if I'm still good enough for you. Perry laughed shyly. What are you saying? You're the good-looking one here. Really, as long as you're not sick of me, he said, pulling her into a quick hug. Let's go with this one, yeah? Mara stood stunned, staring at them blankly. She'd imagined this scene countless times, except in her dreams. It was her in that dress with Richard by her side. But reality played out a different story, and it hit hard. Sarah noticed Richard might look over and yanked Mara out of the boutique. What's there to stare at? We'd look 10 times better than her in those dresses. Mara agreed, but frustration tainted her voice. Yeah, but would Richard even notice? You're still dreaming? Sarah sneered. She was even more bitter than Mara. Perry, the so-called outcast from Ashen Pack, raised in some backwoods, now walking around like a queen. Why should someone like her have everything? A perfect fiancé, loving protection, a place in everyone's eyes? She couldn't take it. Richard's hers now. She's having his kid. You've already lost, completely. Mara clenched her jaw. So she got lucky and got pregnant. Big deal. Sarah scoffed. That's what you call leverage, mother of his child. Nothing you can do about it. I'm not letting her win that easily. Mara's thoughts were all over the place. But one thing was clear. Getting rid of Perry's baby suddenly felt like the only option in her chaotic mind. Meanwhile, Perry tried on a few more gowns. Some needed adjustments and would be remade by the designer, ready in about a week. The photo shoot was set for 10 days later. Since she was pregnant, she didn't want to travel far, so they chose a nearby resort for the shoot. Richard got a call from Byron. Something came up with the pack, and he had to check in. He brought Perry with him. As they walked hand in hand into the main office building, a few receptionists froze in their seats. How did this girl manage to lock down their CEO? One bold werewolf couldn't help but joke, Boss Richard bringing his wife to work now? Richard smiled, holding Perry's hand tight. Of course. Took me forever to win her over. No way I'm letting her out of my sight. Laughter broke out. It was obvious. Richard wasn't just playing around. He was all in with this girl. Perry looked a little shy, but there was a smile tugging at her lips. Since when did you start cracking jokes? Richard reached up and gently wiped a smudge from her face. Only because you're here. A warm, happy smile bloomed on Perry's face as she leaned into him. You're so good to me, Richard. I promised you'd be the happiest she-wolf in the world. Richard had some things to take care of, so Perry stayed on the couch, flipping through trading notes on her tablet. After her big buy-sell combo earlier, Silverfang Pack's stock had dropped again. She took advantage of the dip to buy more. Compared to Bloodmoon Pack, Silverfang's float was way smaller. Now she held 5% of their shares. After lunch, Perry sat in the cafe at the Crown Regent Hotel and sent the file Klaus had given her to the media and the Z Commission. Then she kept her eyes locked on the candlestick chart on her phone. She sold off her shares in chunks, quickly plunging the stock into a limit-down crash. Meanwhile, Bellin was frustrated. Who the hell is targeting me? I don't remember pissing anyone off lately. Could it be Perry? His cousin, Albert Morgan, stormed in and demanded answers. What the hell's going on? Everyone's freaking out. I wish I knew, Bellin said, looking just as lost. Someone's clearly trying to screw us over. Albert looked pissed. You're always scheming, play with fire enough, and eventually you get burned. Whoever's behind this got access to our private data, no matter. He knew all too well that Bellin had his eyes on the alpha position and loved pulling strings behind the scenes. He'd just been waiting for Bellin to mess up big. And now, perfect timing. Bellin narrowed his eyes. You think the leak came from me? You sure it's not you? Albert looked ready to punch him. You trashed the whole operation and now you're throwing blame at me? I warned you about partnering with Bloodmoon Pack. The second they bail, you're screwed. But no, you just had to swear in front of everyone that they'd stick around. And look now, your funding came straight from Richard. If he calls in the debt, you'll have no choice but to hand over your shares. That equity was Bellin's last foothold in Silverfang Pack. He'd already pledged it to Richard to secure that doomed deal, but selling? Not an option. Don't worry, I'm hanging on to my shares no matter what. Albert slammed his fist on the table. Seriously, do you even realize the mess we're in? Whoever dug this deep into our internal files wasn't playing around. Bellin, if you don't clean this up, the whole pack's going down. Bellin wasn't ready to shoulder all the blame. Why are you so sure it's me who ticked someone off? What if it was you? Albert had always been calm and low profile, disagreeing silently with Bellin's reckless approach. But with Bellin's father being the former alpha, the title had naturally passed to him, unless he proved himself totally incompetent. Albert gritted his teeth. Just wait, I'll get to the bottom of this. Though Bellin wasn't entirely convinced it was Richard behind the scenes, he still headed to Crown Regent Hotel. Meanwhile, Richard and Perry had just gotten back from lunch at the Bloodmoon Pack. They were walking hand in hand, looking every bit the in-love couple. Bellin was sitting on the couch in the lobby. When he saw them come in, he immediately stood up and walked over. Alpha Richard, Miss Lake, could I steal just a few minutes of your time? There's something I'd like to talk to you about. Perry's eyes darkened slightly. Don't tell her he figured it out that fast. Richard tightened his grip on her hand and replied sharply, Say what you need to say, quickly. Bellin glanced around, clearly wanting to sit down and chat, but it was obvious they weren't going to give him that luxury. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he said, The Silverfang Pack is in trouble. I don't know if you've heard, but someone leaked our internal files. Richard's brow furrowed. And? Bellin froze for a second, his voice cracking as his eyes turned red. I wanted to ask if it was you. I just can't think of anyone else with the power or motive to hit us like this and to bring us down so fast. It has to be you. Perry instantly understood. So it was about this. But Bellin was pinning everything on Richard. Richard kept his voice steady and indifferent. It wasn't me. Bellin looked stunned. Richard had always been the type to own up to what he did. He never played dumb. Not you? Then who else could it be? No idea, Richard said bluntly, clearly done with the conversation. He turned to leave, still holding Perry's hand. Bellin stepped in front of them. Miss Lake, maybe you could put in a word for us? Ask Alpha Richard to look into it? Perry's expression was ice cold. Why would I do that? Bellin flinched. Since when did she become so ruthless? Miss Lake, please, I'm begging you. Perry let out a chilling laugh. Irene drove my mother to her death. You think I should thank your family or something? Bellin's lips parted, but he had no words. Miss Lake, at least for the sake of... He stopped. There wasn't any goodwill between them to speak of. Never mind. Sorry to bother you. I'll find out who did this, and when I do, they'll pay. Back in the presidential suite, Richard noticed Perry was slightly trembling. He pulled her into a gentle hug. You okay? Did Bellin freak you out just now? Perry took a deep breath. No. Richard took off his suit jacket. Looks like Bellin's made himself quite a few enemies. Perry forced a small smile. He's done plenty of shady stuff. Always scheming. So much for never getting caught. Guess his luck ran out. Let's see how he cleans up this mess. Richard stroked her hair lightly. Who cares? That's his problem, not ours. You must be tired. Take a shower and get some rest, yeah? Yeah, okay. Perry let out another breath. She didn't know why, but she felt drained. I don't even want to walk right now. I got you. Richard scooped her up and carried her to the bathroom. Want me to give you a hand? Perry looked down, her cheeks flushing. No, I can manage. Oh, come on, like there's any part of you I haven't seen before, Richard said teasingly as he started helping her out of her clothes and turned on the hot water. Truth be told, the whole Silverfang thing never crossed his mind as having anything to do with Perry. And Perry had no intention of dragging Richard into it anyway. She had her own way of handling things, and she preferred to keep it that way. Bloodmoon Pack. Byron stepped into the office. Alpha, Bellin called again asking for help. Richard leaned back in his chair. He's got quite the imagination. Why would I lift a finger for him? I told him the same, but this time he's in real trouble. Richard scoffed. Bellin's always walking the shadiest paths, must have pissed off the wrong person. Honestly, not making him pay for it is already being generous. Exactly, Byron agreed, though he couldn't help but wonder, who on earth did Bellin manage to offend this time? His phone buzzed. Mara was calling. He didn't hesitate to hang up. No time for that mess. Mara couldn't get into the building, so she waited out front. In her heart, she still clung to the idea that there was something between her and Richard. She thought maybe, just maybe, he'd care enough to help. By noon, Richard walked out of the building and Mara rushed over. Richard, you've heard what's happening to our pack, right? I know it's not your doing. Please, just help us this once, please. She used the chance to get closer to him. Richard, no matter what, there was something between us, right? I know you don't love me, but I really love you. I'm not asking you to love me back. Just this once, help us. Richard's expression didn't shift an inch. His gaze was cold, unreadable, brows barely tightening as he walked straight to his car like she wasn't even there. Her pleading fell on deaf ears. Mara felt crushed. Honestly, Richard's indifference hurt more than everything her crumbling pack was going through. Richard. He leaned against the car window, shot Byron a look to start the engine. He had lunch plans and zero interest in drama. In the rearview mirror, he caught sight of Mara chasing the car for a few steps before collapsing by the roadside. Byron noticed too. He glanced at Richard, who hadn't moved a muscle, then kept driving. Mara's not going to drop this easily, he muttered. Richard looked into the mirror again. She was still sitting there, tears streaming down her face. Those siblings were plotting against me from day one. Not wiping them out is already mercy. And Mara, she's just fooling herself. Watching the car disappear, Mara couldn't hold back the mix of pain and despair. Richard had once offered her his hand, and she'd truly believed she could walk alongside him forever. No matter how many times he shrugged her off, in her mind, he was always the one to turn to when things fell apart. Her chest tightened. Just 2 days ago, she'd gone to a tattoo shop and etched Richard over her heart. She wanted to keep him close, even when she knew there was never going to be anything between them. She didn't want to go back to the Silverfang pack. It was a total mess now. Everyone was whispering that some hidden force was pulling strings, pushing them toward disaster. She went to the Ashen pack instead. Sarah was convinced it had to be either Richard or Perry behind it. Mara shook her head. Richard didn't admit to anything, and Perry couldn't possibly have that kind of power. We honestly don't know who's doing this. Now that Richard wouldn't step in, and with no clue who the enemy was, fear had started to sink its teeth into the Silverfang pack. A few days later, after wrapping up Klaus's treatment, Perry sat with him in the courtyard sipping tea. Seeing the current mess the Silverfang pack's in, "Satisfied now?" he asked. Perry smiled calmly. "Well, can't deny it. It definitely hit them where it hurts." Klaus asked, "So what are you planning to do next?" Perry took a sip of her tea and replied calmly, "Billin spent all that time scheming, and in the end, it was all for nothing. Someone else reaped the benefits. Honestly, I'm fine with how it turned out. Silverfang pack's hurting bad, and I'm just tired. As long as they don't mess with me again, I'm letting this be the end of it." Klaus chuckled. "You're still too soft. Balin had you kidnapped, nearly got you killed, and all you did was throw a small pebble into their pond. Barely made a ripple." Perry didn't want to stir things up any further. "I came out of it okay. That's what matters. And now that I'm expecting, I'm not looking to cause more drama." Klaus looked intrigued. "If you really wanted to, crushing Silverfang wouldn't have been hard. You've got the skills." Perry slowly swirled the tea in her cup. "You're not wrong. I could have taken them down completely, but I didn't want to. My issue was only with Bellin." "Miss Lake, how many cards are you still hiding?" Klaus said, half in awe, half in disbelief. Was it his limited view, or was the world just too wild, that even someone as unassuming as her could be this powerful? Perry offered a faint smile. That's all I know, nothing too impressive. You're being way too modest, Klaus muttered. He was starting to see this young woman in a whole different light. Belen sat in his chair, looking beaten down. There was no sugarcoating it. He'd lost his title as Alpha, and now Albert had taken over. Riley stepped up quietly. I looked into it. Albert wasn't the one pulling strings this time. Belen frowned. He's the one who came out ahead. How could it not be him? He's been tied up with a new partnership the past few weeks. Had no time to pull any of this off. I pulled some broker data through connections. It's looking more and more like Perry. Belen froze. Perry? Then Richard? No way. He wouldn't lie. He told me it wasn't him. He's not the type to deny it if he did it. Riley lowered his voice. I didn't say it was Richard. I said it was Perry. Perry? Belen just couldn't wrap his head around it. She pulled this off? She's got serious skills, worked miracles on tough patients, some of them with influence. Richard's not her only backup. Who helped her this time, I don't know. But she's likely behind it. Belen slumped back, confused and angry. Why, though? I've got no beef with her. Why go after me? Riley stared at him. Alpha Belen, you really think there's no grudge? Belen paused, realization dawning. She found out? The kidnapping? The accident? Could be, Riley shrugged, unsure. That little witch brought me to my knees. If it really was her, I'll make sure she regrets it. Belen snapped, rage boiling up. He'd lost everything, and now realized he'd been outplayed by someone he never even saw as a threat. Sure, he knew her medical skills were top-notch, but he never imagined she'd be the one to choke him out like this. Look into her again. I need something solid. I've already dug into it as much as I can. If you don't believe me, confront her yourself, Riley replied. Belen wanted nothing more than to storm off and do just that. He walked to the door, hesitated, then turned back. No, I can't blow up now. I'm not letting that girl win that easy. Riley tried to talk some sense into him. Look, Perry's got Richard backing her. You really should tread carefully. Right now, your priority should be making that partnership work. At least that way, you've got a shot at winning back your Alpha title. I mean, who even is Albert to begin with? But Belen never changed. Still obsessed with finding shortcuts and shady deals, and definitely not putting much effort into fixing real problems. Now that he knew Perry was behind their downfall, all he wanted was revenge, even if she had saved Mara's life. Perry was still riding a bit of a high. She'd pulled off the perfect payback on Belen, and there was no way he could claw his way back to the top now. Silverfang Pack, barely hanging on. She hadn't filled Richard in on any of it yet. Truth was, she hadn't decided if she was going to. Things turned out just the way she wanted. If Richard made a move now, the pack might not survive at all. So really, she'd gone easy on them. Belen should be grateful, not pissed. When the front desk girls saw her come in, they straightened up quick. Luna Perry! Perry raised an eyebrow. Wait, what did you just call me? Julie jumped in with a grin. You're Alpha Richard's mate. That makes you our Luna Perry, she said, glancing down at Perry's stomach. Luna Perry, want me to take you up to see the boss? Last time, Julie had given her a mouthful. This 180 was something else. Perry hated people who flipped sides so fast. Don't bother. I'll find my own way. Luna Perry, I really owe you an apology. If I'd known you were Alpha Richard's mate, I wouldn't have stopped you for anything, Julie said sheepishly. Seriously, please don't tell him how I treated you before. I was just trying to follow protocol, but if he finds out, he might fire me. All right, I never said anything to Richard. Perry cut her off flatly. But you might want to work on that habit of yours, only being brave with the weak. And with that, she walked off toward the elevator and headed straight up to Richard's office. Perry, what brings you here? Richard got up from behind his desk and wrapped his arms around her, leaning in with a soft murmur. Did you miss me? She leaned into his arms, looking relaxed. I just came from Klaus's place. It wasn't too urgent, so I figured I'd drop by. Hope I'm not messing up your day? Richard glanced at his watch. Just wrapped things up, actually. Hungry? Let's grab lunch. Sounds good. They strolled hand in hand over to the rotating restaurant near their pack. Richard glanced at her, noticing the twinkle in her eyes. You seem pretty pleased with yourself. Something going on? Spill. Perry took a sip of water first. Nothing major. Just wanted to see you and have lunch together. Richard gave her a curious look. Come on, what are you not telling me? She was still a little giddy, and his questioning tone just made her slip a bit. They were past the point of keeping secrets after all. I wasn't going to say anything, but... Richard's expression turned serious. Wait, what is it? Did Klaus's condition improve? She shook her head. He'll get better sooner or later, but not that fast. He pushed further. Then is your brother doing better? No, not that either. Perry could feel him zeroing in, that uncanny intuition of his. Richard, remember that stuff with Silverfang Pack? Things over there have been pretty chaotic lately. Silverfang Pack? Richard nearly spit out his water. Wait a minute. Did that have something to do with you? He set his glass down and looked at her closely. Perry, tell me, what the hell did you do? Perry leaned her head on one hand, eyes half-lidded. I really didn't want to tell you, but you've been asking non-stop. It's been driving me crazy. That only made Richard more desperate to know. He stared seriously at her. Tell me, now. Her heart was beating faster. Fine. Maybe it was better that he knew. She leaned in closer, leaning so far that their foreheads almost touched. It was me. I'm the one behind the Silverfang Pack mess. Richard froze for a second before his expression shifted. Wait, what did you just say? He knew she was good at medicine, smart with investments, but pulling something off this big, and without telling him? He frowned, clearly upset. Perry, what the hell is going on? His tone made her flinch, her face scrunching up in hurt. Why are you looking at me like I did something horribly wrong? Didn't you? His voice softened a little. Come on, I'm not mad at what you did. I'm worried about you. Do you even realize the risk? Why didn't you at least tell me first? She didn't even know where to begin. Yeah, Richard, it was me. All of it. But do you even realize why I did it? I don't care why. You shouldn't have done it alone in the first place. You've got me now. What am I to you, huh? Her eyes welled up, voice trembling. It was Bellin. He bribed people from the Shadowborn Pack to kidnap me and dump me in the middle of nowhere. He tried to get me killed. I almost tumbled down a cliff once because of his traps. You know what he wanted. After all that, you seriously think I don't have a reason for revenge? Richard stood up, moved to her side, and wrapped his arm around her. They were sitting at a table for four, but now both on one side, close but not cramped. God, Perry, this is huge. Why didn't you tell me? Who tipped you off? Was it Klaus? She nodded. Yeah, Klaus said Bellin hired them to take me out. I almost died up there on that mountain, Richard. I know I'm not some powerhouse or anything, but if I didn't at least stand up for myself, I wouldn't sleep at night. You could have let me handle him for you. That's what I'm here for. She shook her head. I didn't want to always rely on you. And anyway, he hurt me. I needed to be the one to settle the score. Richard still couldn't believe it. So you really messed with their stock? She gave him a tiny, proud smirk. Yup, nailed it. Not bad, right? He didn't know whether to scold her or be impressed. She was alive and safe. That was what mattered. But still, you're really proud of yourself, huh? Why shouldn't I be? Billin's probably fuming right now. It finally feels like I got some payback. He sat back down across from her, staring at her face with an odd mix of frustration and amusement. So, tell me how you pulled it off. Richard, don't think you're the only one who knows how to play the market. I've got my tricks. He chuckled, almost exasperated. All right. Where'd you learn all this? Perry grinned. Let's just say I had a good mentor, but honestly, it's mostly instinct. I've got a knack for this stuff, almost like a sixth sense. If I like a stock, it usually goes up. How much have you stacked up over the years then? Richard asked, clearly curious now. If she could afford to buy that much Bloodmoon stock, she had to have serious funds. She smirked, a little mysterious. Look at you, suddenly interested in my net worth. I'm not richer than you, obviously, but I'm doing fine. You really didn't notice how much Bloodmoon stock I was snatching up? He gave her a look. You think I didn't notice? Huh? Perry blinked. You knew? Then why didn't you ask me about it? I swear, I didn't mean to hide it or anything. I was just playing the market. I sold off all my Silverfang Pack shares and was planning to buy more Bloodmoon Pack stocks. I love those big blue chips. Honestly, I thought I covered my tracks pretty well. How'd you even find out? Richard replied, Byron dug it up. You did a solid job, actually. We didn't catch on at first. Took Byron a while to notice those big trades were probably from the same person. That's when the dots led to you. Perry didn't look the least bit guilty. Actually, she seemed kind of pleased. Well, so be it. If you're not cool with it, I just won't buy anymore. You're literally mine. How can I not be cool with it? Richard raised a brow. If it's something from our own family holdings, just tell me you want it. I've got a ton of Bloodmoon Pack shares. No need to go spending loads for it. Perry chuckled. Come on, it's not about that. I'm not doing this for your shares. I just wanted to make some easy cash for fun. It feels better earning it myself. Still, a flicker of worry crept in. If Richard figured her out, there was a chance Bellin had too. Who knew what that man would do if he connected the dots? What's got you quiet? Richard asked, placing a perfectly cut piece of steak in front of her. Aren't you the confident one? While chewing, Perry casually answered, Just wanted to vent a little. That's it. Not trying to play hero or anything. She didn't mention her concerns to him. It was her fight, something she had to handle. No point dragging him into her mess until things escalated. Richard's face softened with a smile he couldn't quite hold back. You little troublemaker. Seriously, what if something happened to you? You ever think about that? From now on, promise me, no more solo missions, all right? The last part came out firm, a rare moment of strictness that showed how much he cared. Perry could feel every ounce of warmth behind his words. Okay, I'll loop you in from now on. Anything comes up, I'll tell you. Deal? Good. Now eat properly. Richard added more food onto her plate. Don't be shy. On the far side of the restaurant, Bellin sat hidden in the shadows, watching, his eyes gleaming with venom. He'd been out running errands and just so happened to spot Perry and Richard entering. Quietly, he slipped in and took a seat in the corner. Watching Perry's bright, genuine smile just cemented it for him. She was the mastermind behind everything. Even the fact that Perry had saved Mara's life didn't matter anymore. He saw it as something she owed. After all, it had been his and Francis's plan to push Tom Pierce toward Perry. But she bailed early, leaving Mara to suffer the consequences. In his mind, everything was her fault, and now she'd taken him down completely. Bellin wasn't some saint. He thrived on mind games, and now he wanted nothing more than to make her pay, make her regret ever crossing him. Meanwhile, Perry was still going on excitedly to Richard. Honestly, I didn't think it would go that smoothly. I guess Silverfang Pack just had a soft underbelly. One poke and it fell apart. Though far away, Bellin could almost hear the grin in her voice. It made his blood boil. He'd always despised Albert, never thought he was worth much. And now, thanks to Perry's help, that nobody had leapfrogged over him. He called over a bottle of wine and drank alone, bitterness burning down his throat. There you are, bro. Mara came rushing over, her eyes instantly darting toward Richard, and just like that, her composure cracked. Bellin yanked her arm. What are you doing? I just want to say hi to Richard, she said, unable to let go of that lingering feeling. He waved her down to sit. Don't make a fool of yourself. That guy only sees Perry now. There's no space for you in his world. Tears welled up in Mara's eyes. You can't just throw in the towel. You need to take back the alpha seat. You can't just let Albert win that easily. Of course, Bellin wanted it back, but nothing about that would be easy. Why are you even here? He asked with a sigh. I heard you'd come over, so I came to check on you. Glad you're okay. Auntie's still looking into who's behind all this. She'll find them soon. Bellin had had a few too many drinks and let it slip. No need to look anymore. I already found out. You did? Who is it? Mara's heart was practically in her throat. Bellin glanced over at Perry not far away but didn't say it out loud. Is it Richard? Bellin shook his head. That girl sticking by his side. Perry? Mara gasped, almost yelling, It's really her? Bellin nodded. Yeah, I didn't expect it either, but she's not getting away with it that easily. And you, stay out of this. Pretend you never knew. No way I'm letting that witch off. Mara snapped, her voice low but cold. Back at the Silverfang Pack after dinner, Richard gently wrapped his arm around Perry as they walked inside. I've got a few things to deal with. You can chill on the couch or head to the back room and nap. Perry, a bit bored, said, "Maybe I'll swing by the hospital to see Klaus." "Sure, I'll have the driver take you." "No need. I'll grab a cab, or you can lend me your car." She had a license, just hadn't got around to buying a car. Richard handed her the keys. "You sure you can drive it?" "Relax, I'm more than capable." Perry took the keys. The custom-made Maybach felt amazing to drive, smooth, solid, and effortless. The next afternoon, Richard got a call from Joel. He was already at the hospital and told Richard to bring Perry for a prenatal checkup. 4 months along already, and since Perry was planning to treat Klaus in the morning, afternoon was perfect. Richard, still at work, was confused. "Dad, a checkup can wait a day, right?" Joel was persistent. "Just get over here today, I'm already at the hospital." Honestly, whether Joel was there or not didn't change much. Besides, Perry's 4 months in now. It's time for more detailed scans, the big ultrasounds and the rest. If you don't bring it up, she'll think you don't care about her or the baby. That hit Richard. He sighed and called Perry to let her know he'd go with her. Perry checked the time. Guess it was about that time anyway. Rare of Richard to remember. "All right, I'll wait for you at the hotel entrance." When they arrived at the hospital and Perry saw Joel, it clicked. She muttered, "Richard, you totally set me up." Richard looked confused. "What? Just because my dad's here doesn't mean I'm setting you up." He clearly didn't get what it meant to be 4 months pregnant. Joel walked over, all smiles. "Perry's here? Great, let's get started. Just register at the specialist desk." Lately, Perry had been eating well and sticking to her nutrition plan. Wearing loose clothes, her baby bump was now obvious. With Joel present, she held back her usual sass. "All right, Mr. Scott." Joel beamed. "You and Richard are having a baby together. You're practically family now. You should start calling me Dad." Perry blushed a little. "Okay, Dad. Wonderful." Joel led them to the OB department. After registering, the nurse handed them the forms, and they headed upstairs for the ultrasound. Joel couldn't go in with them for the ultrasound, so he kept pacing outside the room, clearly anxious but visibly excited. After a while, Mr. Reed came out with a smile. "Congrats! Looks like someone's going to be a handful." Joel finally let out the breath he'd been holding. "That's great news." Mr. Reed turned to Perry. "The baby's doing really well. Little bit of a troublemaker. Has he been giving you a hard time?" It was an obvious hint. She was carrying a boy. Perry got it right away. She had been quietly nervous too, but now she finally felt relieved. She could go back to Joel and the Bloodmoon Pack with a proper explanation. Richard, however, didn't get the clue. "A troublemaker already? He's not kicking you too much, is he?" Perry chuckled. "He is, but it's fine. I'm his mom. It's my job. Unless you want to take some of those kicks for me?" Richard grinned. "If I could, I'd gladly swap places with you." "All right, quit joking. Help me up," Perry said, stretching out her hand like a queen expecting assistance. Richard gently supported her, helped her off the bed, slipped her shoes back on, and steadied her as they walked. Joel was still waiting in the hallway. "How's the baby? Everything okay?" Perry handed him the ultrasound report. "Everything's looking great, and he's a bit of a troublemaker." Joel had already heard. He laughed out loud. "That's awesome! Let's go back to the old estate tonight and have a big dinner. Richard, we're celebrating." "Celebrating today?" Richard looked confused. "Perry's been pregnant for a while. What was so special today? Isn't it normal for the baby to be healthy?" Joel didn't spell it out, just smiled like he couldn't contain the joy. He brought them back to the old Bloodmoon Pack home, asked the kitchen to cook extra dishes. Benjamin showed up early, and they all sat down for a cozy family dinner. Joel said, "Dates are set. In 2 weeks, we'll have the ceremony first." Perry smiled. "Thank you, Dad." Joel continued, "Why don't you move back in, Perry? Go to the hotel one day, pack your stuff, come home. It'll be easier to look after you." Perry hesitated. "Dad, I'll be fine on my own." Joel didn't push her. "All right, then maybe wait till you two get your marriage license. Gives us time to set up Richard's room as a proper newlywed suite." Benjamin chimed in. "Aren't you headed to Maple Garden this weekend for the wedding shoot?" Perry nodded. "Yeah, we're taking the photos on Sunday. Richard's off, and that place is beautiful." Benjamin said, "Nice. I love photography. I'll tag along." Joel added, "You should go, Benjamin. Your sister-in-law's pregnant. It's good that someone keeps an eye on things." As Perry went to the bathroom, Richard leaned closer to Joel. "Dad, you've been extra cheerful today. Is there more good news I don't know about?" Joel chuckled. "You really didn't get it, huh? Mr. Reed said the baby's lively. It's a boy." Oh, it finally clicked for Richard. That's why everyone was buzzing. He didn't care much about gender. Honestly, he thought he'd love having a daughter too, but hearing they were expecting a son did bring a wave of relief. Benjamin lit up. "Congrats, big bro. Looks like I'm getting myself a nephew." Richard got up, his heart pounding a little faster. He headed straight for the bathroom door, waiting for Perry to come out. Perry came out of the bathroom and paused when she saw Richard there. "You need the bathroom?" she asked, puzzled. There were plenty of bathrooms in the house. Why wait for this one? But before she got a proper reaction, Richard swept her up and spun her around in circles. Perry's eyes went wide. "Richard, what are you doing?" He gently set her back down, grinning ear to ear. "Nothing. I'm just really happy. We're about to take our wedding photos. The ceremony's just around the corner, and well..." He trailed off, no need to say more. If she thought he didn't know, then better to keep it that way. Last thing he wanted was to come off like he only cared the baby was a boy. But Perry saw right through him. "You know it's a boy, don't you? Dad told you." Richard scratched the back of his neck, looking a little sheepish. "Yeah, I found out. I mean, I'd love having a daughter too, but the Bloodmoon Pack needs an alpha. Now that we know it's a boy, it's a relief. Please don't be mad." Perry totally got it. Honestly, she'd been thinking the same. "I feel the same way as you. No need to be mad. But seriously, you're such a goof. The healer practically spelled it out, and you were the only one who didn't get it. Weren't you even the slightest bit curious?" Richard rubbed his temple. "Of course I was. I just didn't want to push you if you weren't ready to talk about it. Boy or girl, it doesn't change how I feel." She could tell he meant it. "So, do you still need the bathroom more?" "Nope," he said, smiling. "I came to get you." Perry laughed and took his arm as they walked back to the dining room. This werewolf of hers had his moments, sometimes oddly adorable. 2 days later, Perry and Richard were in Maple Garden posing for their wedding shoot. The weather was perfect. Sunny, mild breeze, the leaves just starting to fall as autumn crept in. Red maple leaves drifting down from above created the perfect backdrop. It was Saturday, and the whole photo crew and the bridal shop staff were already there waiting. Perry, helped by staff, changed into her gown and walked through the forest arm in arm with Richard. The entire scene looked like it was pulled from a fairy tale. Not far away, Mara stood watching, taking short videos and sending them to Alicia. Perry looked drop-dead stunning in white. No wonder Richard was head over heels. Alicia was nearby too, but hadn't dared step into the woods. It wasn't about getting caught. It was the idea of seeing that fairy tale scene unfold before her when she wasn't the bride. Watching the clip from Mara only made the jealousy bubble up more. She texted back, "She does look amazing. And pregnant too. You'll never top this." Mara rolled her eyes. She'd meant to push Alicia's buttons, but Alicia went straight for the jugular. "Please, you're in the same boat. We both lost to Perry. Looks like being Miss Perfect Arnold doesn't mean much after all." Alicia shot back with a disdainful snort. "Miss Perfect or not, I'm still top of the list." Meanwhile, Perry and Richard were glowing, smiling like they had the whole world in their hands. Benjamin was off to the side with his camera, capturing it all. He was obsessed with photography and loved the red maple setting almost as much as he loved seeing his brother this happy. Towards sundown, they shot another round, this time bathed in golden light. The sunset lit up their faces. It was the kind of soft, breathtaking beauty you couldn't stage if you tried. Just like Zachary had said, Perry and Richard were the kind of couple who could turn any place into a dreamscape. No need for filters. Mara, back at the resort hotel's restaurant, clenched her chest, her tattoo of Richard's name still raw. The redness hadn't faded, and parts of it were swelling up, maybe even a little infected. Guess that was karma. Alicia was also hanging around the resort, driving in circles. The wedding shoot area had been locked down with tight security. No uninvited guests were allowed in. Not that Alicia wanted to go anyway. Just like Mara, she daydreamed that this whole setup should have been hers instead. She parked her car and headed to the restaurant. Spotting Mara, She rolled her eyes and chose a seat far from her, hiding in a corner. She wasn't even sure why she sat down. Maybe she was just pissed that Perry was marrying Richard. The thought made her stomach twist with bitterness. Meanwhile, Mara had dragged Sarah over. "I need a drink. Bad day." Sarah raised a brow. "Here. This isn't the place for boozing. Let's hit a bar before someone sees you and starts buzzing about how hung up you still are on Richard." Mara scoffed. "Of course I'm still hung up on him." She clutched her chest, struggling to breathe. "Perry nearly screwed over the Silverfang pack. My brother lost his alpha rank because of her. I'm not just gonna let that go." Sarah, who couldn't stand seeing Perry live her best life, leaned in. "Damn right. She took everything from you, so you better take away what she loves most. Make her wish she was never born. That's fair play." She'd said this kind of thing a dozen times already. Mara had been stewing on revenge for a while, but the perfect moment hadn't come. Even the Shadowborn pack didn't want to get involved, so it was on her alone, and honestly, it scared her a little. "Come on, let's get out of here," Sarah nudged her. As they stepped out of the restaurant, the wedding shoot crew walked back in. Richard hovered near Perry like she was made of glass. Her makeup was still flawless, pretty enough to stop anyone in their tracks. Richard's eyes were stuck on her, completely smitten. Benjamin, Zachary, Byron, and a crowd of others surrounded her like bodyguards. She honestly looked like some fairy tale princess, everyone admiring her. Sarah quickly pulled Mara to the side, noticing she was shaking. "Let's go. You don't want them catching you sulking here. It'd be way too obvious." Mara clenched her jaw as Sarah dragged her away. Her chest burned with rage all the way back to the car. They drove straight to a bar nearby. Sarah kept feeding the fire. "I get it. Perry ruined everything. Your love life, your brother's position, but with Richard protecting her, going head-on won't work. You need a smarter play." Mara tugged at her shirt collar, feeling her skin sting. She peeked at the tattoo she'd gotten. It was big, with Richard's name wrapped in a red heart. They'd warned her not to drink or eat seafood right after, but she ignored all that. Her skin was sensitive, and she hadn't even finished healing from Tom's infection. The itch and burn were unbearable. "I gave so much for him, and what did I get back? Nothing." Sarah, fully aware of Mara's tattoo, still poured her a drink. "I know, it sucks. Perry's got the tricks and the guy. Can't fight that. So let's just drink it off tonight. No holding back." "Fine, no holding back," Mara muttered, already halfway through her glass. The heartbreak and anger kept her gulping down more and more. Sarah drank too, though not as wildly. She was bitter herself. Perry had everything she ever wanted and it stung. They'll be out again tomorrow at sunrise for more wedding pics. "You can't make a move now. There's too many people always with her. Just wait till she's alone." Mara was practically shaking with fury. If she didn't drag Perry down, she'd never be at peace. She kept drinking, the hate boiling over. Sarah stayed more sober, just kept whispering all kinds of venom into Mara's ear. Mara couldn't take the misery anymore. It killed her to see the guy she loved fawning over the woman she hated most. And with every drink, she forgot she wasn't supposed to be drinking at all. Before sunrise the next day, Perry and Richard headed to the lakeside for their wedding photos, with the photography crew and Gina tagging along. Under the glowing morning sky and fresh sunshine, Perry leaned happily against Richard's shoulder. They looked like the perfect couple. Gina laughed. "With photos this pretty, do you guys even need a ceremony anymore?" Perry actually thought the same, which was why they'd put off the actual wedding for now. Then Gina shot Richard a look. "You're doing all this fancy photo stuff, but you haven't even got her a ring, have you?" Richard smirked, a bit mysterious. "Oh, there'll definitely be a ring. Just not today. She's his mate, after all. Only the best ring would do." Gina teased, "Perry, he's not even getting you a ring." Perry didn't seem bothered. "It's fine. The thought is what matters." Richard pulled her close. "There better be a ring. Don't worry, before we have the ceremony, you'll have it on your finger." Gina grinned. "Ooh, such suspense. Must be some serious gem. Richard, if you're that serious, why not dig up the Eternal heart for her?" Perry had heard of the Eternal heart before. Legend said that centuries ago, a king gave a rare blue sapphire to his queen as a wedding ring. She later passed it on to her daughter-in-law. After the kingdom was conquered, the gem vanished, Some even believed it had magical powers. But honestly, it sounded like a fairy tale. "Come on, this isn't some fantasy novel," Perry said with a half laugh. "Eternal heart? Where are you supposed to find that? Honestly, I don't need anything crazy. A simple diamond ring is enough, or even none at all. I'd rather not wear something that valuable and have people eyeing it." Richard kept that little smirk. "Don't worry, I've got it covered." After lunch, Richard stood outside smoking with Byron. "You get a hold of Willie?" he asked. Byron nodded. "Was just about to tell you. Yeah, I reached him, but he's digging in his heels. Says the Eternal Heart's not for sale, calls it their crown jewel or something." Willie was one of the top jewelers for over a century. He'd gotten the Eternal Heart years ago, bought it for a crazy price from some royal descendant. Richard crushed out his cigarette. "Talk to him again. I'm going there myself." "You probably have to," Byron said. "But Alpha, that gem's priceless. What if Willie won't let it go?" He paused, trying to make his point. "There are other gems, just as rare. Why this one in particular?" Richard took a deep breath. "Willie's a businessman. If the deal's right, he'll sell. But knowing you're set on that gem, he might jack up the price. Alpha, stuff like Ocean's Heart or Moonlight Godstone, they're amazing too, and easier to get. Eternal Heart is the only one worthy of Perry. Reach out to Willie. Book us 2 tickets for tomorrow. We're flying out together." Back at the hotel room, Perry was scrolling through the digital wedding photos the photographer had just sent. Richard leaned in. "Not bad, huh? Like them?" Perry rested her head against him. "I love them. Best I've ever looked in my life. You always look amazing. Who said otherwise?" Richard opened his arms and pulled her into a hug. "Perry, I'm flying out tomorrow. How about you go stay with the Bloodmoon Pack for a few days?" Perry froze, a wave of disappointment washing over her. "You're going abroad? That's kinda sudden." "Yeah," Richard nodded. "Something came up. I've got to take care of it." "How long will you be gone?" Perry asked anxiously. "We just finished taking our wedding photos and now you're leaving. I really don't want you to go." Richard held her tighter. "Hopefully just a week. I hate leaving you too, but this is something I need to handle myself." "A whole week?" Perry's voice dropped. She'd gotten used to having him around these days. "That's a long time. I'll be back as soon as I can, promise, okay? I'll finish things quickly and come home." Perry looked upset. "Why now, though? Can't I go with you?" Richard rested his hand gently on her belly. "You're pregnant, and traveling around isn't a great idea. Plus, Klaus still needs your care too, doesn't he?" He was headed off to find the Eternal Heart. It was meant to be a surprise for her. Taking her along just wouldn't work. Perry pouted a little but slowly calmed down. "Fine, but you have to come back quick, and you need to call me every single day." Richard playfully tapped the tip of her nose. "Of course, and if you miss me, you better call me too." Perry rolled over into his arms, hugging him tightly. "I don't even know what I'll do with myself when you're gone." Feeling how much she relied on him, Richard's heart softened. She always acted chill and independent, but inside she could be fragile. She was still a she-wolf, after all. He just wanted to give her the best. "It'll fly by, baby. Just a few days, all right?" Early the next morning, Richard flew out with Byron. Perry dragged herself to the hospital, not really in the mood. Just one more session with Klaus to wrap things up, but her head was somewhere else entirely. Caught up in her thoughts, she slipped up during treatment, making Klaus cry out in pain. Perry never let personal stuff mess with work. She knew how serious her job was. Snapping to attention, she quickly apologized. "Sorry, I spaced out for a sec. If you're not feeling well, Miss Lake, maybe take a short break." Klaus raised an eyebrow. "It's fine now," Perry shook her head. "I'm good. Won't zone out again. Let's keep going." Thankfully, she got her focus back and finished the treatment carefully. "All done, Alpha Klaus." Out of curiosity, Klaus glanced at her. "Something wrong?" They had just taken their wedding photos. She should be glowing with happiness. Perry gave a small smile. "Nothing big." "Oh, your brain clot is starting to dissolve. I'll take you to get a scan in a bit." "All right, tell me where to go, Miss Lake." Klaus nodded as Terry drove the two of them to the hospital. Zachary Lake filled out Klaus's paperwork and even walked him over to the MRI. When the scans came out, they lined up with Perry's earlier diagnosis. She finally let out a breath of relief. After this final round of treatment, just take the prescription meds on time every day. Your headaches should go away completely." "Thank you, Miss Lake," Klaus told her sincerely. Perry chatted briefly with Miles, then walked out of inpatient care and ran into Mara being helped by Sarah toward the outpatient wing. Mara had overdone it last night. Too much drinking, and her stomach was now killing her. Sarah had brought her in to get checked out. Holding her stomach, Mara glanced over and instantly locked eyes with Perry. Her expression darkened. "What's she doing here?" Sarah whispered. "Who knows? Maybe here for a prenatal checkup? But kind of weird that Richard isn't with her." Perry didn't ask Terry to take her back to the hotel. He left with Klaus, and Perry could tell Mara wasn't just dealing with a stomach ache. She looked awful, like an old illness was flaring up again. She walked over on instinct, that doctor switch flipping instantly. "Why do you look like this? Have you been drinking again?" Sarah immediately shot back with a sharp tone. "What's that supposed to mean? You happy seeing Mara like this or something? Can't wait to come mock her?" Perry's expression cooled. "What part of what I said was mocking? Mara, I told you before, your body can't handle alcohol, not anytime soon." But Mara had never admitted to being treated by Perry. That illness was a shame in her mind. "What's my health got to do with you? Just because you're a doctor doesn't mean you get to lecture me. Back off." Perry's gaze lowered, catching sight of her half-open collar. Mara's hunched posture from the pain revealed red, inflamed skin on her chest, with tiny bumps spreading out. Perry frowned hard. "Are you trying to get yourself killed? What the hell did you do to your chest?" Mara yanked her shirt up in a panic, like she'd just been exposed. "What are you looking at? Who told you could stare at me like that? You have no shame." Perry's brows drew together. "You're unbelievable. Fine, I'm done sticking my nose in. Just don't come crying to me later." With that, she turned and walked off. Sarah muttered, "Who does she think she is? Acting like she runs your life." But Mara couldn't shake what Perry said. Had her old condition really come back? No, couldn't be. Perry had to be overreacting. "Come on, let's get a healer to check your stomach," Sarah said, helping Mara to the ER. The healer pressed lightly through her top, asked a few basic questions, and suggested a gastroscopy. Mara wasn't having it. "It's just a stomachache. Give me something for gastritis, maybe a shot. No need for more." Since she insisted it was only pain, the healer just gave her meds for gastric discomfort and suggested rest and hydration. Asked if she had any drug allergies or other symptoms. Mara, already impatient, cut him off. "None. Just write the prescription already." She came here only because this was a Bloodmoon Pack hospital. She hoped Richard might hear about her, see how badly she was doing. But since this was their hospital, she didn't dare tell the healer too much. Then it hit her. If Perry recognized her patient record, had she already told Richard about the illness? Or the thing with Tom? "You okay?" Sarah came back with the meds, poured her a cup of water. "Here, take these." Mara slowly swallowed them, some gastric pills and one for the pain, but her stomach still burned. She couldn't straighten up. Sarah was getting anxious. "Shouldn't we do more tests? Maybe actually get that scan?" Mara shook her head. "No need. Let's go." This was Bloodmoon territory. She didn't want to run into anyone she knew or anyone who might report back to them. "Let's just go lie down for a while. Once the meds kick in, I should be fine." "I'll take you home then." But Mara didn't want to go back. Ever since Bellin lost his alpha status, that place was nothing but cold silence. Only her mom was there, always complaining. "I don't want to go home." "Take me to the Crown Regent Hotel." "All right." Sarah brought her there and got her a room, thinking she just wanted to watch Perry from afar. But really, Mara was hoping to run into Richard. After seeing Klaus, Perry headed straight back to the hotel and parked herself in the cafe. Keeping busy was one thing, but the moment she had nothing to do, all she could think about was Richard. Where was he now? How long until she could reach him? She really regretted not going with him. If she'd known it would make her this anxious, she would have thrown Klaus's treatment to the wind and followed Richard no matter what. "Come on, drink something. Don't just sit there like that." Gina handed her a cup of hot milk. "Richard's just on a trip. He'll be back soon." Perry nodded. She knew that. "I don't know why, I just feel really uneasy, like something's off." You're just missing him too much, Gina said, trying to comfort her. He's a grown werewolf with Byron by his side. He'll be fine. I get that, but I can't shake this feeling, Perry said, glancing at the time. Richard should still be on the plane. Gina leaned in a bit. You won't believe it. Mara and Sarah just checked into a room here. What are they doing staying at this hotel? I think Mara might be having a relapse, Perry lowered her voice. Can you ask housekeeping to be extra careful? Sheets and blankets she used need to go through a separate high-temp sanitation. Don't want anything spreading to other guests. Don't worry, all our linens are sterilized at high heat, Gina assured her, but she still looked a bit creeped out. Mara's having a relapse? Wasn't she supposed to be getting better? Who knows what she's been up to, Perry sighed. Anyway, it's just my suspicion for now. As long as her patients followed her instructions, most of them didn't experience a relapse. Mara, though, she just didn't take care of herself, and there wasn't much Perry could do about that. Gina sneered. Why do you even bother? If her condition's back, she kind of brought it on herself. But Perry couldn't ignore it. Mara was still someone she treated. As a healer, she never wished any of her patients to suffer again, even if Mara probably wouldn't listen to a word she said. After some thought, Perry pulled up Bellin's number and gave him a call. Bellin knew Perry was the one handling things lately, but he hadn't openly shown it. He planned to settle the score quietly. Still, when he answered the call, his tone remained polite. Miss Lake, something wrong? I just wanted to check in, Perry said calmly. Has Mara been drinking a lot lately? I'm worried her condition might be flaring up again. Try to get her to lay off the alcohol and see a healer ASAP. Bellin paused. What, you saw Mara? Was she making all this up to get back at him? Or worse, was she trying to do something to Mara behind his back? Yes, Perry said. Ran into her today. Just keep an eye on her. Her illness is no joke. Where are you now, Miss Lake? Can we meet? Bellin's tone shifted. He was clearly eager to confront her. He needed answers, face to face. Perry figured he was just worried about Mara, and she had nothing better to do anyway. I'm at the hotel. You can come over. Bellin didn't want to step into the hotel itself. Let's meet across the street at the tea house. I'll let you know when I'm there. Appreciate you coming out. If it's only about Mara, I think we can talk it through over the phone, Perry replied. There's more. A few things I'd like to run by you in person. He brought Mara along, thinking maybe Perry could check her over, just in case. After taking some meds, Mara's stomach pain eased a bit. When she heard Perry was coming, she dug out 2 pills from her purse, her smile cold. Perfect timing. I'll make sure she regrets ever being born. Bellin looked startled. What's that? Mara's eyes were cold. Don't worry about what it is. As long as Perry drinks it, she'll regret everything. She ruined our lives. This is payback time. Bellin quickly grabbed the pill out of her hand. Are you out of your mind? That's basically handing her proof you're trying to hurt her. She wouldn't even need to investigate. You'd be the prime suspect. Mara stared at the floor, like she'd already given up. Let her know I don't care. I'm done anyway. If I can drag Perry and that baby down with me, that's a win in my book. Bellin took a deep breath. Slow down. I heard Richard left the country. That gives us plenty of time to plan. Richard's gone abroad? Mara's face fell. Not that it actually mattered. His whereabouts had nothing to do with her anymore. Fine. Let her enjoy herself a bit longer. I'll handle it. You keep out of it. Mara shook her head stubbornly. No. You're the backbone of the Silverfang pack. If this is going down, it's going to be me who does it. Bellin was about to argue more when footsteps sounded outside. The door creaked open. Perry walked in, the scent of tea filling the room. She paused slightly when she noticed Mara was there. Miss Lake, you're here. Please have a seat, Bellin said, rising to greet her. Perry sat down. Bellin poured her a cup of tea. Mara's here too? Maybe you can do a quick checkup? Mara shot Perry a sharp glare, but Perry didn't even blink. You should just take her to the hospital. If there's nothing else, I'll be going. Mara snapped. Perry, you treated me, and we paid you a lot for it, but I'm still sick. I knew you were a fraud, just out for money. Give us our money back. Perry's voice rose. I told you very clearly, no seafood, no alcohol. Did you follow any of that? You trashed your own body, and now you're blaming me? Mara didn't care. Doesn't change the fact you're useless. Pay up, or I'll let everyone know you scammed us. Let's see who's still stupid enough to trust you after that." Perry let out a cold laugh. "Go ahead, tell the whole world, and mention what exactly you're sick with while you're at it. All my prescriptions are backed up at Mr. Reed's. If an official test says my meds didn't help, I'll return every cent. But if it turns out I'm right, you'd better shut your mouth." Bellin, though clearly bitter toward Perry, never meant to drag things that far. "That's enough, Mara. Don't say things you can't take back. Perry's prescriptions have worked before. You're the one who didn't take your health seriously. Miss Lake, could you take another look at her?" Perry had zero sympathy left for Mara, but still took her wrist for a pulse. She was a healer after all. Watching a patient suffer wasn't something she could ignore. She checked Mara's chest too, and that's when she noticed a tattooed name. "It's still in the early stage. Take her to the hospital. The prescription I gave you should still work. Mr. Reed can help get it under control. But from now on, no drinking and definitely no seafood." Mara gave a loud, dismissive snort, clearly ready to argue again. But Bellin cut her off. "Thanks, Miss Lake. I'll take her to Mr. Reed soon." He handed Perry another cup of tea. "Here, have some. Just brewed it." Perry raised the cup, then set it back down. Mara's hostile glare made her extra cautious. "If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving." She stood up. "Hold on." Mara jumped up. "Perry, don't push your luck." Perry came to a halt, eyes dimming. Could it be that they had figured out she was the one pulling the strings behind the Silverfang Pack incident? Bellin grabbed Mara's arm and said, "Sorry, Miss Lake. My sister's been a bit off ever since Richard. Don't take it personally. You should go on ahead." Perry caught a glimpse of the Richard tattooed on Mara's chest, clear proof of how obsessed she was. There wasn't much Perry could do about that. She turned and left. Mara threw her teacup to the floor, porcelain shattering. "She got off too easy." Beelan gave her a look. "Good thing you didn't put anything in that tea. Perry's an herbalist, super sensitive to any kind of drug. If she'd sensed something, we'd be toast. Come on, I'm taking you to the hospital." Mara resisted. "I just got a bit of a skin allergy from the tattoo. Not that relapse nonsense," she said. "Still need to get it checked out," Beelan insisted, practically dragging her along. After the healer's exam, it turned out Perry was right. There were signs of Mara's old illness flaring up. "Thankfully, we caught it early," the healer said. "Could have been life-threatening if it worsened." She didn't need to be hospitalized for now, but did have to return daily for IV therapy and stay on medication. After treatment, Mara picked up her meds and headed back to the hotel. The more Perry thought about it, the more creeped out she felt. Mara actually tattooed Richard's name on her chest. How obsessed did one have to be? Was she planning to haunt them forever? Just as Perry was having dinner at the second-floor restaurant, her phone rang. Her body tensed, finally. But when she saw who it wasn't Richard. She immediately declined the call. Gina said, "Could be one of your patients?" Based on the time, Richard should have landed already. Perry had made it clear her phone was only for Richard right now, nobody else. She ignored the second call from the same number. It was Dylan, but she didn't feel like talking to him. Nothing was as important as Richard. Dylan ended up sending a message instead. "Boss, someone's asking for you. Says he's willing to pay whatever it takes. I checked, probably rheumatoid arthritis. He's been suffering for years. Hopes you'll help." Perry replied, "Tell him to go see a healer at the hospital. Don't drag me into it unless it's serious." As a student of Vinnie Ritchie, any case Perry did take was life or death level. Minor illnesses, not her thing. Dylan texted back, "He says it's not life-threatening, but when it hits, it feels like it." "Oh, and he's Kane Phillips, the alpha of the Liquid Pack." "Brant's father?" Perry mumbled to herself. Gina snatched the phone. "Then you have to take the case. Even if not for Brant, at least for me." Perry chuckled. "Why on earth would I do that for you?" Don't play dumb. He might be my future father-in-law, okay?" Gina waggled her brows. "By the way, haven't seen Brant lately. Has he been in town?" For Gina's sake. Perry messaged, "Fine, I'll take it." Still, it was strange. Why didn't Brant know she studied under Vinnie? Had Richard never mentioned it? Why go through Dylan? The phone rang again, and this time, finally, it was Richard. Perry felt a spike of irritation. He was 10 minutes later than scheduled. "Richard, what were you doing?" You should have landed ages ago. Why are you only calling now? Richard had just stepped out of the terminal. I literally just turned on my phone. What? Missed me that much, huh? Perry glanced at Gina, a little embarrassed. She cupped her hand over the phone and turned to the side. Well, what about you then? Did you miss me? Richard had gone abroad for her. Of course I did. I think about you all the time. How are you holding up? Perry had been feeling uneasy all day, but hearing his voice calmed her down a bit. I'm doing okay. Richard, you have to take care of yourself over there, all right? And make sure to call me every day. I will, he paused. The car's here to pick us up. I'll call you again when I can. Love you. Perry ended the call. We barely said anything. I wonder what he's so busy with. Gina, still caught up in her daydreams about Brant, looked thrilled. You better make sure Alpha Kane gets proper treatment and comes to New York to stay at the Crown Regent Hotel. If he does, Brant is bound to show up too, and I might finally get a chance to be around him. Perry gave her a curious look. You really like him that much? I mean, from what I know, he's not into you. Gina shrugged. Yeah, I know, he likes you, but you're with Richard, so that opens a window for me. As long as he's still single, I've got a shot. You probably wouldn't get it, being all lovey-dovey with Richard and all, but I absolutely get why Mara went nuts. I feel like getting Brant's name tattooed on my chest or something. Perry jumped, startled. Whoa, don't do anything crazy. The deeper you fall, the more it's gonna hurt. Just let things happen naturally. Easy for you to say. I still gotta fight for stuff. Gina was already way too far gone to pull back. With Richard on his trip, Perry was back to sharing her room with Gina. She couldn't stop staring at her phone, aching to hear his voice and talk to him again. Gina was curled up on the bigger bed nearby, hugging a pillow, watching her. If you miss him that much, just call him. Perry wanted to, but she was worried he might be busy. And honestly, was she being too clingy? Forget it. I'll sleep. Breakfast at the hotel was a buffet. Perry got there first and picked up a steaming bowl of red bean porridge and a plate of fruit, setting them at the table before going back for more. A bespectacled werewolf brushed past her, glancing her way, but she didn't notice, being too focused on food. Then Sarah and Mara walked in, eyes locking onto the glass of hot milk. I swear I'd love to dump the pills into her bowl. Just look at her, acting like some pregnant queen or whatever. Annoying. Mara hesitated, her steps faltering like something tugged at her. Other guests passed by, busy getting food. Perry had moved to the vegetable section. Sarah quickly checked around and whispered, "No cameras over here." Mara fished out 2 pills from her bag, the same ones she didn't drop in that tea yesterday. Her hands were trembling. Doing something like this wasn't easy. She hesitated. If the pills made it into Perry's food, there's no way the baby would survive. And if Richard found out, the Silver Fang pack could be in serious trouble. Sarah's nerves showed too. Hurry up, will you? Once people start showing up, we'll lose our chance. Taking a deep breath, Mara muttered, I can't do it. Sarah urged, more frantic now. Don't chicken out now. If something happens to that baby, she won't be able to act so high and mighty anymore. This is our shot. Miss it and it's gone. Perry had already picked out her favorite breakfast and was heading over. Mara shut her eyes and let go. The pill slipped from her fingers and dropped. Well, did you do it or not? Sarah urged again. I don't know. Mara was shaking all over. She and Sarah hurriedly walked away. Perry took a seat at the table with her plate and started eating. Not far away, the bespectacled werewolf glanced in her direction. The corner of his mouth lifted subtly, then he turned his gaze to Sarah and Mara before walking off with his food. Sarah scooped some stir-fried noodles onto her plate. Are you sure it landed in her bowl? She's always so cautious. If she suspects anything, she won't touch it. Mara bit her lip, uncertain. I'm not sure. I was freaking out, but I think so. I got this new stuff that supposedly melts right away when it hits hot food. By the time she sat down, it should have already dissolved into her red bean porridge. Look, she's eating it like it's the best thing ever. Sarah seemed pleased for once. Good. If it's in there, then all we can do is wait. Richard's gonna dump her for sure when he finds out. Mara couldn't help glancing over and accidentally locked eyes with Perry. Perry's gaze darkened. She suddenly remembered seeing Mara nearby earlier, sneaking around with Sarah like they were up to no good. Mara looked away quickly. Sarah, though, pulled her along and said loudly, "Wow, what a coincidence. You're really piling up the food. If everyone ate like you, this hotel would shut down in a week." Perry liked the hotel's breakfast buffet and couldn't be bothered to respond. Mara avoided eye contact with Perry and sat at the table diagonally across from her. She noticed Perry's bowl of red bean porridge was already more than half gone. Her eyes trailed down and froze. There it was, a pill lying right under Perry's table. Did that mean the other pill had actually made it into Perry's porridge? She'd wanted to hurt Perry, sure, but now that it might have worked, she panicked. If anything happened to Perry's baby, it would be a total disaster. All she could hope for now was that the other pill hadn't ended up in the bowl either, that maybe had fallen somewhere else too. Mara crouched down, checking under the table, but didn't see any trace of the second pill. Perry narrowed her eyes suspiciously. "What are you doing down there, acting all weird?" Mara jumped up and snapped. "Weird? You're the one acting weird. My shoelace came undone, okay? Can't I fix my own shoes?" Perry rolled her eyes. There was no evidence, after all, but she couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about the two she-wolves today. Sarah, sensing Mara's nerves, said with a smirk, "People who do nothing wrong aren't scared of ghosts knocking on their door. Or are you the one who's got something to hide, Perry?" Perry finished off her milk and cleared her plate. As she stood up to leave, the other pill stuck to the bottom of her shoe. By the time she reached the lobby downstairs, it had been crushed and vanished without a trace. Mara was a bundle of nerves. Did she eat it or not? Sarah, hyped and anxious, said, "She practically licked the bowl clean." Of course she did. Just wait. Once Richard ditches her, your chance'll finally come. Mara looked like she was about to cry. "I really hope she didn't eat it. Maybe the other one fell too. What are we going to do if she did?" Sarah frowned, annoyed. "What's up with you? It's done. Don't tell me you're regretting it now." The bespectacled werewolf had somehow ended up at the table next to theirs. A slim partition with hanging pothos plants separated them, and Sarah and Mara had no clue he was eavesdropping on their conversation. Mara was already freaking out. What if Richard decides to dig into this? Sarah waved it off. That spot doesn't have any cameras. And come on, what proof does she even have? You just have to deny it. The drug won't kick in right away. By the time she realizes anything, she'll be long gone. But Mara wasn't convinced. It wasn't that simple. Last time Perry didn't confront them directly, but if she ever suspected anything, she might just take her down without warning. The more she thought about it, the more anxious she got. Her mind blanked out earlier, and she just threw the pill. No, it's not that easy. Perry's not someone to mess with, and Richard's worse. I can't win against them. What the hell am I supposed to do now? Come on, don't spiral. Weren't you the one who kept saying you wanted to put that stuff in her food? Yeah, Mara had talked about it before, but now that she'd actually done it, she couldn't stop shaking. I did say that, but that was just venting. You gave me the drug. If anything happens, you're in this with me. Sarah finally started to get nervous too. It was a life they were messing with. She'd been holding on to that grudge, thinking Perry deserved payback, but going this far, she wasn't ready for that. You were the one begging me to get it. Don't push this on me now. Listen, maybe she didn't eat it at all. She's super sensitive to drugs. Don't you think she'd taste something off if that pill ended up in her red bean porridge? I bet both pills missed the bowl. The werewolf at the next table smirked a little, then stood up and left after finishing his meal. Mara still looked petrified. She sat in the restaurant for ages before finally heading to the hospital for an IV. Sarah went with her. Lying on the hospital bed, Mara suddenly shot upright. I had a dream. Richard came for me, screaming about wiping out the Silverfang pack. He even tried to strangle me. Sarah broke into a cold sweat. Girl, you weren't even asleep. Stop scaring yourself. I'm telling you, she probably didn't eat it. And even if, big if, she did, you cannot admit to anything. With that whole area was a surveillance blind spot. It's not like they'll find proof. Yeah, maybe you're right, Mara whispered, still wide-eyed. But that's a baby. That's Richard's kid. Even if I wanted Perry gone, I didn't mean to hurt his baby. What's done is done. You yelling like that just makes things worse. Tone it down, unless you want people connecting the dots and realizing you're behind it. She won't lose the baby. No way. She'll be fine, Mara muttered, curling up by the bed's headboard. I should call her. She might still have time to hit the hospital, maybe get it flushed out or something. Sarah hesitated. Deep down, she had the same worry. It wasn't Perry she feared. It was Richard. If Perry ended up dead, fine. But if Richard found out, he could go after both the Ashen and Silverfang packs. Yeah, maybe call her. With trembling hands, Mara pulled up Perry's number and hit dial. While Perry was treating Klaus, it was Klaus who noticed first. Miss Lake, I think your phone's ringing. Perry pulled her phone from her bag. Seeing Mara's name on the screen, she instinctively wanted to ignore it, maybe even hang up. But after a second's hesitation, she swiped to answer, just in case Mara was relapsing and needed a prescription. Her tone wasn't exactly warm. What is it now? There was a mix of fear and urgency in Mara's voice. Perry, where are you? Perry didn't try to hide her impatience. If you've got something to say, just spit it out. Mara opened her mouth to say something but swallowed the words. Telling the truth would be digging her own grave. But staying silent? What if something really happened to Perry? That thought made her falter, heart tangled in hesitation. I don't have time for guessing games. Call me when you figure out what you want to say. Perry's voice sharpened. Panicking, Mara changed the subject. I wanted to ask, is there still a chance my condition can be cured? Ah, so it was about that. If you don't stop eating junk, even a miracle won't save you, Perry snapped. So you're saying if I watch my diet and follow the healer's orders, I might still recover? Perry, you better not be messing with me. If you don't trust me, then don't ask. Perry cut the call right after. Sarah turned to Mara, clearly upset. Why didn't you just tell her? Mara's heart was thumping wildly. She sounded fine. Didn't seem like anything's wrong, right? That drug kicks in fast. It's been, 2 hours? If she's still fine, maybe the pills didn't make it into her cup. I did see one on the floor. She could have only taken one. Sarah didn't seem convinced. So, she didn't swallow both? Damn, lucky her. Mara let out a breath. Honestly, thank God. If something had happened, we'd be done for. Sarah sighed. Yeah, lucky. Now we just have to keep watching her live the dream. Pampered by Richard, like some goddess. Mara suddenly sat up straight. Wait a sec, that drug's supposed to be taken in 2 doses, isn't it? The first 2 pills might not show much effect, and I found 1 pill on the ground earlier. If she only had 1, the reaction would be mild. Sarah got quiet, her expression unreadable. Even 1 dose means trouble. If she really did swallow any, there's no way the baby's safe. So what? We just wait around worried sick? Mara buried her head in her hands. This is bad. This is so bad. Sarah took a deep breath. Calm down. Let's see how things go tomorrow. I mean, if something happens in a few days, who's going to point fingers at us? I don't even want Perry to lose the baby now. That's Richard's child. Mara clutched her chest, that familiar ache rising again. She'd washed the scratches, treated the cuts, but she couldn't scrub Richard off her heart. Sarah looked conflicted. Ugh, enough with the emotional drama. We'll deal with whatever comes. Just remember, it's only the 2 of us who know. If you don't talk and I don't talk, Perry's got no proof. She can't do anything. Later that evening, Perry started feeling a soft, nagging pain in her lower belly. It would come and go, nothing she paid much mind to. Brant arrived, and the 3 of them, Perry, Brant, and Gina, sat down for dinner on the 2nd floor of the hotel. Gina had ordered several dishes and a soup, all of Brant's favorites. She'd dined with him a few times before and made a mental note of everything he liked. If he reached for a dish more than 5 times, she remembered it. If he barely touched it, it clearly wasn't his thing. Same went for the soup. Tonight's was a premium blend. Abalone, sea cucumber, fish maw, high-end stuff. The last time they had it, Brant finished 2 bowls. He had to be into it. Brant, have some soup first, Gina said, handing him the bowl with a smile. Brant clearly enjoyed the soup. After a few spoonfuls, he said, I'm here this time to track down Vinny's student. Perry smiled lightly. And? Did you find them? Brant knew Perry was highly skilled in medicine. She'd even treated Richard's brother. But Richard had never told him that Perry was the rumored student of Vinny. Not because he didn't trust Brant, but because Perry's background had always been kept under wraps. Sort of, Brant said. Richard mentioned your skills before. Thing is, my dad's super stubborn. Somehow he got it in his head that Vinny's student has been around here lately, so he's been searching non-stop. Gina gave a knowing smile. Well, great. You found them, right? So, where are they? Brant replied, they asked us to stay at the Crown Regent Hotel. I came ahead to take care of some stuff. My dad has a few things to handle first. He'll be here in a few days. Gina was clearly excited. Perfect. Sounds like he'll be staying at the hotel for a while. She'd always known Perry was a talented doctor, but only recently found out she was actually Vinny's student. With someone like her looking after him, there's a real shot at a full recovery. Brant looked at Perry. Honestly, I'd rather my dad just let you treat him directly. Perry smiled gently. Let him decide. If he wants Vinny's student, he'll have her. Plus, feeling like he's in safe hands might help him recover faster. Brant sighed. All right, guess that's the best we can do. Perry added, I'm staying with Gina for the next few days. Richard's out of the country. You and your father should take the presidential suite. Sounds good. Brant, being close with Richard, didn't stand on ceremony. After dinner, Perry rushed back to her room to call Richard. Because of the time difference, it was still morning abroad. Richard had a meeting with Willie, but took a moment to chat with her before hanging up. Perry rolled her eyes. So typical. This guy just had zero romantic instincts. He couldn't even spare a few more minutes for a call. It was only 8:30 a.m. where he was. How slammed could he be? She headed to the bathroom, noticing a dull ache in her stomach. Maybe she'd had too much spicy food. She gently ran warm water over her abdomen. Seemed to help a little, so she let it be. Meanwhile, Richard and Byron went to meet with Willie. Willie clearly respected Richard. He came out personally to greet them. Well, look who's here! You'd say my humble little place just got graced by royalty. Richard returned the courtesy with a polite smile and followed him into the lounge. Mr. Willie, you probably know why I'm here. Go ahead. Name your price. Willie, in his 50s, was lean, well-groomed, and lit a cigar with practiced ease. No, Alpha Richard. I already told your assistant. The Eternal Heart is our prize possession. It's not for sale. That said, we have other rare treasures in the collection. Anyone you fancy, I can offer as a wedding gift to you and your Luna. How's that sound? But Richard wasn't the type to take charity. I appreciate your generosity, Mr. Willie, truly, but only the Eternal Heart is worthy of my mate. I really hope you'll consider letting it go. Byron handed over a folder. This is a lot in Brookhill. We hear you've been eyeing that area to build a castle. What do you think of this space? Willie gave the file a quick glance. A full acre. His eyes lit up. Alpha Richard, are you offering this land? Richard nodded. I bought it 10 years ago. It's in a prime spot. Mountains, rivers, fresh air. The whole area is being developed now. I thought it might be a perfect fit for you. Willie had to admit, Richard Scott really had an eye for investment. 10 years ago, Brookhill was just a barren mountain far over 100 kilometers from downtown. Sure, it had great views, but nobody gave it a second glance. What impressed him even more was Richard's business sense. Who else would have dug up that he planned to build a castle there? Back then, the land price was dirt cheap, and Richard's offer wasn't anything crazy. But now, it had skyrocketed tenfold. Alpha Richard seriously wants to trade that land for the Eternal Heart? That land's worth way more now. Does he really want to part with it? Richard replied smoothly. Mr. Willie, as you've said, the Eternal Heart is priceless. Swapping it for the land seems fair to me. I hope you'll make good use of the property. Willie knew Richard didn't go after anything unless he was sure he'd get it. And if Richard had set his sights on the Eternal Heart, he'd find a way. Willie was tempted, really tempted by that land. Still, the Eternal Heart was dear to him, something he'd planned to pass down. To be honest, Willie said with a sigh, I was planning to keep the Eternal Heart in the family. It's not easy to let go, especially with Alpha Richard requesting it so suddenly. How about this? I'll think on it a bit longer. Sound good? Richard smiled. Of course. Take your time, Mr. Willie. Just let me know when you're ready, and if any new opportunities come up, maybe we'll get a chance to work together again. Willie nodded. All right, Alpha Richard. Since you've come all this way, why not join us for lunch? He had one of his associates brought over. This is Mr. Steven, one of our senior jewelers. He's from the States too. Thought it'd be nice to have someone you can chat with. Steven stepped forward politely. Alpha Richard, Beta Byron. Good to meet you both. He looked to be around Willie's age. While Richard and Willie chatted up front, Byron walked in step with Steven. So Steven, where are you from? Steven hesitated for a beat like the question stirred something. Then he said quietly, grew up in the countryside, small town America. Really? That hit a nerve with Byron. Which town? Steven gave a half smile. Just a little county, nothing big. Been here a long time then. Steven looked thoughtful. Yeah, over 2 decades now. Honestly, starting to forget what home even looks like. What about you, Beta Byron? You seem a bit on edge. I'm from New York, Byron answered. Steven chuckled. Makes sense. You've definitely got city guy written all over you. Byron tilted his head. What name did you go by before? Did you always use Steven after moving here? Steven's expression stayed relaxed as he said, my last name's Morrison. First name. Demi Morrison. Demi? Byron's pulse ticked up. He'd been helping Perry Lake search for someone named Damien, and she'd hit a dead end. Could it be the same name change situation? Maybe Demi and Damien were connected? Demi raised an eyebrow. My name's that unusual? Byron smiled lightly. Kinda. A friend of mine has an uncle named Damien, just 1 letter off. Thought you might know him? Demi's face twitched briefly before settling. Nope, doesn't ring a bell. Probably just a coincidence. Similar names happen. Yeah, could be, though the similarities don't stop at the name. Demi shrugged. People from the same group might share familiar naming customs. Still, I really don't know him. I mean, if he's your friend's uncle, why don't they know where he is? Byron didn't press further. He wasn't wrong. Close names didn't mean much. He's been out of the country for a long time. Lost contact. My friend's just hoping to find him. Demi leaned in a bit. Well, I'll keep an ear out. Maybe I can dig something up. Byron gave a polite nod. Thanks, I appreciate it. Perry showed up for breakfast as usual that morning. Sarah and Mara had arrived earlier. When they spotted Perry walking in, both of them tensed up a bit, silently hoping she was okay. Sarah even made a point to wander over to the pot of red bean porridge. You really have this stuff every day? Perry didn't exactly eat it daily, but lately she had gotten into the habit of starting her morning with a bowl. There were other options too. Millet, 8 treasure, plain rice porridge, but the red bean one was her current pick. What does it concern you? Sarah had meant to be nice, maybe casually check how Perry was doing. After getting snapped at like that, her tone took a sharp turn. Right, doesn't concern me. Trying to be nice, and this is what I get. Forget it. Nice? Didn't know you even had that setting. Perry grabbed a bowl of red bean porridge, placed it on a table nearby, then headed back to the counter to grab the rest of her breakfast. The guy with glasses was sitting in his usual spot. When he saw Perry taking the red bean porridge, a sly grin crept onto his face. Mara tugged on Sarah's sleeve. Well, anything off? Sarah shook her head. Didn't get anything out of her. She looked totally fine, snappy even. Honestly, it made me want to drop both of those pills in her bowl. Mara exhaled like she'd been holding her breath. Don't joke about that. I don't have the nerves for it anymore. Just thinking about it is enough to make me sick. I'm keeping things simple, just porridge and milk for me. Got injections later, and I'm staying far away from seafood and booze for a while. Perry scrolled through her phone while she ate. A call came in. It was Richard. It was just getting dark abroad, and he usually called her twice a day. She swiped to answer, greeting him with a soft, "Hey." "Grabbing breakfast?" Richard asked. He'd just made it to his dinner spot, but wanted to call her first. "How's our little one today? Still behaving?" A small smile touched Perry's lips. "All good. Super chill the past couple of days. Richard, when are you coming home?" "Still got a few days left. Didn't we say a week? What, already miss me that bad?" She missed him every minute. Couldn't wait for him to come back. But she got it. Career first, especially for someone like him. "Okay, it's a deal. 1 week, not a day more." "Got it. Eat well, I'm about to grab dinner too." "All right, talk later." Perry had so much more she wanted to share, but didn't want to hold him up, so she ended the call. Not far off, Sarah and Mara were stewing. That sweet look on Perry's face got under their skin. Mara looked like the life was drained out of her. Too scared to go through with anything, those pills still hidden in her bag like a thorn pricking at her chest. Sarah didn't bring up the poison again. Once Perry finished her meal, she left. The guy with glasses only got up after watching her go. The elevator felt stuffy, and suddenly Perry felt lightheaded. It wasn't a long way up, just the second floor, so she didn't bother waiting, took the stairs instead. It felt less suffocating. There were signs on the staircase: caution, wet floor. They'd just been mopped and the floor was definitely slick. Perry braced herself on the handrail and walked carefully out of the hotel. She hailed a cab and made her way to Maple Garden for Klaus's treatment. 2 more sessions, and it should be enough. With regular medication, the clot in his brain would eventually clear up on its own. Right after treating Klaus, Perry felt a sharp pain in her stomach, like something was leaking out. Her heart sank. She rushed to the bathroom, took one look, and yep, blood. Real, scary blood. Panic set in. She'd been feeling this vague ache in her stomach the last couple of days, but it always faded quickly, so she didn't give it much thought. Now, her whole face turned pale as it clicked. This was serious. Klaus jumped up, alarmed. "What's wrong?" Perry pressed a hand to her chest, struggling to stay calm. "Alpha Carlos, I need a car. I have to get to a hospital, now." "What happened?" Klaus's voice pitched up as he waved Terry over. Something was very wrong. Perry had this awful feeling, like the life inside her was slowly slipping away. Klaus paled. This was his house. If anything happened to Perry, how would he face Richard? "Get her to the hospital! Hurry!" Terry sped off, urgency written all over his face. Perry winced as the pain in her belly got worse. She hadn't eaten anything sketchy, so why this? "Miss Lake, you're feeling it, right? Is it really bad?" Terry asked, glancing back at her nervously. Sweat dripped from Perry's forehead. She was in pain, yeah, but also scared out of her mind. I don't know what's happening. I'm terrified." "Don't be. We're almost there. Hang in, okay?" Terry ran a red light, slamming the pedal down until they reached the hospital. A healer met them and rushed Perry into the ER. After a quick check, he took her in for an ultrasound. "Is it bad? Please tell me it's not bad." Perry's voice wavered. The healer recognized her, Richard's mate. His face went ghost white. "Miss Lake, I'm really sorry, but..." Perry's eyes locked on the screen. She didn't need to hear the rest. Her world cracked open. Tears blurred her vision. No way. The machine's wrong. It has to be wrong." The healer said nothing. The look on his face said it all. The baby, most likely, wasn't going to make it. Miles rushed in. "What's happened?" The healer pulled him aside, whispering, "She needs emergency surgery. If we delay, it could cost her life too." "What are we waiting for? Get her in the OR." Miles wasn't a surgeon, but he didn't hesitate. "There's a problem. Miss Lake is too upset. I don't know if she'll agree." Miles stepped into the ultrasound room. "Perry, listen to me. You know what can happen if we don't act now. That baby, it needs to come out. It's your life at stake." Perry choked through sobs. "No, Miles, I swear. I've been careful. So careful. I never ate anything questionable. There's been a mistake. There has to be." The pain was getting worse. Blood kept coming. Miles gently placed a hand on her head, soothing her. "I believe you. I do. But once we get you into surgery, we'll run every test. We'll find out what's going on. Just trust me, okay?" Perry suddenly grabbed his hand tight. "I'm not going in there. No one is taking this baby. It's mine. You can't take it." Miles pulled out his phone. This had to be reported to Richard. Perry noticed and lunged, grabbing his hand, nearly falling. "What are you doing?" "I have to tell Richard," Miles said calmly. "Don't." Perry's voice cracked as she clutched her stomach. "Please don't. He's overseas. It's late there. He'll panic. I'll be fine. Just don't tell him." Perry didn't want Richard to find out. He'd only been gone on a business trip for a few days, and now she'd lost the baby. How could she ever explain that to him? "It's all my fault. Don't tell him, please." Miles sighed but nodded. "All right, I won't. Let's get you to the OR first." "I'm not going." Perry shook her head vigorously and turned to escape. Panic gripped her. She needed to get away, now. Gritting through the pain, she shoved past them and bolted out of the ultrasound room. The stairwell was right there. Her steps were heavy, forehead drenched in cold sweat, but she forced her body down one floor after another. She just needs to let it out. Miles muttered, motioning the others to keep a safe distance as they followed behind. The ultrasound room was on the 6th floor. By the time Perry reached the 3rd floor, her strength gave out. She collapsed against the railing, tears streaming down her face. Her world had just crumbled around her, and she had no idea how it'd come to this. Gone was the future she dared to dream of. Gone was the love she clung to. The Bloodmoon Pack had placed so much hope in her baby. What were they going to feel now? Disappointment? Grief? She couldn't bring herself to go back. Couldn't face them. Couldn't face Richard. Richard had treated her like no other, pampered her, loved her in a way that made every she-wolf jealous, and yet she'd failed to protect the most precious part of what they had. Miles quietly sat down beside her. "Perry, I know your heart's broken. I really do. I'm hurting too. But listen, if we don't do something now, your life might be at risk. Your symptoms, they're a lot like you've been drugged. You get what I mean? Don't you want to survive and find out who did this? Don't you want justice for your baby?" Perry suddenly froze. Yes, she'd always been careful. This couldn't have been an accident. Someone had to have done this to her. Miles wrapped his hand around hers. It was ice cold, trembling. "Trust me, we need to understand what happened, but first, surgery, all right?" Perry tried to stand. Her vision spun. She swayed, then dropped like a rag doll. She'd finally hit her limit. Without hesitation, Miles scooped her up and rushed straight for the operating room. All the consent forms, he signed every single one. Terry paced, stressed. "What now, Miles? Should we call Alpha Richard? Or let the Blood Moon Elder know?" Miles hesitated. He wanted to, but Perry had begged him not to. "Let's wait till Perry's out of surgery. It's still the middle of the night on their side. The Elder's old. I'm worried the shock might be too much." In the car, Terry nervously made a call to Belen. When she heard about Perry losing the baby, Belen was floored. "Wait, are you saying you think it was me?" Terry replied. "Not you, but what about your sister? Mara's been staying at the Crown Regent Hotel with Sarah. You know they haven't exactly been friendly toward Perry." Belen remembered Mara's call yesterday, how she said she wasn't sure if those pills ended up in Perry's dish. There had only been one scene on the floor. Sure, Belen had always hated Perry as much as Mara did, but now, fear started creeping in. "Don't say that. Mara might resent Perry, but she'd never go that far." "I hope she didn't. I'm just giving you a heads up. If Richard digs into this and finds out who's behind it, well, you know what that'll mean." With that, Terry hung up. Belen started pacing in her office, heart pounding. What if Mara had actually dropped that pill into Perry's bowl? What were they going to do now? Riley said, "Maybe it's time we started thinking about an exit plan." Belen looked shocked. "Wait, what are you implying? You think this was Mara's doing?" Riley didn't hide his doubt. "Look, the Alpha's daughter moved into the Crown Regent with Sarah, and we both know she mentioned finding a chance to get to Perry. That girl's always been rash and entitled. Who knows what she's capable of?" Just as Albert was approaching the office to talk to Belen, he caught wind of their voices and paused at the slightly open door. Something happened between Belen, Mara, and Perry. Noticing the door was ajar, Belen went to close it, only to see Albert right there. Startled, he snapped, "What are you doing here?" Albert stepped in. "That's my question. What the hell are you two scheming?" Belen, never really taking Albert seriously, scoffed. "What do you think I'm doing? Don't act like I don't see through you. Just waiting for Richard to wipe us out so you can sit back and pick up the pieces, right?" Albert fired back. "If Richard really goes after us, he's not just taking you out. He's wiping both Ashen and Silverfang off the map. What pieces would be left to pick? Tell me exactly what happened with Perry." Belen shut the door with a thud. "I didn't do anything. And you're right. We're in this together. If Richard turns on me, you're going down too. Perry lost the baby, yeah, but it wasn't us. Mara has always clashed with her, and now people are starting to point fingers. Perry had a miscarriage?" Albert's face went pale. "That's a life lost. Do you have any idea what Richard could do if he finds out?" Belen sighed. "I know, but it wasn't us. Mara wouldn't dare. They're just suspicious right now." "I'm asking again, did you or Mara have anything to do with it?" Even though Belen usually didn't care what Albert thought, he knew now wasn't the time to be stubborn. "No, I already said no." Albert gave him a piercing look. Fine. Let's hope you can keep that same energy when Richard starts asking questions. Because if this was you two, we're toast before I even get to wear the alpha title. When Perry opened her eyes, she found herself lying in a hospital bed, surrounded by Miles, Benjamin, and Gina. She shot up, hands flying to her stomach. "Where's the baby? Where's my baby?" Miles gently placed a hand on her arm. "We never saw this coming. But it's done, Perry. You've got to hold on." Tears ran down Perry's gray face as she clutched her head. No, this can't be real. I didn't do anything. Why would this happen to me? Why?" Gina, hiding behind Miles, was wiping away her own tears, heartbroken. Miles held Perry's hands tightly. "Perry, listen to me. You can't keep hurting yourself like this. It's not your fault." "Not my fault. It was my body. It happened from inside of me. I failed. I'm not fit to be a mother. I'm just some useless she-wolf. Her voice cracked and turned into a heart-wrenching cry. Miles gently said, "We need to let Richard know. When the sun comes up, I'll call him, okay?" Perry suddenly shot up in bed like she'd been jolted awake. "No, don't call him." Benjamin kept his voice low. "Luna, my brother needs to know. You've been through too much. He has to come home." "What's the point?" Perry's voice trembled, bitterness barely hidden. Richard had picked the worst time to go on a trip. "Is he going to bring the baby back?" "Benjamin, why are you here?" "Miles sent me." "Don't worry, your dad doesn't know yet," Benjamin replied. Perry leaned back against the headboard, her hair messy and falling over her face. Her chest felt tight as if something inside her had cracked open. That child had been the alpha of Bloodmoon, Richard and Joel's greatest hope, and it was gone because of her. "Are the results out?" Miles glanced toward the door. "Mr." Reed walked in with the lab report in hand. "Miss Lake, your blood test came back. It shows traces of mifepristone and misoprostol. The levels aren't high, but you've likely been ingesting it for the past 2 or 3 days. You might not have felt anything at first, but today's dosage probably pushed it." Perry, who knew medicine inside and out, stiffened, her eyes locked onto the healer. "I didn't take that. I'd never take something like that." "I believe you, Mr." Reed said calmly, "but someone could have slipped it into your food." Miles jumped in. "Try to remember, where have you been the last few days? What have you eaten?" Rosa began to panic. "Miss Lake's been with us all this time. I was super careful. I made all the juice and water myself. I'd never drug her." Perry dug through her memories, then it hit her. Mara and Sarah. She'd seen them hanging around during breakfast lately, sneaking glances and whispering. Just yesterday, one of them brushed past her table, the one with the red bean porridge. Too damn suspicious. "Gina, pull the surveillance footage. I want everything from morning to night for the last 3 days." Gina blinked. "You think someone from the hotel messed with your food?" Perry couldn't care less how it sounded. "Yes. All right, I'll check right now." Gina grabbed her phone. Perry thought of Riley. "Don't call anyone. I'm coming with you." Miles caught on. "Let me handle the call. That way you can relax a bit, okay?" "Or, how about I go with Brant?" Gina offered, clearly preferring that. But, well, Brant had left early this morning. Something urgent, apparently. Perry winced, her voice strained. "Just go check the footage." "Okay," Gina nodded, not daring to argue. Agitating Perry right now was the last thing she wanted to do. Benjamin stepped closer. "Luna, can I at least tell my brother later? He could talk to Dad about it too." Perry shook her head. "He'll call me tonight. Let me tell him myself." "All right." Benjamin's voice was full of concern. "Need me to grab you something to eat?" They'd all skipped lunch. Rosa was too nervous to eat. Miles and the others just didn't have the appetite. "Yeah, Miss Lake, are you hungry at all?" Perry shook her head slowly. "Not in the mood. You all go eat, okay? No need to stay. I'll be fine." Miles gently smoothed out her messy hair. "Why don't you go grab a bite with the rest? I'll stay here." Perry looked up at him. "No, you go too. I need some time alone." "All right then, get some rest." Miles gave a small nod and turned to leave. Perry pulled the blanket over her head again and started crying softly. How could she be this careless? With how sensitive she was to meds, how did she not notice? Was it the pregnancy? Did it mess with her taste or smell? Or did she just miss the signs? How could she not realize something was off with the food? Gina walked out of the inpatient wing in a hurry. Not far off, Mara and Sarah sat on a bench. Mara had finished her IV and grabbed a quick bite before heading over. She got a call from Bellin and came to check on Perry. "Gina, what are you doing here?" Mara got up and asked, pretending to sound casual. Gina stopped and looked straight at her, suspicion clear on her face. "Shouldn't I be asking you that? What are you doing here?" Mara's heart skipped a beat. "Me? I wasn't feeling great. Went to see the healer. Heard Perry was rushed in, so I wanted to know how she was doing." Gina didn't buy it and stared at her. "You're acting shady. I bet you already know how she is. That's why you're standing out here pretending." Mara fought to stay calm and answered, "Shady? Come on, you're being ridiculous. I just came because I was worried. That's it." Sarah stepped up beside her. "You're one to talk, Gina. You're with Perry all the time. If anyone had the chance to hurt her, it's you." "And who really messed with her, huh?" Gina glanced around and lowered her voice. "I'll let Richard handle that. You guys know exactly what kind of man he is. That was his child, a real life. Think about what he'll do when he finds out." Without waiting for a response, she turned and jogged off. She still had stuff to do. Mara felt her head spin. Could it really be that stray pill of hers ended up in Perry's bowl? If that gets traced back, she's screwed. Sarah grabbed her arm and pulled her over to a quieter corner. "Hey, breathe. Panicking makes it worse. Maybe we get your brother to wipe the palace's camera footage?" Mara groaned. "You told me that corner wasn't covered by any cameras." "I said I thought it wasn't. From where we were, it looked like a blind spot, but I can't swear on it. What if I was wrong?" Mara quickly dialed Bellin. "Gina's definitely going after the camera footage. Get Riley to delete everything from the past few days now." Bellin had already considered it, but said, "Deleting it now just screams guilty. Look, Riley checked already. You and Sarah went to the dining hall for breakfast. And yeah, you paused for a few seconds near Perry's table. Someone walked by just then, so the cameras didn't catch much." "But that still looks bad." Mara was freaking out. "I never should have given her anything. If Richard finds out, I'm dead." "You didn't even talk to me first," Bellin snapped. "If Richard digs into this, it's not just you at risk. The whole Silverfang pack could pay the price." Then he hung up. Nothing was confirmed yet, but they were all spiraling. "Let's talk to your uncle. He's Perry's real dad. She might actually listen to him," Mara suggested. Sarah shook her head. "She's never acknowledged him, not once. Not going to start now, especially after this. You know how she is." Frances got the call and still came by the hospital to check in on Perry. She was alone in the room, clearly just wanting some peace. "Perry, how are you feeling?" Frances walked up with a bag of fruit in hand. Her eyes were swollen from crying too much. "Why are you here?" "Sarah told me you were in the hospital. I came to see you," he explained how Sarah found out. Perry didn't want to hear any of it. She had no love for anyone from the Ashen Pack. "I don't need you here." "Come on, don't talk to your dad like that." Frances pulled over a chair and sat down. "What the hell happened?" She didn't have hard proof yet and wasn't ready to point fingers. "The cops will figure out what happened. I need to rest. Please leave, and don't come back." She turned her back to him, making it clear the conversation was over. Frances sat there awkwardly for a moment, then left. When Sarah and Mara heard he left without getting anything out of her, they started to panic. Frances was certain Mara was behind it, and that Sarah should claim she had no part in it. It was the only way to prevent Richard from turning on the Ashen Pack. Every dumb thing Mara had done lately screamed guilty, and honestly, even she wasn't sure anymore. Thinking back, it really seemed like she was the only one around who could have done it. As night fell, Miles showed up with some porridge. "You need to eat something. You skipped lunch, and you'll just wear yourself out like this." Perry had no appetite at all. Her heart felt like it was in shreds. "I can't. Thanks anyway, Miles." He opened the lid. "How about I feed you?" She shook her head. "I really can't. My mind's all over the place. Even if I tried, I wouldn't be able to swallow." Miles looked at her seriously. "So, you've got a hunch about who did it, haven't you?" She nodded. "I'm not 100% sure, but Gina checked the security footage. The last few mornings, Sarah and Mara were sneaking into the dining area, even hovering near the table where my red bean porridge was. But I'd already eaten it by the time we noticed. So there's nothing left to test." Miles said, They hung around downstairs for a while too. The way they were acting, yeah, something's definitely off. Brant arrived with Gina. He'd just been filled in and was clearly shaken. Seeing how pale Perry looked made it even harder for him to take. He could only offer what little comfort he had. "Don't worry, I'll keep digging. Whoever did this to you, I swear I'll find them." "Thanks, really. You guys should head home now. It's getting late. I should rest too." It was dark out. Perry figured Richard would be calling soon, and she still wasn't sure how to tell him everything. Miles and the others headed out first. Gina felt a little giddy that she got to partner up with Brant. It was the perfect excuse to get closer to him. Perry's phone was right next to her pillow. She was waiting on Richard's call, but he'd been busy all day. By the time it was 10 p.m., there was still nothing. She felt a wave of disappointment. She really just wanted to hear his voice and let it all out. But after waiting so long, it felt like he'd already forgotten about her. Richard had a habit of staying up late and waking up even later. He'd scheduled the deal with Willie today, trading the land at Brookhill for the Eternal Heart Sapphire. Richard had really been missing Perry. He planned to grab the Eternal Heart and head straight back to surprise her. That's why he didn't bother calling, just freshened up and went straight to Willie's place. Willie carefully brought out a carved golden box, motioned for the curtains to be drawn and the lights cut. Once the room dimmed, he slowly lifted the lid. A soft blue glow poured out, clean as a mountain spring and gentle like moonlight across still water. The light gave the whole room a calm, kind of peaceful vibe, like the world wasn't such a bad place after all. Willie beamed with pride as he showed it off. "This is the Eternal Heart. Legend says if two people in love drop their blood on it, the stone merges it. The one wearing it can feel where the other is." Richard raised a brow and stared at the gem. "So this thing's probably full of people's blood by now?" Willie chuckled. No, that's just a myth. This one's completely clean. If you want, you can have an expert check it." The appraiser was someone Byron had personally invited. After checking it over, he spoke up. "Yep, this is the real Eternal Heart. Willie's right, it's perfectly untouched. Either it's just too valuable, or folks didn't know the legend. Nobody's ever used blood on it before, no signs of that at all." Richard was satisfied. He closed the deal with Willie, glanced at the clock. It'd be around 11 p.m. back in New York. Perry was probably asleep, so he didn't call. Instead, he sent a quick message. "Everything's going well. Once I wrap things up, I'll be back. It's late, so I won't wake you. Love you." This was day 5 of his trip, less than a week. Things had gone smoother than expected. He had Byron book a flight for that afternoon. Since it was nighttime in New York, he'd land there midday. He even skipped lunch with Willie and headed straight to the airport, contract in hand, Eternal Heart tucked away. He wanted nothing more than to hurry home, back to his she-wolf, and blow her away with the surprise. Byron grinned. "Perry's going to be over the moon." "Alpha, how are you planning to give it to her?" Richard thought for a second. "I haven't proposed yet. Might as well do that first." He already had the scene played out in his head. "Make sure the setup's really cozy and romantic when I get back." Byron chuckled. "Man, you went all the way for her and got the Eternal Heart. With a rock like that, she's not saying no matter where you ask. Besides, proposal's just a formality now. She's already carrying your kid. What's she gonna do, run?" Still, Richard looked a little nervous. "I wouldn't count on anything. She's Vinny's student, seen all kinds of luxury. I just hope she sees something special in this gem." Meanwhile, Perry was lying in her hospital bed. She hadn't heard from Richard, dozed off waiting. When she woke up in the dead of night and saw the message, her heart sank. "Richard, do you even know what I've been through?" She almost called him, ended up dialing anyway, but the line went straight to voicemail. His phone was off. Richard was already on the plane, phone in flight mode, picturing how everything would go down when he popped the question. He thought showing up early would definitely make her happy, right? 2 silent tears rolled down Perry's cheeks. The night was dead quiet, and waking up like this just made her heart crumble. She really wished there was someone she could talk to. It was still afternoon overseas. Why on earth was Richard's phone off? Had he never thought she might call? She'd been trying not to worry him, thinking it'd be better if he didn't know. But now she needed him. She just needed someone to listen. Pain twisted in her chest. It felt like everything was her fault. If she'd just been more careful, maybe none of this would have happened. Maybe that awful person wouldn't have gotten the chance. But then again, what was the point of even calling him now? She had no idea how to face him anyway. Whether the call went through no longer mattered. Once he got back, she'd break things off. That was the only way she could think of to punish herself. That baby. She hadn't protected it. She couldn't pretend everything was fine. The only way she'd feel a little less terrible was by forcing herself to stay in the pain. Yesterday we checked the recent guest list at the Crown Regent Hotel. The most suspicious names were Mara and Sarah. They both admitted that Mara had brought 2 pills, planning to drop them into your bowl of red bean porridge, but she panicked and dropped one. She claims she's not sure if the other one ever made it in. Ms. Lake, if you're physically able to, we'd like to take your official statement now. Perry nodded and recapped everything that had happened over the last few days. The most likely scenario was that someone slipped the drug into her food at the hotel. From how Mara and Sarah reacted, they were the top suspects. But with no solid proof yet, they couldn't be officially blamed. After a day and night of trying to recover, Perry was starting to pull herself together. Whoever had done this, she'd make them pay dearly. She remembered how she handled Belle and Morgan. This time, too, she would take matters into her own hands. That lost child deserved that much. The healer had already done his rounds, and a nurse came in to hook up her IV. It was morning now. Overseas, it should be night. Still no word from Richard. Perry didn't even have the energy to try him again. Then Brant showed up with a container of red bean porridge. Just got it fresh. I remembered you used to like this. How are you holding up? Perry froze when she saw the porridge. Mara had said the pills were meant for a bowl of red bean porridge. The sight of it made her stomach lurch. I don't want it. Take it away. Brant immediately realized his mistake. Crap, that's on me. Sorry, I'll toss it. But I heard you haven't eaten a thing since yesterday afternoon. Her voice was raspy. I'm not hungry. Looking at the pale, exhausted girl in front of him, Brant's heart ached. He'd called Richard, too. No luck. Byron's number was also unreachable. Maybe they were on their way back already, but he couldn't tell her that. If it turned out they weren't, she'd feel even worse. Perry, I know what's been going on. Don't worry, Sarah and Mara won't get away with this. Just tell me what you want me to do. Perry shook her head. Thanks, Brant, but this is mine to deal with. You're being stubborn. What can you even do alone? He didn't really understand how capable Perry could be. Well, fine. You've got Richard. He'll fight for you. A faint smile tugged at her lips, more bitter than anything else. She didn't need Richard to fight for her. She couldn't even protect their child. How could she face him now? Even if Richard still accepted her, she'd already made up her mind. They were done. Just then, Klaus showed up with a few boxes of fancy gifts in hand. He offered Perry a few warm words, then gave a slight bow. Miss Lake, don't blame yourself too much. No one could have seen this coming. If there's anything I can do, just say the word. I'll make it happen. Perry knew Klaus was capable of handling a lot, but she didn't want to rely on anyone. Good timing, Alpha Klaus. Let's just do today's treatment now. Klaus pulled out a checkbook from his bag. Miss Lake, I'm mostly recovered now. How much do I owe you for the treatment? Name the price and I'll pay. I get that you saved my life, that's priceless, but still, let me do something. Perry had no interest in talking money right now. I'll give the bill to Zachary another day. You should head back, I need some rest. Klaus could only nod and put the checkbook away. All right then, I'll wait for the bill. Thank you again, truly. He even gave a respectful bow. Brant stood frozen in place, stunned. Perry had treated Klaus, saved his life. Klaus wasn't just anyone, he was the biggest mob boss in Southeast Asia, and he got Perry to treat him? Perry lay back down, hung the IV bag, and glanced at Brant. I'm fine, Brant. You don't have to stay here. Go handle your stuff. Snapping out of it, Brant asked, Perry, what kind of condition did Klaus have? Perry's tone was casual. There was a blood clot in his brain. I helped remove it. A blood clot in the brain? Brant's eyebrows shot up. That means you're Vinny's student? Perry quickly cut him off. That kind of skill? I know it. For real? Brant didn't push further. How did Klaus even find you? Perry gave a vague response. Someone recommended me. Is that so? Brant had his suspicions, but connecting Perry to Vinny's mysterious student still felt like a stretch. Richard has mentioned your medical skills before, and it makes sense based on how Klaus treats you. Perry gave a small smile. I've been into this stuff since I was a kid. Anyway, you've got things to do. Don't hang around on my account. She'd already said that once, and Brant did have some errands. All right then, get some rest. After he left, Dylan came in, just got off the phone with Alpha Kane. He asked when he could come by. I told him to wait a few more days. Boss, any idea when you'll be back to full strength? Perry paused to think. Tell him to come in 3 days. Dylan nodded. Got it, boss. How are you holding up? Do you really think it was just Mara and Sarah? Perry scoffed, voice cool. Who else could it be? I saw them sneaking around the restaurant days ago. Should have trusted my gut. I let my guard down. What's the plan then? How are you going to deal with them? There was a sharp glint in Perry's eyes. Mara and Sarah are still in police custody. Let the legal system handle them. As for the Ashen Pack and Silverfang Pack, they won't get off easy. Dylan caught her meaning. So you're going after both packs? Perry took a deep breath. Just wait and see. Then you've got to get your strength back fast. You hungry? Want anything special? Yeah, if she wanted to take them down, first thing was to get back on her feet. Perry's stomach gave a small grumble. I'm craving those shrimp ravioli from Grace and Holloway. Can you order a set and have it delivered? Shrimp Emperor dumplings? Dylan looked genuinely surprised. You said they were gross before. Well, tastes change, Perry shrugged. She did dislike them before, but ever since Richard went out in the middle of the night just to get them for her, she kind of got hooked. Maybe, just maybe, it had more to do with Richard than the dumplings themselves. Dylan ordered a portion for her. She polished them off and even had a glass of milk. Feeling a bit more energetic, she started skimming through the stock trends for Silverfang Pack and Ashen Pack. Albert had been working hard lately, and there were finally signs of recovery. Ashen Pack had taken a hit due to their earlier cash flow issues. Though they didn't land Richard as a direct investor, his backing helped them secure a bank loan which nudged their stock back up. Perry cashed out part of her Bloodmoon Pack shares and began shifting her funds gradually into Silverfang and Ashen Pack stocks. Dylan happened to have the day off, so he'd been keeping her company all morning. Close to noon, Bellin showed up, looking just as worn down as ever. He'd been to the precinct earlier. Mara, apparently unstable due to the shock, had confessed without resistance. When questioned about whether she drugged Perry again later, her answers were inconsistent. She said she couldn't remember, which had Bellin more than a little on edge. What are you doing here? Dylan stood protectively in front of Perry. With red-rimmed eyes and a pitiful look, Bellin muttered, Just came to see Miss Lake. Don't worry, I'm not here to cause trouble. Perry motioned for Dylan to step aside. She actually wanted answers, wanted to know why Bellin was part of this mess. You were in on it too, weren't you? He moved a bit closer, figuring there was no point covering up now that Mara had spilled everything. I swear, I had no clue. I'm sure the sheriff filled you in. Sarah was the one who gave Mara those pills. Faced with the heat, Bellin didn't hesitate to throw Sarah under the bus. You know Sarah's always hated you. She's been itching for something to happen to you. And Mara, she's got this thing for Richard. Sarah just gave her that final push. Miss Lake, could it be something else entirely? Mara was vague. She couldn't say for sure the pill ended up in your bowl of red bean porridge. What if someone else was out to get you? Perry frowned. She couldn't think of anyone else who'd go that far. I've trained in medicine since I was a kid. I've saved more lives than I can count. I don't make enemies. There's no one I can think of who hates me enough to want me dead. Bellin, I saved your sister once, and this is how you thank me? Bellin snapped, anger flashing across his tired face. Yeah, you saved her. No denying that. But don't forget, I paid you damn well for it. You even said yourself it was business. And then what? You tanked our shares, manipulated the market just to push Silverfang down. I lost my alpha status. And let's not pretend you didn't steal Richard away. Mara hates you now, all right? So when Sarah showed up with those pills, Mara didn't need much convincing. Basically, he was blaming Perry for everything. Perry let out a dry chuckle. Sure, let's put it all on me. But what about you, Billen? You hired shadow-born killers to drag me to some mountain to die. I barely made it out alive. If I didn't fight back, I wouldn't even be here. You think I'm gonna just let that slide? That hit him hard. His mind went blank, a high-pitched ring in his ears. So she knew. She knew everything. He really did bribe the Shadowborn assassins to take her out. Dylan spoke up. Perry handled this herself. Bellin, you should feel lucky. Imagine what would have happened if she'd told Richard. A chill spread through Bellin's whole body. If Richard had stepped in, the entire Silverfang pack might be wiped clean. So what now? You planning to get back at us? Perry let out a short laugh. The way you just tried to throw Sarah under the bus shows one thing. When people's interests are on the line, they'll always look out for themselves. Do you really think Francis would go against me for you? Billin opened his mouth like he wanted to argue, but then hesitated. In the end, he said, Perry, Mara's already at the station. Whatever happens to her should go by the book. I just beg you, leave Silverfang alone. If you do, I'll tell you something. A big secret. Perry narrowed her eyes. A secret? Bellin nodded quickly. Yeah, might change everything for you. She gave him a sharp look. What do you mean by that? He took a long breath. But you have to promise me, don't go after Silverfang or the rest. Mara will take the fall, but don't drag anyone else into this. On principle, that sounded fair. But Bellin knew deep down, if Perry truly wanted them gone, not even he could stop it. And with Richard behind her, the Silverfang pack wouldn't stand a chance. Perry stayed quiet for a moment, then said, Depends if what you say is even worth my time. It will be, Bellin said. Trust me. All right, she replied flatly. He hesitated, still debating if he should say it at all. This wasn't just revealing something, it was betraying family. Irene had always treated him well. But if there was a way to save Silverfang, this was it. Perry, the stuff that went down between your mom and Damien, that was all my aunt's doing. Perry's eyes widened. What did you just say? Bellin caught the flicker of curiosity in her expression, so he kept going. My aunt wanted to be with Francis badly. She made up lies about your mom, waited until Damien came back into town, then set them up to bump into each other. She even tipped off my uncle and dragged him to a hotel to catch them in the act, all staged. Francis saw it all and thought your mom was cheating. I don't know if your mom still had feelings for Damien, but yeah. The whole thing was my aunt's twisted setup. Perry's heart was racing. Seriously, I knew it. I knew she'd never cheat. And this is the bombshell you think will make me forgive you guys? Billin gritted his teeth and went further. My aunt also said you weren't Francis's biological daughter. That's why he shut you out all these years. That's why he barely even looked at you. Her voice cracked a little. What? You mean, the reason Francis has always been so cold to me is because he thought I wasn't his kid? Yeah, Balin admitted, running out of options and starting to panic. This confession had cornered even him. The report, the paternity test between you and Francis, that was faked, by my aunt, and you probably already figured the rest out by now. Perry's head was spinning. Irene faked the DNA results between me and Francis? Balin tried his best to stay calm. It felt like he'd just thrown his own family under the bus. His bond with Irene had always been solid, but now, what choice did he have? Yeah, or that's what she always said. She never did any real test. Perry, do it again, for real. You might actually be his daughter. Perry remembered Helena once told her she was Francis Lake's biological daughter. She had no reason to doubt her mom. Why would she lie? And honestly, she didn't care enough to go run a DNA test on a man who hadn't lifted a finger for her whole life. That all you've got, Bellin? You better spill everything you know. Belin wiped the sweat off his forehead, clearly stressed. That's really all I know. I believe your mom and Damien didn't do anything wrong. That whole thing was just something my aunt cooked up. You should talk to Francis about it, get the truth. Seriously, I've told you everything I can, just let Silverfang Pack go, please? Sure, what Bellin told her filled in some blanks, but was that enough for her to let them off the hook? Did it ever cross your mind, Bellin, that Irene's part of Silverfang too? Bellin froze. So, you're still planning to come after us? Perry's tone turned cold. I'm not letting Richard get involved in this. Whether Silverfang survives or not, that's on you. Belen had experienced Perry's power before. Even without Richard, she was enough to tear them apart. You studied under Vinnie Ritchie. Even without Richard, there are others who'd back you up. After all I've told you, you're still set on destroying us? Perry snapped, her anger spilling out. If you're so aware of what I'm capable of, why the hell did you stand by while I lost my baby? That was a life, Belen. Do you even get that? Belen faltered, his voice shaky. He really thought sharing what he did would get him some mercy. So all that I told you, it was useless? Perry, don't be so heartless. She laughed bitterly. Heartless? You think you're in any place to say that to me? You better head home and brace yourself. This fight isn't over. It's just getting started. Belen felt a tight knot in his chest. Fine. Just remember, you said Richard won't step in. Absolutely. That I can promise, Perry said, emotion hardening her expression. She was never going to involve Richard in this. This was hers to handle, her revenge. As Belen left, the idea that Richard might stay out of it gave him a sliver of hope. Maybe, just maybe, that meant he had a shot. Heading down the stairs, he brushed past a she-wolf walking up. She paused. Isn't that Alpha Belen? He stopped mid-step. Alicia, what are you doing here? Alicia held a bouquet of tulips in her arms. Heard Perry had a miscarriage. Thought I'd drop by and check on her. Belen gave her a sharp look. That was quick. News really travels fast with you, huh? Alicia smiled casually. Of course. I've been keeping tabs on her anyway. Gotta say, Mara really came through for me this time, haha. His eyes narrowed. Wait, are you saying it was supposed to be you? Alicia's face stiffened, realizing she let it slip. No, that's not what I meant. I just said something stupid. Don't take it seriously. How's your sister doing anyway? Alicia had connections everywhere. She'd already dug up everything there was to know about Mara. Mara didn't actually put the drugs in Perry's porridge, Belen said seriously. Something's fishy. Someone else must have been there too. Ms. Arnold, the cops are still on it. It's not settled yet. Who knows? The real truth might totally shock us. Really? Alicia's eyes flickered with a trace of panic, but she quickly regained control. You're saying someone else was out to harm Perry? Isn't that obvious? Belen looked straight at her. Maybe someone like you, Ms. Arnold? A flicker of something unreadable flashed across Alicia's face. That's a pretty wild accusation. Even if I wanted to, I don't have the guts. I just came to check on Perry. Besides, if Richard finds out, who knows what he'll do to you? You'd better be prepared. Belen felt a chill run down his spine. He needed another trip to the station, had to dig deeper with Mara. Perry wasn't thrilled to see Alicia either. Why are you here? Alicia placed a bouquet on the cabinet, pretending her visit was out of concern. I heard something happened, so I came to check in. I honestly didn't expect all this. Perry's gaze sharpened. You sure are well informed, Miss Arnold. Who told you? Alicia hesitated. Belen had just asked her that downstairs. Maybe she'd moved too fast. Maybe it was too soon to show up. I only found out this morning. For something this serious, you didn't even think to let me know. Perry shot back. Since when were we that close? Good thing Alicia quickly changed the topic. She stared at the pale, worn-out girl in front of her, finally feeling like she had the upper hand. By the way, where's Richard? Surprised he's not here. Perry didn't hold back. If you know I'm in the hospital, then I bet you also know Richard's overseas. Gotta say, Miss Arnold, you must be super free checking in on me like this. What, got someone tailing me now? Or did you maybe help with what I ate too? Alicia jolted. Okay, you've got quite an imagination. Sure, I do keep tabs on you. Guess I can't stand seeing you and Richard all lovey-dovey. But hurt the baby? Never. That kid was his. If I ever went that far, he'd kill me. No way I'd cross that line. Perry didn't argue. I need to rest now. Thanks for stopping by. But if that's all, you should leave. Oh, and I don't like tulips. Take them with you. Dylan shoved the flowers back into Alicia's hands. Miss Arnold, this way. Alicia stormed out, seething inside. But at least Perry hadn't completely figured her out. She owed Mara big time for taking all the blame. Meanwhile, Belen headed back to the station to see Mara. Mara's hair was a complete mess, and pure panic was written all over her face. Why are you here? Is Richard back? Is he going to kill me? Belen pressed her down onto the bench gently. Calm down. Think, did you or didn't you put the drug in Perry's bowl? Mara looked unhinged. I did. Oh God, what do I do now, Bellin? Are they coming for me? Mara, breathe and tell me exactly what happened that day. But Mara couldn't calm down. She'd been a wreck for days, and getting hauled into the station yesterday just made things worse. Her grasp on reality was slipping. I'm not telling. I don't want to talk. You didn't drug her food again after that time, right? Mara shook her head, then nodded. I don't know anymore. Did I or didn't I? Did I do it? Bellin sighed, realizing she wasn't making sense. What happened to you? Mara mumbled like she was stuck in a loop. I didn't put it in. I did put it in. With no answers from Mara, Bellin went to see Sarah instead. At least she was a bit more coherent. She assured him Mara only messed with Perry's food that one morning. But the rest of the drugs are missing. She might have tossed them. She didn't tell me. She's been freaking out, terrified Perry's gonna die or something. Please, just get us out of here. I'm scared. Bellin thought for a second. You should talk to your dad, have him beg Perry. Only she can get you out. Otherwise, with Richard's backing, you two could rot in here forever. Sarah hadn't realized the gravity of the situation. I didn't even do anything. Why am I locked up? And seriously, it was just a miscarriage. Is it that big of a deal? Balin let out a long sigh. Do you still think you're some privileged alpha princess? Even if the Ashen Pack is fading, their name still holds weight. But Perry? You can't touch her. You have to face it, Sarah. Perry's on another level. 10 times the person you are. She doesn't even need Richard to crush you. What did you just say? She snapped. That bitch is better than me. All she did was screw Richard and get knocked up with that bastard baby. Thank God the kid's gone. If not, she'd think she owns the damn world. You tell Perry once I'm out, she's dead. Even Bellin was disgusted. You seriously don't get it, do you? Fine, let things play out however they will. What's that supposed to mean? Is Perry really going to come after us? Bellin exhaled hard. If you want to make it out alive, begging Perry is your only shot. You can't beat her. You need to wake up and admit you've lost. There was no way Sarah was going to accept that. But Bellin's words got under her skin. I didn't drug her. I've got nothing to worry about. You bought the stuff. You planted the idea. In Perry's eyes, you're worse than Mara. Your fate is in her hands now, not yours. Stop fooling yourself. With that, Bellin walked out. In the afternoon, Perry's phone started ringing. She glanced at the screen. It was Richard. Her heart skipped a beat. He finally called. But where was he last night? And this morning? Why'd he wait so long? Just as the ringtone was about to end, she swiped to answer. Hello? Perry, where are you? Richard's voice sounded excited. He'd come back with the eternal heart. He was ready to propose, to put that gemstone ring on her finger, to marry her. Perry's nose tingled, and she almost broke down. What's wrong? Did you miss me? Come on, where are you? He was back. But so what? I'm at the hotel. How about you? Richard perked up. At the cafe or in your room? She quickly made something up. Cafe. Still reading, huh? Richard was already in the car, telling the driver to head to the Crown Regent Hotel. Aren't you? Perry clenched her jaw, pushing back the ache in her heart. Yeah, reading. You're always so committed. All right, keep reading then. I've got to take care of something. He hung up after glancing at a nearby flower shop and went in to buy a bouquet of red roses, then headed straight to the hotel cafe. But she wasn't there. Just as he was about to call her again, Gina came rushing over. Richard, you're back? He smiled. Yeah, just got off the plane. Where's Perry? Gina realized. He didn't know. She didn't tell you? She said she was at the cafe. Did she go back to her room or maybe stepped out? He looked around, confused. Gina let out a sigh. Perry's in the hospital. In the hospital? Richard froze. Seeing a doctor? Gina shook her head. No, she had an accident. What do you mean? Everything inside Richard tightened. What happened to her? Gina hesitated. I can't say it out loud. You can't say it? Richard's confusion deepened. What's going on? Byron grabbed his phone and called Brant. Gina's stumbling made Richard even more anxious. Byron stepped over a few seconds later. Alpha, Perry had a miscarriage. What? The flower slipped from Richard's hand. His face went pale. You've got to be kidding. Gina finally explained. She said she wanted to tell you herself, so none of us said anything. Richard didn't wait another second. He ran, jumped into the car, and sped straight to the hospital. Perry was leaning against the bed, spaced out. The IV was done, and she didn't feel like moving. After hearing Richard's voice earlier, she realized just how much she missed him. But deep down, she knew they couldn't be together anymore. Tears slowly streamed down her cheeks. Richard filled her thoughts. Just then, the door creaked open. Richard pushed it and walked in. She blinked, thinking for a second that she was seeing things. "Perry." Richard sat down and gently pulled her into his arms. She realized this wasn't a dream. He was really here, but how? Wasn't he still overseas? "Richard, what are you doing here?" He let go, brushing her cheek softly. "I'm sorry. I had no idea this would happen. If I'd known, I never would have left." Tears welled in her eyes, but she fought to hold them back. "I'm the one who should be sorry. I didn't protect our baby. It's my fault, Richard. I'm so sorry. I let you down. I let down the whole Bloodmoon Pack." Richard knew her heart was breaking. Honestly, his own chest felt like it had a hole punched through. Yeah, he was mad she'd taken matters into her own hands with Balin, but now wasn't the time to argue about it. "Let's not talk about that now. Just focus on getting better, okay? We're still young, there's time. We'll have another baby." Perry caught it, that slight detachment in his tone. "Is everything done on your end?" "Yeah, all taken care of." Richard had flown back the minute he could, all revved up to give her everything, but all he got was heartbreak. Perry leaned back against the headboard. "I'll deal with what happened. You don't need to get involved." "What's that supposed to mean?" Richard's expression hardened. "That was my kid too. You want me to just sit back while someone targets my child?" "I just want to handle it myself," Perry said, trying to keep him out of it. Richard got to his feet, pacing the floor with agitation. The hope he once had for that baby now twisted into gut-deep pain. "What are you going to do? Crash the Silverfang stock market again like last time?" "Perry, stop trying to be a hero. If you hadn't—" Tears streamed down Perry's face. She knew what he meant. He blamed her. "You're right. If I hadn't acted on my own, maybe Mara wouldn't hate me enough to drug me. But Richard, they nearly killed me. Am I just supposed to let that go?" Richard pressed a hand to his chest, his voice tight. "What do you take me for? Why didn't you tell me? You really think I couldn't handle Balin?" "So what, if I had told you Balin bribed the Shadowborn Pack to kidnap me, you'd get revenge and everything would have been fine? Do you honestly believe it would have ended there?" If Richard had gone after them, he'd have crushed the Silverfangs, and Balin would have turned right back around and gone after Perry. He finally cooled down a bit, sat beside her, and wrapped her hand in his. "I'm sorry. I just lost it. I still can't wrap my head around losing our baby. I should have protected you and them. I'm so sorry." Perry pulled her hand back. "Don't apologize. This is my fault, not yours. I'll deal with it. Balin came to me, said something about my mom. I promised him I wouldn't drag you into it. Just let me do this, okay?" Richard's patience snapped. "So you really don't see me as your mate, huh? What did Balin say?" She let out a sigh, her face tired. "It's personal. I don't want to talk about it right now. Richard, just go. I need some space." Richard froze, stunned. He came running because he thought she wanted him here, but now she was pushing him away? "Come on. I already said I was wrong. I'm here to stay, Perry. You need me now more than ever, don't you?" She did want him, but the way he talked still stung. And besides, who was she to ask him to stay? "Richard, just go. We're not working out. You wanted to be with me because I was pregnant, right? Well, not anymore, so there's nothing left between us." That hit him like a slap. "You think I was with you because of the baby? Really, Perry? You actually believe that? I know you're hurting, but don't say that crap. I meant it. We can still have more kids, but don't talk like this, okay?" Perry's heart ached. It was tearing her apart to say this, but maybe she deserved that pain. "I told you. I don't want to see you. Please. Just give me some peace. Richard, leave, please." Richard saw she was serious. That fired him up. "You really don't want me around anymore?" "Yes," she snapped, voice trembling. "Every time I see you, I think about everything that happened. That baby. I only got pregnant because you forced me into it. We were never meant to be. Just leave already. Go." Perry felt this heavy weight on her chest. It was suffocating. Her mind was a mess, and she didn't even know what to say. Richard had really left. He'd gone straight to Miles' office. Miles handed him a warm cup of tea and said, "You've got to cut her some slack. She's in a really dark place right now. Losing a child, that kind of pain doesn't just go away." "I get that," Richard replied with a sigh. "That's why I want to be there for her, to comfort her. But all she does is push me away, lash out." Miles looked up. "So what are you planning to do?" "What do you mean by that?" "I mean about you and Perry. What's your plan, seriously?" Richard took a deep breath. "What plan? She's supposed to be my mate. We were about to get our marriage license next week. Of course I'm planning on marrying her, starting a family." Miles looked a bit relieved. "Thing is, with what she went through, she might not be ready for marriage, at least not anytime soon. She's been blaming herself non-stop. She feels like she let you down, let down the Bloodmoon Pack. That's why she made us keep everything from you. Perry's a proud woman. You know that better than anyone." Richard's frown deepened. "So you're saying she wants to break up with me? She lost their baby because she let her guard down, and now she wanted to pin it all on him? Breaking up like some kind of punishment?" Richard was still angry. "You think this is all on me?" Miles shook his head. "That's not what I'm saying. This isn't about blaming anyone. She's not punishing you, she's punishing herself." "Punishing herself?" "Exactly. Think about it. She had a miscarriage. How can she pretend everything's fine and just move on with you like nothing happened? At least not right now." Even though Miles was a surgeon, he had a good grip on human nature. He'd actually studied psychology back in college. Richard's thoughts were all over the place. He'd come back thinking everything would fall into place, that he and Perry would finally be together, welcome their child, start a new chapter as a family. But now, everything had crashed down around them. Since Perry didn't want to see him, he figured he might as well back off for now. Later that night, Richard called up Byron, and the two hit up a bar. They were tucked away in a fancy private room on the second floor, 2 bottles of whiskey on the table. Richard just sat there, drinking, smoking, doing anything but enjoying himself. Byron broke the silence. "So for the proposal, got any ideas where? Maybe somewhere meaningful, like where you first met Perry, or it could be at the Crown Regent Hotel." Richard exhaled a cloud of smoke and waved it off. "Forget it. Not now. She won't even look at me without starting an argument." Byron spoke more gently. "Can't blame her for struggling. Something like that would wreck anybody. You've got to be patient with her." "It's not like I'm blaming her," Richard muttered, rubbing his temple. "But I'm exhausted, man. Perry's always trying to fix everything on her own. That's how this happened in the first place. And now she won't even listen, just wants to deal with the Silver Fang pack on her own. I treat her like my mate, but what am I to her?" Byron didn't have much to say to that. "So, what are you going to do?" Richard shook his head. "No clue. I guess it's up to her. If she snaps out of it and wants to be with me, I'll marry her, no question. But if being with me only makes things worse for her, then maybe I should let her go. What else can I do? Wouldn't this be the perfect moment to propose? Show her you're serious?" Richard gave a bitter chuckle. "I'm worried she'll chew me out and I'll just snap. I'm not made of stone. I've got my limits too. I care about her more than anything, but if she shuts me out like I'm nothing, what can I even do?" Alicia stood just outside the private room, took the bottle from the waiter and pushed the door open. "Richard, here's the drink you asked for. I brought it up for you." Richard's eyes darkened. "Miss Arnold, when did you start waiting tables at bars?" Dressed in a fitted cheongsam that accentuated every curve, Alicia gave a soft laugh. "A socialite like her waiting tables? How ridiculous." "Stop it, Richard. I'm just out having some fun tonight. I saw you and Byron come in, so I figured I'd drop by. I heard about Perry. I really am sorry. It's heartbreaking. She'd been watching his every move. He'd barely landed back from abroad before showing up at the bar. Clearly had a fight with Perry. Probably couldn't handle the news about the miscarriage. This was her best chance to get close to him." His gaze turned icy as he stared straight at her. "You sure are well informed. I'd barely arrived and you're already here. Been tailing me and Perry behind our backs, haven't you?" Alicia flinched and looked wounded. "Richard, come on. That's not fair. I'd never do something like that." He'd had enough. "Before I really lose my temper, get out. And if I find out you've been stalking Perry, you won't like what happens next." You really hate me that much? Alicia's eyes welled up, 2 tears slipped down her cheeks. I've apologized so many times about the past. Can't you let it go? She'd heard he went to see Willie overseas. He must have gone for the Eternal Heart. That sapphire was probably meant for Perry. Figures. Richard was too exhausted to bother responding. He turned to Byron. Get her out of here. And tell the bar manager, next time don't let just anyone stroll into my room. Yes, sir. Byron nodded politely. Miss Arnold, this way, please. Alicia, clearly having struck out, knew she couldn't keep pressing, so she stood and left. Anyway, Perry had already lost the baby. She'd have other chances. Richard stayed at the bar until late, then headed to the Crown Regent Hotel, where he was currently staying with Brant. Next morning, he went over to the Pack headquarters. Benjamin brought up Perry again. Dad knows you're back. He wants you to bring Perry home for a family meal. Richard leaned back in his chair with a sigh. Give it a few days. She's still in the hospital. I haven't told Dad about the miscarriage. I figured since you're back, it's better if he hears it from you. Yesterday, he was asking about her and the baby, saying the pregnancy's over 4 months now and he wants to get her some supplements. Rubbing at the corner of his eye, Richard said softly, I'll talk to him. Benjamin added, You need to be there for Perry. She's crushed, like really crushed. I know, Richard replied, not looking away from his computer. Go handle your stuff. I'll take care of this. All right, Benjamin left for his office. He was heading up the partnership department for now. Byron came in and handed over some files. These are the latest reports on Silverfang and Ashen packs. Alpha, are we looking to take them over, or just wipe them out? Always one step ahead, Byron already had everything laid out before Richard even asked. Richard remembered Perry's words. She wants to handle it herself, told me not to interfere. Byron looked a bit worried. She's going to do it alone? What can she even do on her own? Richard frowned slightly. No idea. What's going on with Mara? Byron replied. The sheriff just called. Mara wants to see you. Oh? Richard had been meaning to talk to her anyway. All right. That afternoon, Richard went to the station. Mara was brought out looking rough, hair a mess, face pale and tired like she hadn't washed or slept in days. When she saw Richard, her body instantly tensed. Richard? She'd been physically weak, still under IV treatment. The station's infirmary had been giving her the medication the healer prescribed. Fear and stress were getting to her. Every time she fell asleep, she had nightmares. Richard gave her a cold, hard look. Tell me what you did. Be honest. Mara's eyes brimmed with tears, completely ignoring the question. Richard, I finally get to see you. I've been going crazy, seriously. I think I already lost it. I was terrified I'd die in here. But now you're here. If I die now, I'm fine with it. Richard didn't have the patience for her drama. I'll ask one last time. What exactly did you do to Perry? Mara started spilling everything. I swear I only gave her something that morning. Just that one time. Nothing more, really. But Miles had said the stuff in Perry's system had to be taken for at least 2 or 3 days. Mara's story kept changing. One moment, she said it was once. The next, she said she couldn't remember. Richard was starting to suspect someone else might have drugged Perry too. But who? Hand clutching her chest, Mara went on. I'm telling the truth. I only gave her that stuff once, and I'm not even sure it ended up in her food. Maybe there's someone else after her. Alicia. Yeah, maybe it was Alicia. Richard had already checked the security cameras. Alicia hadn't been to the Crown Regent Hotel those days. You think tossing her name in the mix will make you look better? Mara shook her head. No, that's not it. I'm just being straight with you. Richard, I know I seem out of it these days. Everyone says I've lost it, but right now I'm clear-headed. Because I saw you. Richard, I really like you. Then, completely ignoring the sheriff and 2 officers in the room, she pulled open her shirt collar, exposing part of her chest. See this? I had your name tattooed over my heart a long time ago. Richard's eyes narrowed. Her skin looked inflamed, scabbed over where the tattoo was, his name inside a red heart. He was unfazed. If anything, it made him more disgusted. That's not your place to have my name inked on your body. Mara hastily fixed her collar. Why not? I don't deserve it? At least you realize it. Richard's voice was ice cold. Your love is terrifying, twisted and selfish. Don't ever say that word to me again. You're right. You don't deserve it. Mara's head buzzed, and her expression twisted in a mix of hysteria. I'm not worthy. Why the hell not? I'm way better than Perry. I'm the daughter of the Silverfang Pack's alpha. And Perry? She's just some backwater nobody, a disgusting, illegitimate child. Her mom, Helena, had no shame, and neither does she. Richard's eyes darkened. Perry had mentioned something before, something Billen had told her. His voice turned cold, low. What did you just say? Mara laughed and sobbed at the same time, unhinged. Perry's the product of Helena cheating around. She's not even related to my uncle by blood. She's nothing, just some bastard. Richard froze. That was news to him. No wonder Francis had distanced himself from Perry all this time. Still, Mara wasn't exactly a reliable source. She was clearly spiraling. You'd better watch your mouth. Don't talk nonsense. But Mara just laughed even more wildly. Nonsense? Come on, Richard. Don't lie. You think the same, don't you? That Perry's lowborn? Her mom cheated left and right with who knows how many werewolves. Even she doesn't know who Perry's father is. Richard had had enough. He turned and walked out without warning. Mara rushed to the door, calling after him. Richard, wait, don't go. I haven't even said everything yet. I mean it. I've done so much for you. You can't treat me like this. Perry doesn't deserve you. She never did. He didn't look back, didn't say another word. He went straight to the sheriff's office to push the investigation forward. After all, Mara might not have been acting alone. There could be others behind what happened to Perry. That's when Francis showed up, looking for the sheriff, but seeing Richard there, he had no choice but to try reasoning with him. Alpha Richard, please, I beg you, let my daughter off the hook. I'll make sure she apologizes properly to Perry. She'll change, I promise. Richard stared at him coldly. Mara's claim about Perry not being his biological daughter was eating at him. He wasn't sure it was true, but the doubt had been planted. An apology? My son, my child, is dead. You think a few sorries will cut it? Francis froze. A life. Richard's child. The weight of that hit hard. He'd only thought of it as a miscarriage, not like Richard seeing it as the loss of a real life. But, Francis didn't dare argue, then what does Alpha Richard plan to do with my daughter? Richard's reply was icy. A life for a life. Francis went pale. Alpha Richard, that was Mara's doing. Sarah had nothing to do with it. She's Perry's sister, for God's sake. Sister? Richard chuckled coldly. Did she remember that when she tried to hurt Perry? Alpha Francis, save your breath. What's done is done. Now they'll face the consequences. No matter what it takes, I'll make sure they both pay. Only now did Francis grasp how bad things had gotten. He'd thought winning Perry over would settle it. After all, it wasn't Sarah who drugged her. A simple apology, a few nice words, and it'd be over, right? But this had escalated beyond anything he expected. Alpha Richard, please. Sarah messed up, yes, but she wasn't the one who did it. It was all Mara. One should take responsibility for their own actions. Don't take it out on Sarah. She and Perry share the same blood. Richard didn't respond. He just turned and walked off. Francis broke into a cold sweat. He finally realized the grave mistake he'd made. He'd provoked the last person on earth anyone should mess with. Richard wasn't going to spare Sarah. And not just her. He just might wipe the whole Ashen Pack off the map. Francis Lake walked into the sheriff's office with heavy steps. For someone from New York high society, he still carried some weight. The sheriff had Sarah brought out to meet him. Dad, you have to get me out of here. I can't stay in this place. Sarah cried, her face full of fear. Francis raised his hand like he was about to slap her, but froze halfway. He couldn't bring himself to do it. Do you have any idea what kind of mess you've made? Sarah's thinking was just like his at first, assuming Perry wouldn't really dare go after her. I know I messed up, but I didn't give her the pills. That wasn't my doing. Where's Perry? Get her here. If she really plans to lock me up, she's going to regret it. I won't let her off easy. Enough. Francis let out a deep, frustrated sigh. It's not just Perry you've pissed off, Sarah. Richard's involved too. Even if you didn't drug her yourself, you still helped make it happen. Richard? Sarah turned pale. It was just a fetus. People get abortions all the time. What's the big deal? Francis had thought the same at first. It was just an unborn baby, not exactly a person yet. He turned to the sheriff, looking for confirmation. The sheriff shot them a cold look. Can't believe you're still saying stuff like that. How is that not a life? So, what's going to happen now? Sarah asked hesitantly. They're not seriously locking me up for this, right? Maybe a week tops? Or a couple weeks? The sheriff stared her down, eyes cold. One life lost. You tell me how long you think that gets you. Frances caught on quick. So this all depends on how Richard feels? Sarah's eyes widened in panic. And if he's feeling generous? Life sentence, the sheriff said flatly. Sarah practically collapsed. And if he's having a bad day? One of the deputies, half-joking, said, immediate execution. Sarah shrieked, seriously? Just because he's Richard, he gets to act like he's above the law. Frances knew the deputy was being half serious, half mocking. But in New York, nobody messed with the Bloodmoon Pack. Richard didn't need to be above the law. His power made crushing Sarah and Mara as easy as squashing bugs. You treat life like it's worthless. What? Only your life matters. If this is your attitude, don't even dream about walking out of here. And he meant every word. Sarah had been spoiled and mean her whole life, never cared about Perry, and definitely never thought Perry could ever turn the tables on her. It's already been a few days. I can't stay here any longer. Fine, I'll own up to what I did. I'll say sorry. Just get me out. Tell Perry I'll apologize, beg even. Frances had always stood on his high horse, just like her. Never took Perry seriously either. You stay here and think about what you did. I'll talk to Perry. Sarah wasn't actually sorry, she was just scared. Fine, go find her. Tell her I'll apologize. Call her my sister. Even accept her as the Ashen Pack's alpha daughter. That's gotta be enough, right? The sheriff chuckled. He'd seen some stupid she-wolves in his day, but she really thought she still held any leverage. Frances knew this wouldn't be easy. He'd never truly accepted Perry, and with her temper, she definitely wouldn't be talked down easily. I'll try. Officer Collins, please keep an eye on my daughter. I really appreciate it. The sheriff said coldly, taking care of her? That's way too generous. If she still doesn't get it, she's got a rough road ahead. Richard headed to the hospital, but when he got to Perry's room, it was already empty. A nurse was busy changing the sheets. She was discharged today, the nurse told him. That stung. She didn't even tell him? What, was he just someone irrelevant to her now? Richard found Mr. Reed to check in. The healer said Perry had a strong constitution, so she recovered quickly. She just needed a few more days of injections and she'd be fine. He then asked again, those abortion pills, she took them for 2 or 3 days in a row, right? That's right, it wasn't a one-time dose. The amount each day was small, so she didn't notice until the 3rd day. Mara had claimed she only gave 1 dose. Sarah's story matched. That meant there had to be a 3rd person involved. But who? Okay, got it. Richard left the hospital and made his way to the Crown Regent Hotel. Perry would have likely come back here after being discharged. Upstairs in the 2nd floor restaurant, Perry and Gina were having lunch, or at least trying to. Perry couldn't eat at all. Her favorite dishes had 0 appeal. Ever since she lost the baby, everything tasted like ash. Just the smell of fish made her nauseated. Come on, you should eat something. Look at you. You've wasted away. You and Richard are still young. You have time. You can have more kids later, so don't beat yourself up like this. Perry shook her head, trying to hold back tears. That was a life, Gina. I didn't protect it. You'll never get what that really feels like. It's not something I can fix by just getting pregnant again. Gina, never having been pregnant, could only try to understand. I hear you, but you can't keep punishing yourself like this either. I don't know how to just pretend I'm fine, Perry whispered, overwhelmed by that crushing emptiness. It felt like she was stuck in a nightmare she couldn't wake up from. Richard walked over, gently ruffling her hair as he sat next to her. Even though he was angry, he couldn't help but feel heartache for her. You got discharged and didn't even think to tell me. Perry flinched, scooting away slightly. Richard, why are you here? Have you eaten? Let's eat together. Gina waved a waiter over and asked for another set of utensils. Richard grabbed the chopsticks. I stopped by the hospital and found out you'd left. Figured you'd come here, so I came looking. How are you feeling? Any pain or discomfort? Perry shook her head. I'm okay. You silly girl. Why didn't you tell me about something this big? He gently touched her hair again, then started eating. Gina finished quickly and excused herself with some vague reason, giving them space. Richard then ordered another bowl of hot soup, just for Perry. You need to take care of yourself. Get your body back in shape. We can still have more kids, right? Perry stared at the steaming bowl in front of her, no appetite at all. I don't feel like eating. Still, you should try. Just a little. He picked up the soup, trying to feed her. Here, let me help. Perry turned her head away, clearly annoyed. Stop it! Seriously, I said I don't want it. Richard set the bowl down. She was hurting, physically, emotionally. He had to give her space. All right, when you're ready. But Perry, no matter what happens, I'm still here. We're in this together, okay? Her heart twisted painfully. She had to say it. Richard, this whole thing happened because I was careless. I don't deserve you. We should break up. Richard's brows furrowed hard. What did you just say? She looked at him, eyes full of pain. Let's end it, Richard. Perry, are you serious right now? Richard tried to stay calm, but her stubbornness was pushing him. You know what? I'll pretend you just said that because you're upset. I'm not taking it to heart. Perry turned her head, wiping away her tears. I mean every word, Richard. I lost our baby. There's no way I can just go back to pretending life's all sunshine and rainbows with you. At least not now. I need to punish the two who did this to me. And honestly, I need to pay too. Let's take a break. Maybe we were never right for each other to begin with. Richard drew in a deep breath. Fine. I'll pretend I didn't hear any of that. I've got things to handle back at the pack. I'll come by tonight. She stayed on the couch, staring blankly after he left. The moment the door clicked shut, her tears came pouring out. She didn't want this break. But what choice did she have? She couldn't forgive herself, let alone pretend nothing ever happened between them. The food on the table was barely touched. Her appetite was totally gone. Francis showed up. I went by the hospital. The healer said you'd been discharged, so I came to check on you. How are you holding up? Perry wiped away her tears again. I'm fine. Francis let out a sigh. Perry, I failed you as a father. At that, Perry let out a bitter laugh, remembering what Bellin had told her. Since when did you ever see me as your daughter? He looked confused. What are you talking about? Of course you're my daughter. That's not something you can change, no matter how hard you try. Her expression darkened. Ever since Irene handed you that fake DNA report, you never saw me the same, right? Francis blinked. What? What report are you talking about? Rage burned in her voice. Irene wanted to be with you so badly, she slandered my mother without hesitation. And you ate it all up. You actually believed all that garbage. You seriously never realized the whole catching her cheating thing was staged. Irene orchestrated everything. Francis stood there stunned. Why was she dragging up something from 20 years ago? That mess is ancient history. I don't want it distorting how you see your mother. Where did you even hear all this from? Perry didn't bother explaining. I just need you to know. What happened back then wasn't what you thought. Irene framed her. That report? Fake as hell. But you never really accepted me as your kid anyway, did you? So don't expect me to see you as my dad. We've always been strangers. And if you came here because of Sarah, save your breath. She and Mara caused me to lose my baby. I'm not letting them off easy this time. I want them to pay, in blood if I have to. A chill ran down Francis's spine. Perry's sharp gaze sliced through his chest like a blade. He never realized she had such a cold, fierce side. Perry, Sarah's your little sister. You can't just throw away that bond. Sister? Perry nearly gagged. Oh, now she's my sister? Did she ever treat me like one when she drugged me? When she left me for Tom Pierce like a piece of trash? Or when she made me miscarry? Francis was trying to save Sarah and maybe even the Ashen Pack. She's sorry, Perry. She told me she wants to apologize to you. She's remorseful. She asked me to talk to you. Perry gave a cold laugh. Remorseful? After all that? Save it. She drugged me, pawned me off like some object, and then did it all over again. I'm supposed to let that slide? What does that make me? Stupid. Francis felt dizzy. Perry clearly held deep resentment, and now she was digging up old wounds. Maybe he needed to untangle that mess first. Perry, where did you hear all that stuff you just said? About back then? How do you know any of it? Why would Irene frame your mom?